Good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome to you, all of you, for joining us today on the second day of the India Sanitation Conclave 2022. If you liked our sessions yesterday, you will certainly love our sessions today as we have a lot of exciting things planned for you. At ISC, we always try to experiment and innovate, as innovation leads to growth, isn't it? तो अब कुछ नया करते हैं, क्या करें? अवार्ड्स कल दे दिए, पैनल डिस्कशंस भी कर लिए, तो कंपेंडियम रिलीज करना है, लेकिन क्या नया करें समझ नहीं आ रहा. Let me take help from a performing arts theatre group that has come to join us from the Nagari of Nawabs. अब लखनऊ के नवाब आए हैं तो कुछ नया ही लेके आए होंगे. Presenting Bewaje House, who will perform a Nukkad Natak at this National Forum of the India Sanitation Conclave 2022. A big round of applause for them, guys.
आग लगी 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 पूरे से देखो तुम पृथ्वी की वाट लगी पूरे से देखो तुम पृथ्वी की वाट लगी सांस गई 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 ऊपर से देखो तुम पृथ्वी की सांस गई दूषण से देखो तुम पृथ्वी की सांस गई सूख रही 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 नदियाँ जो बहती थी आज देखो सूख रही नदियाँ जो बहती थी आज देखो सूख रही आग लगी 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 अरे रुको क्या हुआ भैया क्या हुआ
अरे भैया बंटादार हुआ।
बंटादार हुआ
अरे हाँ,
कैसे हुआ
अब ऐसे ही बता दें या फिर नाटक वाटक करके दिखाएं?
भैया देखो हम हैं नाटक के बहुत बड़े शौकीन आदमी हमको दिखाओ तुम एक नाटक
अच्छा
हाँ
तो लोग आ चुके हैं,
आ चुके हैं
फिर एक गाना गा लिया जाए।
बिल्कुल तो संतोष भैया लगाइए ढोलक
चले आओ चले आओ चले आओ भैया,
चले आओ चले आओ चले आओ भैया
लगेगी अठन्नी न लगेगा रुपैया,
लगेगी अठन्नी न लगेगा रुपैया
चले आओ चले आओ भैया,
चले आओ चले आओ चले आओ भैया
भैया जी तुम भी आना संग भाभी मैया,
भैया जी तुम भी आना संग भाभी मैया
दत्ता जी तुम भी आना संग दादी मैया,
दत्ता जी तुम भी आना संग दादी मैया
नाटक देखो
बढ़िया भाई।
लो चिप्स खाओ, 1 मिनट। हाँ खाओ।
अबे लेस लेके आते हो, 2 निकलता है इसमें।
अबे खाओ।
अबे हम एक चीज देखे हैं,
हाँ देखे हो।
सरकार में कामचोरी बहुत करती है।
हाँ वो तो
अब यहाँ कूड़ा वहाँ कूड़ा, ये देखो कूड़ा यहाँ कूड़ा, हर जगह कूड़ा पड़ा है।
देखो भाई, कूड़े का एक कारण है, सरकार पैसा बेचती है,
हाँ।
खाने में आता है, आगे खा जाता है कि नहीं? अबे चिप्स भी खा देख रहे।
ए भैया एक बातें पूछ ले। पूछ।
अभी आप कह रहे थे सरकार की कार्य नहीं करती है, सरकार की तनख्वाह देती है, तो बस खत्म का। मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, ये कूड़ा जो फैला रहा है वो कौन फैला रहा है? हम या सरकार?
अरे पहले तो जरा ये बताइए कि आप हैं कौन जो फ्री का ज्ञान बांटे चले जा रहे हैं। आपसे किसी ने पूछा है क्या? नहीं ना। अभी ये बताइए, हम सरकार को टैक्स देते हैं, सब लोग देते हैं, जनता देती है, तो हमारा काम है कूड़ा फैलाना, और उनका दायित्व तो है कि सफाई कर्मचारी को भेजकर उसको साफ करो। ये क्या गलत बोल दिया?
तो हमारा क्या दायित्व? क्या हमारे दायित्व नहीं कि हमें अपनी पृथ्वी को साफ रखना चाहिए?
ध्यान देना।
नहीं। ये बताइए, आपको पता है भारत में कितना कचरा पैदा होता है? मैं बताता हूँ। विश्व बैंक की रिपोर्ट के अनुसार भारत में लगभग 270 मिलियन टन ठोस अपशिष्ट पैदा होता है। अब ये बताइए, इतना कचरे कहाँ जाए? तो सरकार कैसे इसका अकेले समाधान करेगी? क्या हमें सहयोग नहीं करना चाहिए? क्या आम जनता को सहयोग नहीं करना चाहिए? क्योंकि इतना काम कर रहे हैं, कूड़ा उठा के डस्टबिन में डाल देना, ये करते हैं क्या भैया?
अरे गाड़ी वाला आया कचरे कचरा निकाल, गाड़ी वाला आया कचरे कचरा निकाल। देख तू कहाँ वाला पहले की बीमारी होगा सबका बुरा हाल। अरे कचरा आ गया भाई, कचरा हो गया।
दबाना नहीं है भाई कर्मचारी। अभी आप लोग आगे लगा के हंस रहे थे ना कि सरकार की कार्य नहीं करती, नशा खाती है।
वो देखिए कैसे सूखा कूड़ा,
गीला कूड़ा अलग अलग एकत्रित कर रहा है,
और कैसे वो बायोडिग्रेडेबल वेस्ट
को भी अलग इकट्ठा कर रहा है।
हाँ भैया, असल में हम लोगों को बताया गया कि कैसे गीला कचरा, कैसे सूखा कचरा अलग अलग एकत्रित करना। सरकार ने भी कई प्रयास किए हैं। 3 तरीके के डिब्बे रखवाए गए हैं सार्वजनिक स्थानों पर। पहला है हरा डिब्बा, जिसमें हम गीला कचरा एकत्रित करते हैं। गीला कचरा जैसे कि रसोई घर से निकलने वाला कचरा, फल सब्जियों के छिलके आदि, और पूजा में भी जो हम फूल पत्ती चढ़ाते हैं वो, इसके साथ चाय पत्ती वगैरह, ये सब आता है गीले कचरे में। अब बात करें अगर सूखे कचरे की, तो वो हम नीले डिब्बे में डालते हैं, गीला कचरा हरे डिब्बे में, और नीला जो है नीले में सूखा कचरा, जैसे कि प्लास्टिक की बोतल, दूध के रैपर, प्लास्टिक का सामान, ये सब सूखे कचरे में। अब बात आती है लाल या काले डिब्बे की, तो इसमें हम डालते हैं खतरनाक ठोस अपशिष्ट, जैसे कि बायोमेडिकल वेस्ट, एक्सपायर दवाइयाँ, कॉन्डम और सैनिटरी नैपकिन, डायपर, ये सब आता है लाल या काले रंग के डिब्बे में।
बिल्कुल सही बात कह रहे हो मेरे भाई, समझे। और इसी प्रयास के अंतर्गत भारत स्वच्छता गठबंधन का गठन 25 जून 2015 को फिक्की के तत्वाधान में दिल्ली में किया गया। अब भारत स्वच्छता गठबंधन जो कि एक बहुहितधारक मंच है, जो कि निजी क्षेत्र, सरकारी संस्थाओं और नागरिक समाज समूहों और वित्तीय संस्थानों, मीडिया, दाताओं, विशेषज्ञों के साझा से एक मॉडल तैयार करती है और उन्हें स्वच्छता के क्षेत्र में कार्य करने के लिए एक साथ लेकर आती है। अब भारत स्वच्छता गठबंधन अनेक है, वो कुछ ऐसी वैसी चीज नहीं है, वो स्वयं 50 से अधिक स्वच्छता के कार्यक्रमों में अपना प्रतिनिधित्व कर चुकी है। यहाँ तक कि सरकारी समितियों ने भी निजी क्षेत्र को भागीदारी के लिए अपनी आवाज दी कि भाई आप भी आइए, थोड़ा सहयोग करिए। और पता है, हमने तो केस छोड़ी पड़ी थी जिसमें ये लिखा था कि कैसे पीएसआई ने हर घर जाकर लोगों को जागरूक किया और समझाया कि जो सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट में वो कैसे अपनी भूमिका निभा सकते हैं। समझ रहे हैं, घर घर जाकर प्रयास करे जा रहे हैं।
हाँ, हमने सुना था इसके बारे में, हम लखनऊ में ही थे। ऐसा था कि हम लोग गए वहां पर कूड़ा इकट्ठा करने, तो लोगों ने कचरा देने से मना कर दिया, उन्होंने कहा हम नहीं देंगे। तो इसके लिए पीएसआई इंडिया ने, म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन ने, महिला आरोग्य समिति ने, मोहल्ला स्वच्छता समिति ने मिलकर लोगों को समझाया। धीरे धीरे पहले कुछ लोग माने, फिर और भी लोग माने, और धीरे धीरे ये अभ्यास का हिस्सा हो गया। और लखनऊ म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन ने डोर टू डोर कचरा कलेक्शन का भी प्रोग्राम चलाया, जहाँ पर छोटी गाड़ियां जाती थी, कचरा कलेक्ट करती थी।
आई समस्या और आ गया। समस्या ये आई कि 560 लोगों ने लखनऊ वन ऐप पर एक शिकायत दर्ज करी कि कुछ कचरा गाड़ियां जो है वो कचरे को मोहल्लों के आसपास, झुग्गी बस्तियों के आसपास गिरा देते हैं। तो इसके समाधान के लिए म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन ने, CSI इंडिया के साथियों ने, मोहल्ला स्वच्छता समिति के साथियों ने, महिला आरोग्य समिति के साथियों ने एक समन्वय बैठक करी जिसमें ये निस्तारण किया गया कि कैसे इस कूड़े का निस्तारण किया जाए और एक सतत चलने वाली प्रक्रिया बनाई जाए।
भैया देखो, हमको पूरी बात समझ में आ गई है। आप जो हम चिप्स का पैकेट इधर बेचे थे ना भैया, ये हम डालेंगे। बहुत बढ़िया। अच्छा, हम एक चीज ये जानना चाह रहे थे कि अगर इन सारी चीजों के बारे में अगर हम लोग जानना चाहें तो कैसे जानेंगे? भाई जैसे हम जाने वैसे आप जान जाओगे, जैसे आप जान जाओगे वैसे ये सब जान जाएंगे। देखिए, पिछले हर साल एक बुक लॉन्च करता है जिसमें तमाम तरह की केस चोरी पड़ी होती है। हमने एक केस चोरी वहीं से पढ़ी और पता है इस साल 2022 में विकी 2 नहीं बल्कि 21 नई केस चोरी लॉन्च कर रहा है। उसे पढ़ने के बाद आपको जोश आए, कोई कहानी आप पढ़ेंगे तो आप खुद स्वच्छ भारत मिशन में आगे बढ़कर हिस्सा लेंगे।
क्या बात है, एक गाना हो जाए,
हो जाए, हमें सुनना है।
नए जमाने का घराना स्वच्छता अपना घर गाँव मोहल्ला स्वच्छ भारत हमें बनाना,
स्वच्छ भारत हमें बनाना, स्वच्छ भारत हमें बनाना।
बहुत कहीं मैंने पढ़ा हमको अपना घर दिखाना, पानी के आदत को जन जन तक हमको है पहुँचाना,
जन जन तक हमको पहुँचाना, जन जन तक हमको पहुँचाना।
कूड़े का हो सही ठिकाना, नीले हरे काले डिब्बों का राज बताना, हमको तो 36 का तरीका जन जन तक पहुँचाना,
तरीका जन जन तक पहुँचाना, तरीका जन जन तक पहुँचाना, तरीका जन जन तक पहुँचाना।
तो भैया ये थी एक कहानी। अभी हम एक कहानी और आपको दिखाएंगे। जल्दी से ले चलते हैं आपको दूसरी कहानी की ओर। ये नालियाँ कैसे खुली पड़ी? बताओ, सड़कों में पानी जमा हुआ, नालियों पर कोई नली नहीं लगा हुआ। ऐसे तो 100 घंटे बीमारियां फैलेंगी ना। माँ, एक गिलास पानी दे दो। ये तो पीला पानी है माँ। अरे इससे ही तो बीमारियां फैलती हैं। छोटू कितने दिन से बीमार पड़ा? नजर लग गई इसी गंदे पानी की। ये गंदा पानी जो हमारे घरों से निकलता है, मसलन क्या होता है कि ये रोडों पे जमा होता है, नालियां खुली रहती हैं वहां पर जमा होता है, और यही गंदा पानी झीलों को, तालाबों को और पता नहीं नदियों को किस प्रकार से दूषित करता है। और इसके लिए हमने कोई समुचित व्यवस्था ही नहीं करी इसके निष्कासन की। मैं प्रधान जी से मिलकर आ रहा हूँ।
Nukkanatak team, I'm really sorry, but because of the paucity of time, we'll have to stop it over here. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. You can maybe continue later on. Yeah. This part you can continue later on. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, Team Vijay, for this wonderful performance. We are honored to have with us Mr. Parmeshwaran Iyer, CEO Niti Aayog, and I am told that he was an IAS in UP cadre, so this UP connection was really good to have over here. So, and I would request sir to please now officially release the compendium and address our delegates.
गुड मॉर्निंग टू ऑल ऑफ यू। और बड़ा अच्छा नुक्कड़ नाटक था, और जैसे आपने कहा स्वच्छ भारत हमको बनाना है, और मुझे लगता है करीब करीब बन चुका है, लेकिन अभी देयर इज लॉट ऑफ वर्क टू बी डन अहेड, एंड it reminded us of the task ahead. But first of all, I'd like to thank Naina, Natasha and the FICCI team, particularly the India Sanitation Coalition team, for organizing this, and also like to congratulate all the winners of the awards. Good to see old friends, good to see you, Mati, and many other familiar faces. This is a very familiar setting for me because of my previous role in the Ministry of Drinking Water and Sanitation. And I understand you have Vinny coming in the afternoon as well. Just a few thoughts on the importance of this agenda, and wanted to congratulate the coalition under Naina's leadership and her team for really taking solid and liquid waste forward. It continues to be a very important agenda, and particularly in urban areas, where I think it will be very important to work together with all the stakeholders. We have seen some very successful examples of solid and liquid waste management entirely from the private sector. And again, many states have done wonderful work, Orissa being one of them, a leading example of how to promote and encourage private participants in the solid and liquid waste space. A lot of, and if you look at just municipal wastewater alone, now, increasingly there's a realization that you need to have more and more decentralized options. We have done a lot of big wastewater treatment plants, high technology, energy intensive, sequential batch reactors, etc. But I think now we have to look at a more decentralized model. They need to go together. And I know Orissa has done a lot of work on this regard. The FHTCs, which I'm sure you have discussed here, many other states are taking it up. Maharashtra, Telangana, Andhra, Karnataka, and other states as well, including UP. So now this is an agenda which needs to be very aggressively promoted. And in NITI, we are working closely with state governments, but also with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs to take this agenda of wastewater treatment forward. And I was just talking to Naina, and I was thinking that if the Sanitation Coalition could work together with NITI, of course, but also with the states. As part of NITI's outreach to states, we have started the State Support Mission, where we are focusing on providing technical assistance to state governments. In fact, I'm going to Orissa tomorrow evening. I don't know if you're back, Mati, we should catch up there. But to see whatever are the demands of the state, particularly as they're looking towards a high growth but an inclusive growth trajectory. So if UP wants to become a $1 trillion economy, urbanization is going to be key. Right? As we know, there's a huge trend towards urbanization. By 2047, I think 50% of the country will be living in urban areas. And if you don't have basic services in urban areas, in peri-urban areas, it's going to be a big challenge. So taking solid waste management and liquid waste management forward, but involving in a sort of partnership between the government, the state government, the urban local bodies are going to play a critical role. And how do you facilitate and get private participation in this space is going to be critical. So I was flipping through the compendium of the best practices. There's been a lot of work now, but we really need to take all these to scale. And I think that's going to be the big challenge ahead. So at NITI, where I've been now about 5 months, this is, as I've repeated, a very critical agenda. We're very happy to take this forward in partnership with all the stakeholders here as well. And perhaps we should have a separate discussion on that, Naina, whenever you're free. But once again, thank you for inviting me back to your annual event. It's a pleasure to be here. Congratulations to all the winners, and thank the organizers once again for inviting me. I'm sorry, I've got to leave very soon, but if there are any quick questions or comments, happy to stay on for a few more minutes. Thank you.
I think if we can take the opportunity of Paramayar being here in our midst, expert as he is in the field, it would be great. So what maybe we can do is take 3 questions together, and then he can look to answer that. Yeah,
Yeah.
please. Introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm Wilma Rodrigues from Sahas Zero Waste in Bangalore, and we work, we have around 20 years of work experience. We ourselves are MSME working on decentralized waste management in the private sector as a social enterprise. The conflict that comes today is, whilst we talk of circular economy and resource recovery through waste management, on one hand, there's so much of work done on segregation, etc. But on the other hand, there's quite a bit of push towards burning of resources on waste to energy. So how do we, especially in places like Karnataka, where there's so much of work being done, how do we reconcile this kind of conflict that is coming about?
Any other questions so that we could answer these together? Mati, anything from you in terms of the state? He has a private audience. Yeah. Ishan? Yeah. Yeah, there's a question here. Just let's quickly.
Is there another one?
Yeah. I have one question. Can we look at scale up when you're talking about scaling up of good practices which are already in the compendium? Can SHGs, the self-help groups in the cities, be engaged nationally as well? Because many states don't have that model. So do you have any thoughts on that?
Sure, let me come back on both the questions. The first question which came...
There's a third one there. This last one.
Yeah. My answers will have to be shorter then, that's fine.
I'm Anjali Raina. I work for Harvard Business School, but I'm a very concerned citizen, so I'm asking this as a private citizen. I love the mountains, and there's a lot of tourism in the mountains, there's a lot of trekking, but our most beautiful areas in the mountains where people trek are littered. And of course, the most terrible example is in Mussoorie, where from the airport, there's dirt along the highway. But even in remote areas where people go for trekking, people drop kachra. And in addition to private and public participation, I really believe that media education to change behavior of individuals is very important. The government has done this before in many ways, and if you can have a partnership with media agencies to do a campaign, just like you're doing awards. So the question is really, can you do something to change behavior, and what are you doing to change the behavior of individuals? This beautiful example of this theatre in the morning was one example, but there could be more. So that's the question. And great question, Anjali, because he drove the Swachh Bharat mission behavior change, so no better person to answer that one. But go ahead.
So let me just try to quickly respond to all 3. So on the first question from Bangalore, the circular economy mission, which actually Niti is driving, is in which solid waste management is a key component, is becoming increasingly important in terms of recovery of materials. It's got a huge climate impact in terms of reduction of emissions, but it's also leads to growth. It's got an economic return. And it creates jobs as well. Now, how can that be taken forward at a municipal level? Now, clearly, the local body, so I don't know, the Municipal Corporation of Bangalore, because this is something which obviously cannot be done entirely by the urban body or the local government. You've got to involve, like the Nukkad Natak showed us, everyone has got to get involved, citizens, people who live in the community. But there's got to be a framework for engagement. And I think that's an important responsibility of the municipal corporation, which I presume they're doing. But as part of the civic engagement of the municipal corporation, increasingly many corporations are taking this forward, not just in metros, but also in tier 2 and 3 cities. Now, that's something we can help work with, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. I think that's what they're trying to do in Swachh Bharat Urban as well. And, the Joint Secretary, Rupa, I don't know if she's not coming today, but we are happy to follow up with Mahua on that. But I think that's important. And that engagement, which is happening organically, perhaps needs to be done in a more systematic way. On the behavior, on SHGs, as you said, there are many states which have taken forward SHG, the movement in a very big way, like Bihar with its Jivika. There are many states which have done it. Now, some states may not have taken it to that level, but there's a clear role for SHGs in multiple development areas, including in sanitation, including in solid waste management. And if there's an issue in a particular state, your question was, can it be done nationally? Ideally, you want to engage with the local body, but if it's not happening or it's not effective, then that needs to be raised to the state level. National, there are programs. The NRLM is all about promoting SHGs, and in terms of frameworks and systems, we can work with the Ministry of Rural Development to take that forward. On behavior change, absolutely. So that's what the Swachh Bharat mission was doing. That's what the Nukkad Natak was about. And I know there is I think it's called a responsible tourism. Mandy and team, what do? They do this stuff, right? So clearly, it's also, if you want to do tourism in India, you want to promote it aggressively, you better have clean places around, and you better have better behavior by tourists and by the locals. So behavior change is at the heart of all these programs, whether it's the Swachh Bharat mission, the Jal Jeevan mission, conserve water, how do you deal with solid waste at an individual level. And you might have heard that the Prime Minister's program called Lifestyle for the Environment, which Niti sort of curated, and we're working now with, it's with the Ministry of Environment for us to implement, to roll out. But that's all about how can individuals and communities contribute to a safer environment, and actually you can also contribute to reducing emissions. So it's got climate impact as well. So there's a lot of work to be done. We have got a behavior insights unit in Niti, which focuses on behavior change and tries to mainstream it into all programs in government and outside. And this is an area which we are focused upon. We are happy to collaborate with the coalition, but with others as well. So I think there's a big agenda going forward. It's up to all of us to join together and sort of make it happen. Thank you.
So we're very fortunate to have Param here with us. He needs to run, and therefore we will leave right now. Natasha, I'll leave you to do the summation of yesterday, which we had cut short. All right. Thanks. See you.
Just before, sir. Green tree certificate. Green tree certificate. Okay, Natasha ma'am. Green tree certificate का announcement करूँ कि नहीं? Before sir leaves, is there just 2 minutes, because we wanted to give you a green tree certificate, sir.
I get one every year. Why don't I send someone?
Come, quickly. Yeah.
I've got a few of these.
But you have a forest now. This may be the Sundar ones.
Yeah.
Come.
6 trees. Wow, it's nice. Thanks. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. And I would request the Nukkad Natak team to please come up once again and continue with their performance.
पानी तो एकदम पीला है। अरे इसे पीऊंगा तो बीमार हो जाऊंगा।
नल से निकाल के लाई, यही पानी तो हम लोग पीते हैं ना।
छोटू इसीलिए बीमार हुआ है। कितने दिनों से बीमार है?
3 दिन से बीमार है। अरे हमको तो लगता है हमको नजर लग गई है किसी की।
नजर लग गई है इस पानी की। ये जो गंदा पानी रोडों पर जमा है, यही पानी जाता है झीलों में, तालाबों में, नदियों में। तो कैसे ना आदमी बीमार पड़े। ये पानी भूमिगत जल को भी नुकसान पहुंचाता है। मैं प्रधान जी से लिख के आता हूँ। चाचा,
अरे हाँ भैया गुड्डू, क्या हाल चाल?
चाचा नमस्ते। चाचा प्रधान जी को बुला दीजिए।
कब आए शहर से?
आज ही आए।
प्रधान से मिला क्या?
हाँ।
अरे प्रधान आओ।
आए।
आओ
नहीं।
हमारी का
आ जाओ।
गुड्डू आवाज।
गुड्डू
हाँ
आएगा।
ए, आओ।
अरे गुड्डू यार, कैसे हो यार? हैप्पी बर्थडे यार। प्रधान जी मेरा काम से आए। काम से? और शहर में सब कुछ ठीक ठीक है? जी प्रधान जी, सब ठीक। अरे भाई, हमने शहर के बारे में जो सुना है, वहाँ पे बड़े बड़े अस्पताल हैं, बड़े बड़े डॉक्टर हैं, सब आसानी से सही हो जाते हैं मरीज लोग, पता है? लेकिन हमारे गांव में बड़ी दिक्कत आ गई है। क्या? अपना चिंटू है ना, चिंटू। हाँ। अरे करीब 4 दिन से बीमार है, समझे? वो डॉक्टर शत्रुघ्न है, वो दवा देते हैं, सुबह सही हो जाता है, शाम में फिर बीमार हो जाता है। प्रधान जी बीमार तो होगा ही ना। गांव की नालियां खुली पड़ी हैं, पानी जमा हो रहा है गड्ढों में, यही पानी जा रहा है तालाब में। कोई व्यवस्था ही नहीं निष्कासन की सही पानी की। ये जो पानी निकलता है, ये हमारे रसोई घर से, स्नान गृह से और बर्तन धुलने से, इसे कहते हैं ग्रे वाटर, और इसके निस्तारण की कोई व्यवस्था ही नहीं, जबकि इसको रिसाइकिल किया जा सकता है। मतलब गुड्डू ये बताओ, ये जो ग्रे वाटर तुम बताए हो, इसको रिसाइकल कैसे करेंगे? कई तकनीकें आ गई हैं प्रधान जी। अरे तो बताओ तकनीकें। अभी कुछ दिन पहले मैंने फिक्की की किताब में ही पढ़ा, उन्होंने एक केस स्टोरी दी थी राजस्थान के डूंगरपुर शहर की। वहां पर हुआ ये कि वहां एक झील थी, खेत सागर थी, और उसके पास में एक तालाब था। तो वहां पर नीदरलैंड की सरकार के द्वारा ODF प्लस समर्थित एक कार्यक्रम था, जिसमें फिनिश सोसाइटी ने इस झील का और तालाब का कायाकल्प भी बदल दिया। तो वहां पर एक पक्षी अभ्यारण्य बना दिया, एक पार्क का निर्माण कर दिया, और उसे बहुत आसानी से तो उन्होंने उपचार तकनीकें लगाई। इन्होंने दोनों उपचार तकनीकों के बीच में लगभग 1 से 2 किलोमीटर का फासला रखा। पहली उपचार तकनीक थी इनकी हॉरिजॉन्टल कंस्ट्रक्टेड वेटलैंड। इसमें क्या होता है कि एकदम से प्राकृतिक आर्द्र भूमि होती है, समझ लो एकदम सेम वैसे बना देते हैं, बस एक कृत्रिम होती है, मानव निर्मित। और दूसरी थी मूवेबल बेड बायोरिएक्टर फिल्म। अब इसके माध्यम से उन्होंने बिल्कुल तालाब और झील का एकदम काया पलट कर दिया। जहाँ से दुर्गंध आती थी वहाँ टूरिस्ट घूमने लगे हैं। अब गुड्डू ये बताओ, हमको ये तुम्हारी बहुत अच्छी लगी बात, लेकिन अब हमें क्या है कि अपने गांव को भी गांधी जी के मार्ग पे ले जाना है कि नहीं? गांव के लिए भी कई ऐसी तकनीकें आ गई हैं, जैसे बोट पाइप प्रणाली, जैसे मिट्टी की संरचना के आधार पर सामुदायिक लिस्पिट का निर्माण करना, और वेस्ट स्टेबलाइजेशन प्लांट का निर्माण करना। तो इसके माध्यम से तो एकदम से बढ़िया नालियों को धकवा दीजिए और ग्रे वाटर रिसाइकिल कर दीजिए। इसका उपयोग भी कर सकते हैं, जैसे कि मसलन सिंचाई में हम इसका उपयोग कर सकते हैं, गाड़ी धुलने में इसका उपयोग कर सकते हैं। प्रधान जी, प्रयास आपको करना होगा। भाई हमको तुम्हारी ये जो योजना है गुड्डू, तुम शहर पढ़ने गए, हमको बहुत अच्छा लगा और तुमको लेके आए हो, इसीलिए तुम्हें वापस बात करके भेजे थे हम। सुनो सुक्रवन, गुड्डू जो कहा है नोट कर लो, अब यही गांव में हम अपने करवाएंगे। और गुड्डू तुम लीड करोगे इसको। ठीक है प्रधान जी, चलो।
जी हाँ दोस्तों, हम जिस मकसद के लिए यहाँ इकट्ठा हुए हैं, वो बुक यहाँ पे बस थोड़ी ही देर में लॉन्च की जाएगी।
हो चुकी मैडम, अभी हो चुकी। जब तक पहले होना था ना, हम तो थोड़ा सा लेट चकरा जाते हैं।
उसमें जो है बदलाव की बहुत सारी कहानियाँ हैं, जैसे कि कूड़े का निस्तारण कैसे किया जाए और जल से वापस से जीवन कैसे भरा जाए। ये तो भविष्य की योजना है, ये स्वप्न नहीं है, ये एकमात्र विकल्प है 8 अरब की आबादी के लिए, वरना ये पृथ्वी बचेगी ही कहाँ।
इसीलिए कहना है, क्या कहना है? लाना है, लाना है, लाना है। लाना है, लाना है, लाना है। हम सबको बदला होगा।
for this wonderful performance. Thank you. I would now like to hand over the mic to my colleague, Ms. Naomi Ghadiali.
Thank you, Mithali. A very good morning to everyone here. We now move to the next piece for the day, which are the panel discussions. We have an exciting set of discussions curated for this year's Conclave, which showcase some of the largest challenges facing the wash sector. Our first session is a dialogue with various civil government and private sector intermediaries who are involved in researching solutions to challenges faced by the 5 million sanitation workers, titled Understanding Sanitation Workers' Safety, Policies, Challenges and the Role of the Government and Private Sector. Nearly every week there are reports in the newspapers of sanitation workers involved in serious accidental, more often fatal. For a few days, the same newspaper will carry stories of measures that will be enacted to ensure that such incidences do not occur in the future, till there is a next such report. The panel will deliberate on understanding the policies that govern sanitation workers' rights, identifying gaps where the private sector could engage in participating through various initiatives as was required during the recent pandemic, and with a longer-term view, looking for solutions to their key challenges. Without further ado, let me call on stage our moderator, Ms. Meghna Malhotra, Deputy Director, UMC, and our speakers, Mr. G. Mathivatnan, Principal Secretary, Housing and Urban Development, Government of Odisha, Ms. Anuradha Shankar, CEO Tech in IIT Palakkad, and Mr. Asif Sheikh, Founder Jan Sahas. Over to you, Meghna.
A very good morning, and thanks, Naomi, for the introductions. I'll just briefly give a little context before we set off. And as Naomi mentioned, I work with Urban Management Center, a not-for-profit organization that works towards making cities work for everyone. And we've been working very closely on sanitation-based livelihoods and how convergence between SBM and the whole urban livelihoods mission can lead to ensuring safer sanitation livelihoods. Sanitation work, and I think it's been talked a lot since yesterday also, is one of the most hazardous professions that involves exposure to occupational safety risks, such as exposure to poisonous gases, fecal sludge, and its informal nature further compounds their vulnerable position, leaving workers with no formal social, financial, or occupational redressal mechanisms and benefits. Sanitation workers form the closest link between providing the most essential sanitation services to our communities, and like the whole theme of this conclave is wash and its future and the focus that we want to bring. During the COVID wave, we saw them being acknowledged as frontline workers. We saw news of them being showered with flowers, etc. But there's a huge difference. Is this a profession of their choice? Is there safety and dignity in the work that we do? Even as a nation, as we are progressing towards achieving our objectives of achieving SDG 6 goals, which are clean water and sanitation, but at what costs to SDG 3, which is health, and SDG 8, which is decent work and livelihood for the workers themselves. Even with the prohibition of employment of manual scavengers and the Rehabilitation Act in 2013, and several pioneering initiatives, and we'll hear a lot about it today, like the Garima scheme in Odisha, as well as some very pioneering initiatives taken by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, such as the Safai Mitra Suraksha Challenge, but we still keep hearing of deaths. Just last month, there were more than 20 deaths of workers from all across India. So in this context, this conclave has come at a very opportune time. It is time to reflect whether has anything changed for sanitation workers. Do we know the universe of workers enough in terms of numbers? Who are they? Do they continue to be invisible? Is the progress that we are making on mechanization of sanitation enough? So the topic which is titled today, Understanding Sanitation Workers' Safety Landscape in India, Policies, Challenges and the Role of Government and Private Sector, attempts to answer these questions. It covers both aspects, learning from what has worked and how can we amplify, expedite safety and dignity to sanitation workers. I'm thrilled and honored and very privileged to have an illustrious set of experts today from various stakeholders, including the government, academia, and the civil society to partake in this engaging conversation over the next hour or so. The idea is to get a glimpse of experiences that these decision makers, practitioners, and thought leaders have had, and what we can leverage as a collective understanding as we move ahead as a nation into the sanitation and water-led policies and schemes. So a very, very warm welcome, Mr. G. Vatnan, Principal Secretary, Housing and Urban Development Department, Government of Odisha. He's an IS officer of the 1994 batch of the Odisha cadre, and he has led some of the flagship urban development missions at the state, such as the Garima, a scheme for dignity and safety of manual scavengers, the Odisha Livable Habitat Mission, or as it's popularly called, the Jaga Mission, Universal Access to Piped Water Supply, Basudha, Sujal scheme, which is a 24/7 drink from tap mission, the decentralized SHG-led solid waste management system in all cities of Odisha, decentralized septage management, the urban wage employment initiative, which is called Mukta, and he has been bringing focused attention to uplift the quality of life for the marginalized communities in our cities. Welcome, Ms. Anuradha Shankar, CEO of the Technology Innovation Foundation of IIT Palakkad, or TechIn. She also heads this Global Center for Excellence in Sanitation. Ms. Shankar has more than 4 years of consultancy and 11 years of entrepreneurial skills and 8 years as a professional in the software industry with leading organization. And at TechIn, she's been responsible for conducting programs for the students on inventive methods, design thinking, creative thinking, basics of entrepreneurship, brainstorming with them on problem statements, and she's incubating currently several tech innovations, especially in the sector of sanitation. Welcome, Mr. Ashif Sheikh, co-founder of Jan Sahas. Mr. Sheikh is a human rights activist who has pledged his life to eliminate slavery and end violence based on caste and gender, including caste-based commercial sexual exploitation, manual scavenging, and forced labor, as well as to support victims to access justice and social protection. Jan Sahas, which was born in 2000 with 12 volunteers, is now a huge team of more than 800 members and about 7,000 volunteers across 14,000 villages in across India. He's also formed the Rashtriya Garima Abhiyan, which is a membership-based organization of women who have liberated themselves from manual scavenging, and these women have become role models for other Dalit women to break the silence. So very warm welcome to all of you. We'll make it as participatory, and I think we'll keep moving questions from across. And after this panel discussion, we have a very interesting presentation as well on a very specific aspect of mental health of sanitation workers. So, I think, Mati sir, I think starting straight with you, when we evaluate this whole conundrum of ensuring safety of workers, what are your first thoughts, sir? What are we doing, and what does the Garima scheme as one of the first schemes really offer, sir?
Yeah, thank you so much. When we talk about safety of workers, dignity and safety of workers, I would like to point out that within the broad spectrum of, wide spectrum of sanitation workers, we do have a small, minuscule percentage where the safety is at risk at every second of their work. Not everyone in the sanitation spectrum has that kind of threat to their life. Unlike the scavengers or the manual scavengers. Manual scavengers, we don't actually we don't admit that they exist, but they do exist. In fact, it's a very difficult situation for a bureaucrat to say that manual scavengers do exist. So, since I am from the urban department and the cities come under our department, from time to time we are required to send monthly progress report or periodical reports giving undertaking about how many manual scavengers are there, how many have been rehabilitated. And traditionally we have been giving a nil report, and that's a practice. Give a nil report so that you will not be questioned. So it's easy. If you give even one, then everybody would be pouncing on you. What are you doing about it? So you become an accused kind of thing. You become an abettor. So it's a crime as per the act. So it's banned. You can't say that. So every time we sign a report, our conscience pinches. And you move around the city and you is it there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. No. You come across these kind of reports that so many people continue to die in the sewer systems, and you continue to sign reports saying that manual scavengers are not there. They have been rehabilitated. It's very painful to be in that hypocritic situation, continuing to deny. But every now and then it gets exposed. Even in Odisha there were deaths everywhere. So we decided that it's a generational injustice that's being perpetuated, and we need to stand up and say that though we don't want them, but they do exist. Manual scavenging exists. That's the reason that they die. So then if you accept, then what do we do about it? You can't simply accept and keep quiet about it. So you have to do something. So what are we going to do about their safety, dignity, welfare? Then we need to have a kind of scheme which comprehensively addresses the whole lot of issues. So when we take up the proposal, when we took it up with our Honorable Chief Minister, saying that we continue to deny, but they do exist and the numbers vary. We don't know how many people are there because we have never done sincerely we have never done the survey, and there was no intent so far. We need to do that, and we need to take care of them. If you are accepting that, acknowledging that they do exist, then we need to take care of them. Then Honorable Chief Minister he didn't even he waited for a second. Immediately he said, yes, we must do. It was a meeting of senior bureaucrats. The finance secretary, naturally living up to his department loyalty, he said, what would be the financial implications? I don't know the numbers. How can I say? I don't know what is required. I can't. Then the Chief Minister looked at him and said that, how does it matter? That was more than enough for us. When Chief Minister said that it has to be done, and financial implication, how does it matter? Come what may, it has to be done. So that's how Garima scheme was given birth. It happened during COVID, and we have gone into depth, and the first thing which we focused was on the safety. Not safety of the worker, safety of the work. Whoever does that, the work environment has to be safe, because all of us work in a safe environment, and there has to be a dignity in that work. So how do we ensure that? Let us talk about welfare much later. Immediately we think, the moment you talk about sanitation workers, we say that we come up with the fancy ideas that all these cesspool vehicles have to be, you have to form an association of those sanitation workers, and then they should organize loan and then give them the cesspool vehicle, let them run it. All these hi-fi ideas don't work. We are still in the basic. We are in the basement. We are not at the ground level. They have to be brought up to the ground level. Then you can think of, giving more and more value, economic value, all those things. Their life is at stake. Every time when they enter into the sewer, they are not sure whether they will come out or not. How many people will die? That's how our journey started. We started with the safety, dignity, and now we have done the enumeration. Thanks to UMC. In fact, that has been a wonderful experience with the UMC. When Manvita madam came to me in 2018, and they came on a Swachh Bharat mission assignment. He said that there is a vertical to bring convergence between Swachh Bharat mission and NULM, National Urban Livelihood Mission, to to improve upon the agency of the sanitation workers and increase their economic, bring in more and more economic activities, rehabilitation, all those things. I listened to them and then said that it's fine, we can do that. But why not we work on these manual scavengers? If you don't work, who else will work? How long we can hide our eyes and then pretend that they don't exist, as if we do in the traffic signal begging and all. What do? How do you react to a beggar? You just pretend that you have not seen and seeing the mobile. You look the other way, but they do exist, especially in this kind of winter. So we have a duty. So I spoke to them. They took it seriously. I said that it's fine, it's very fancy to work on convergence between SBM and the NULM and all, but this is one area where we have not done enough. The life is at risk. How many people are dying? Can't we do something to save them? Can't we create a system where the sewer worker cannot die? That kind of safety, that kind of dignity, can't we? We are willing. I said that you will not find a state government which wants to do it. We are willing to do it. I am not asking you to give me a low cost solution. You give me a solution. You work with us. Come up with the legislation. Come up with a scheme. Work with us. I gave the challenge. Thanks to Manvita madam, she came back to me. She took it seriously and then came back to me. Said, yes sir, we are ready to work with you. Then we brought in the like-minded people, including Bezwada Wilson, then the consultation, all those things. We started asking him, what are you fighting for? What do you want? What are required? Tell us. We will make a scheme. So he was our advisor. The Garima, thanks to Manvita ma'am, we brought all those key champions. We asked them to, you devise the scheme. What is required for you? You have been fighting for them. So that's the scheme. Whatever is there, it's a need based. It's the stakeholders who wanted those, we have kept it. And believe me, whatever has been decided by the advisory group, it has been notified without any correction. Nobody was allowed to touch any provision because the Honorable CM was committed to the cause. He said it has to be done at come what may. So that's the reason that usually finance, get into that and play around. So blanket approval, all these things on saturation mode. Enumerate, identify, take care, and then take care of the entire family. That's how that scheme has been. Thanks to organizations like UMC, who supported us, and if today Garima is there, I can say at least in 6 sewer cities, it is very difficult for a sewer entry professional. That is the designation we have given. We don't call them a sanitation worker. Sewer entry professional. It's very difficult for a sewer entry professional to die in the sewer system. It's very difficult. So we have built the system in such a way, thanks to UMC and our partners.
Thank you so much, sir. So one very often component that we hear in the narrative is that let's have mechanization, let's give safety devices, let's give PPEs. But what else is as part of Garima? How did you ensure the convergence with other departments like labor to even ensure minimum wages for workers, sir? See,
This is the scheme. Oh, sorry. So first we started with the safety devices, we started with the mechanization, all we started simultaneously to bring in safety in their work environment, safety devices to ensure that there is dignity. So unfortunately what happens that I must say that the safety devices, the gadgets, the gears which are there in the market today for the sanitation worker, you can't wear it. They are not wearable, because we have not made it for us, we have made it for somebody. So it's not much thought, not much mind or research has gone into it. That's the reason that they don't wear it. It's so difficult. If you wear it, you can't work. So uncomfortable. And you have one material, one size for everybody, for every season. So that was the realization we got, that we have safety devices, we have all these safety gadgets, safety gears and all, which cannot be. So we started working with the private sector to improve upon it. So to focus on the research and then come up with various materials, designs, all those things. Simultaneously we started working on the other things, like how do we increase the wage. Then we realized, it was a shock, I don't know how many of you are aware, that the labor department notifies the wage rate, that everybody knows. There is something called Minimum Wages Act, and under the Minimum Wages Act there are categories of workers. You have highly skilled, you have skilled, you have semi-skilled, you have unskilled. You have 4 categories. Believe me, the sanitation workers are not listed in any of these categories. If you say that they are invisible workers, actually they are invisible. Even for the labor department, they are invisible. They don't figure in any of these lists. Since they don't figure in any of the lists, so they are paid either unskilled or less than that. Their wages have not been protected. So the first thing what we have done is that we brought the labor and ESI department on board, formed a committee and started working with how much should be the wages. So we got them included in, what we did is that even if you take the sanitation workers, there are various spectrums. This Garima scheme is only for the sanitation workers who deal with the fecal matter directly, who handle the fecal matter. So there are few works that deal with the fecal matter: toilet cleaning, drain desilting, because people defecate over the drain, and then, or people have this toilets but they don't have septic tanks, it's directly flushed into the drain, it has to be cleaned, so you get fecal matter. And you have the sewage treatment plant, you have the septic treatment plant where the raw sewage, semi-digested sewage or fully digested septage come and you handle it directly. The next is the sewer system, underground sewer system, sewer entry professional. These are the 4 categories. You have to, all cannot be. A toilet cleaner do not have that kind of safety risk. There is no risk of life if you are cleaning the toilet. If you are cleaning the drain, you are desilting a drain, there is no risk. You are safe. But dignity is not there, that's a different thing. But safety is not at stake. But if you are getting into a sewer system, sewer line, inspection chamber or a septic tank inside, then your life is at risk. There is a death threat. So you cannot categorize everything and give one benefit. So we categorized the works into grade 1 and grade 2. Severe into grade 1, not so severe, where there is no risk of death, into grade 2. So grade 1 we put it on the skilled work category. So it was nowhere in the 4 lists, we put them in the top, skilled, highly skilled, and then the grade 2 as the skilled work. And then there was a sudden, and we brought out the notification. Suddenly the wages have gone up by 50%. immediately it was given effect, and then we thought that there is hazardous in nature. Whoever is employed in an hazardous environment, they get hazardous allowance in industry, mines, wherever. So these people also are entitled. So we introduced something called hazardous or risk allowance. You will find the notification. It's a gazette notification for that. Risk and hardship allowance. 20% of their wages are paid as the risk and hardship allowance. Then, coming to the working hours, those who are working in the underground sewer system, how difficult it would be. Inside the septic tank cleaning, how difficult it would be. So everybody has 8 hours of work. Is it the same who is working in a centralized air conditioned environment with canteen, every facility, and a person who gets into the sewer system and work? How can both have the same number of hours? It's inhuman, not justified. So that then we said that no, it can't be same. Our 8 hours can't be equated to his 8 hours. So by government order, through gazette notification, we reduced it to 6 hours, 2 hours. Then all other benefits, all these things are statutory benefits we have introduced. Then disablement, they are prone to accident, so coverage, all those things, and whatever. So that compensation, all these benefits then flew.
Sure, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. I think you really spoke about the fact that our PPs and the safety devices are, we're still not, there's no human-centric design attitude towards it.
We are still struggling.
We're still struggling, exactly. So coming to you, I think, Anuradha ji, I think to that question is like, how are there collaborations really happening between the academia, startups, and the governments who actually are at the front and who know what the challenges are? So what kind of innovation startups are emerging? So would want to hear more from.
Yeah, so I'll just step back a bit and set the context. So Global Sanitation Center of Excellence in Tekin is about toilet, sewage system, sewage treatment plant, septic tank, sewer lines, anything to do with that space, end to end, whether it's front of the toilet, back of the toilet, whatever it is. We do call for innovation challenges, and we do have startups that come in at different forms of and stages of their career path, as well as different kinds of innovation. So you have people who come with devices like Bandicoot, there's Solinas, there's a few others who are trying to clear sewage from the sewer lines and the manholes and the septic tanks. You have treatment plants which are not only centralized but also decentralized. For example, can we treat it at a community level instead of the whole sewer traveling across the city to a centralized plant? Can we treat it at a individual house level? If you're in an urban environment, yes, you have apartment blocks. But if you're not in an urban, you're in a peri-urban or in a rural setting, it's individual houses. So can we do it at, very small volumes of treatments where you are not releasing any pathogens, which is what is dangerous, and any toxic substances, and at the same time can you recover the nutrients and the energy from that. So we're also putting forward some things where you can plug something just behind your toilet, and that treats most of the grey water and the black water, and very little is released into the sewer line as such. But definitely, like sewage treatment plants today have taught us, it's installed all over the country, and there are cases where within 20 days they don't work because there aren't enough maintenance and service personnel. Public awareness of not putting sanitary pad, plastic bottle, God knows what else into the toilet does not exist. And so all that has to change. And it is a humongous task, but I think we need to start. I visited Ecuador, which is, not even as developed as India. Even a 5-year-old knows that toilet paper is to be put in the dustbin, otherwise it will clog the toilet drain, right? Public toilets, they give you 5 cents, they give you a bag of toilet paper and there are stickers everywhere, and this little 5-year-old kid is going around switching on the light, using the toilet, putting it in the dustbin, switching off the light, closing all the taps and coming out. Why can't we do it?
Sure.
I mean, yeah.
So, yes, one part of ensuring worker safety is also that we have well-designed sewer lines, well-designed septic tanks, etc., so that the safety itself is ensured. But are you getting startups, applications for innovations in PPEs, in the kind of materials at WIC, or the kind of safety gear, the kind of communication devices probably you need when somebody enters a sewer line? Are there some kind of such innovations that are coming?
PPE not so far, but maybe we will include that as another problem statement. We are working with various government entities, Kerala, Tamil Nadu and Karnataka government, local bodies. We are working with MAUA as well, they are on our governing council, to get problem statements. We are working with NGOs who work with like DICCI, Keystone Foundation, S3IDF, who are working with people in the sanitation space and trying to get problem statements from them. That is one. PPA as such, we don't have anybody, but we are trying to eliminate the need for having to go down into the sewer and manhole line. Yes, we can come up with the technology as part of the training and the mentoring. They have to go and talk to customers and they have to sit with people who are actually going to use it and redesign everything where it's going to be acceptable and useful. Not make something in our ivory tower and then say, too bad it can't sell because it's of no use. Yes.
Is there any support? Is there any support, do you think, that we need from governments to really hear from the challenges? Are we hearing enough of the real challenges from the ground?
Overall, there has been positive support. We are very young institution itself. IIT Palakkad started in 2015. The incubator started in 2020 and the global sanitation started only in February. But we have 6 startups and we're moving forward. And whatever government agencies I've been talking to at any level, and NGOs I've been talking to, private entities that have industry that I've been talking to, are very supportive and they are coming forward to help out. So we have a mandate to train maintenance and service personnel in plumbing and sanitation every year. So we're looking for collaboration with government entities because we may not have the bandwidth to train 5,000 or 10,000 people a year, but definitely we can train the training. We can do a few training sessions ourselves to understand what are the ground realities. That is one. The other is we are getting good positive feedback from government entities to have testing sites, real testing sites on the ground for all the devices that are being developed. So that is also a positive. And MAUA is now pushing for further innovations as well as complete Swachh Bharat before end of March 23 and all that. So there's a lot of positive.
Absolutely. And I think PPEs, I think like you also said, sir, that it's not a lot of huge cost. Even our calculations we were looking at, so if you have to give PPEs for any kind of a job role, the average cost comes to 4,000 rupees annually, which is equivalent to 1 cup of chai per worker per day. So it's not that really expensive. But I think coming over to you, Ashif sir, you've been working closely with workers and with manual scavengers. What according to you is the real challenge? What are we not doing right?
So first of all, I want to congratulate Mathi sir, because you initiated a very important scheme, and same time you are recognizing the problem. Because most of the time, if you are in a denial mode, you can't solve any problem, or you can't basically create any kind of like the solution. So basically that's very, very important for Odisha as well as for the country. I want to start with a positive note. So when I started my work with the manual screening community in year 2000, so at that time the government data under SRMS, the scheme for self-rehabilitation of manual screeners, basically shows that in India about 6.4 lakh like the people engage in the manual screening practice, and that's the government data. And the non-government data says about 1.2 million people, and mostly like the women from the Dalit community and mostly like from Valmiki community or Hela community engage in this kind of like the practice. But now, because we have a very powerful law, that law passed in year 2013, and lots of good provisions are there. So basically definitely like some success is there in the case of like the manual screening or Safai Karmcharis. But I think two most important point we need to understand. So the first point is कि manual screening and the Safai Karmchari work or like the hazardous cleaning, these are the three different issues. And if you want to solve or address these issues, you need to adopt different kind of strategies. So most of the time when I started my work in year 2000 and when we like try to mobilize communities, so people said कि आप आगे हो अभी community में और आपको सारा सफाई का काम बंद कराना है. And we are not against the like the cleaning work or any safai karmcharis like the livelihood or employment. So most of the time these things are confused. So I think manual screening is completely prohibited in India and is a completely banned from 1993, but now after 2013 law, this practice is completely prohibited, but still this practice is going on in few parts of India, particularly like the rural area or semi-urban areas. And I think we need to liberate all these women from this practice, because they are every day collecting the human excreta from the dry toilet, disposing the human excreta outside the village. And if you can take the example of Indian Railway, so Indian Railways is still hiring the people from the Dalit community or like the scheduled caste community for manual screening related work. So that's a very big issue. I was part of drafting committee of 2013 law, and we basically put all these like the provision in the law. Then the government form the central monitoring committee. That committee is also like working on that, but Indian Railways also is still a very big issue as far as the manual screening is concerned. The second issue, how basically society will also act and work on these issues, because most of the time people are thinking this is the technical issue, so through the technology we can solve the problem. Some people are thinking this is economical related issue, so if we can put more money we can solve the problem. But I think the most important thing as far as the India or our caste system is concerned is also very big social issue. And if we will not work with the community, and not only like with the manual screening community or Safai Karmchari community, but also with the larger community, because the Safai Karmcharis contributed a lot in public health, but nobody recognized their like the contribution in public health sector. They are contributing a lot, or their contribution was very critical during the pandemic period, but still we are not contributing not recognizing their contribution in the during the pandemic. They are also contributing in the cleaning of the cities, or even in our the development or national growth. Their contribution is very high, but as a society basically we always decrease or neglect their contribution. And I think same time they are facing lots of challenges during the work, and discrimination is a very big issue. So basically sometime when the people are went to the cleaning related work, particularly manhole or safety tank, the other people not help them just because of untouchability, because they thought कि अगर मैं इसको हाथ लगाऊंगा और ये अभी नाइट सॉइल या ह्यूमन एक्सक्रीटा के साथ डील कर रहा है और उनको हेल्प की ज़रूरत है और लोगों ने उनको हेल्प नहीं किया, एंड बेसिकली लोग वहाँ पे उनके डेथ हो गई है. तो आई थिंक इन दैट कॉन्टेक्स्ट if we can recognize their contribution and same time we can also work on other aspect. So I think in terms of technology, the 2013 law very clearly mentioned that we need 43 type of protective gear and safety device. But in most of the cases in the cities, in the urban area, semi-urban, or even in rural area, that kind of like the safety gears not procured by the local authorities or municipal corporation or Nagar Panchayat or Gram Panchayats. Also, basically the act in the act we have a provision that 12 like the safety device local authorities need to procure, and during the manhole or safety tank related cleaning work they need to provide. But that's also a big issue. So we have a law, we have like the policies, we have provision, we have a people in the municipal corporation, but only the issue is ki who will be coordinate all these things. And I think in this context, basically if we only depend on the government or the local authority, I think that's not a very powerful solution. But if we can create a like the very strong like the Gadbandhan or collaboration at a ground level, where like the government authorities, local like the civil society organization or NGOs, the private companies and the community, particularly like the Safai Karamchari community, if engage and work together, then we can solve some problem. And rehabilitation is another big issue, because in the rural area, particularly in the case of manual screening, mostly women engage in this kind of like the practice, and after the liberation of the women from the practice, rehabilitation is a very, very big issue. And sometime under the like SRMS scheme, government provide some loan and some other kind of support, but because of untouchability, because of social stigma, because of the discrimination or exclusion, these women are not able to survive their businesses. So how the government can basically provide some sustainable livelihood or income generation opportunity to the government, that's also very, very important point. And my last point is कि most of the time people like जब आप शहरों में जाते हैं लोग कहते हैं वो तो दारू पीते हैं, वो like नशा करते हैं, but I think manual scavenging or sanitation work or like the manhole cleaning related work is also very painful process for a human being. So बहुत बार वो लोग इस तरह के process में engage करते हैं, and no any mental health support initiative is exist in our country. So I think a very specific mental health support program is required for the Safai Karamcharis, because they are dealing with stigma, they are dealing with the very hazardous kind of like the occupation, and that kind of support they required. So I think if the state government or like the central government or other agencies work together and initiate some kind of like the program for mental health support to the community, that would be also very helpful for the rehabilitation. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ashif ji. And I think I pick up 2 points. And so one of them is you're saying that I think overall we have to reach out to the community at large also. कि उनका भी बहुत बड़ा दायित्व है in understanding the importance of the role that our workers play in ensuring public health. And second is, how do we really, law hai, provisions hai, but how do we monitor this really, and how can we better monitor this? So I think coming to you, Mati sir, we've seen a lot of active messaging, behavior change, and this is, we know that it's for centuries we've had this caste-based prejudices. It's very difficult to break it. But how can we really amplify, how can we bring in the citizens' role in ensuring that worker safety is happening, and how can as a state or as a government ensure very, very stringent monitoring of all of this?
That's a huge challenge before us. The regulating the sewer entry, ensuring safety of workers in the sewer system is manageable, doable. But the regulating the entry of workers inside the septic tank is something very difficult. It's not so easy, because every house you will have, whichever city, not more than 10-15% of the cities have underground sewer system. More than 80% of the cities do not have underground sewer system. They have only individual household based toilet and septic tank. So septic tank, when it comes to septic tank, it is in crores. And septic tank cleaning is a private affair between a house owner and a worker. Government doesn't come into the picture. So it's a private arrangement. What do you do? How will you regulate it? Every septic tank is a death trap. So death can happen in any septic tank. It happens. So that's a huge challenge. How do you sensitize the community? See, the thing is that whenever a desilting has to happen in a septic tank, it costs. They have to pay for it. And the payment for the cesspool vehicle as well as payment for the worker. Sometimes the cesspool vehicle comes with the worker, or the household, the house owner engages manual scavengers and then get it cleaned and then put in the drain itself. In the public drain, it's let out. So how do we regulate it? Because it's a crime. It's a crime to engage people, worker, and allow them to go inside without safety devices. Who will provide safety devices to them? The sanitation workers don't have. Nobody has provided. They are struggling for their 2 square meals a day. You can't expect them to have their full-fledged safety devices. So the government has to step in. Private household cannot have it, because my requirement, my septic tank will require the desludging once in say 4 years, 5 years, sometimes 7, 8 years if the size is big. So I can't, whenever it is required, I will do it, and it costs about 2,000 rupees, 3,000 rupees for the cesspool vehicle, for the activity. It's a huge. So somehow government has to step in. That responsibility, if you are concerned about the safety of workers, then government has to play the role. There is no alternative. You can't expect the sanitation worker to fend for themselves. It is not happening. They can't afford. You can't expect the household to do that. It's not viable. It doesn't happen. It won't happen. So, and we can't become government cannot become the silent spectator. It's pathetic. So we need to step in. In my opinion, the desludging services, the cleaning services have to be taken over by government, and it has to be performed. And you collect regular charges. Collect from every household a monthly charges, say 30 rupees, 40 rupees, 50 rupees, and it becomes the government's responsibility, or the city government, the urban local, the municipality's responsibility to get it desludged, cleaned whenever the tank is full. That kind of system has to be put in, otherwise it would be extremely difficult. Then you supply the safety devices, then you send the sanitation worker, trained sanitation worker with adequate protective devices, and you regulate it. It is possible. It can't be left to be decided by the house owner and the sanitation worker. We can't become a party to it. We will not be able to enforce the law, our own law.
No, and I think acknowledging the fact that the government really has to step in and play a very critical role when it comes to ensuring safety is very, very important. I think this has been a very, very insightful conversation, and picking up different threads. I think I would just want to wrap up that this is, it's like a five-fold kind of a mix of solutioning that we really need. First, like you said, the invisibility of workers in the sanitation service ecosystem, that's something that we need to really solve for. How do we solve for occupational hazards, the design of technology, PPEs, safety devices? Strengthen our enforcement systems due to the high informality of this work? And how do we ensure financial safety, be it wages, insurance cover, risk and hardship allowances, etc.? And the whole connect with social safety nets. And lastly, I think the whole community facing, the whole behavior change, which is, I know it's a long way to go, but we have to make a beginning. So I think would really profusely like to thank you, Mati sir, Anuradha ji, Ashif ji, who really took out time from their extremely busy schedules to be with here and talk about this very critical aspect of sanitation worker safety. And thank you so much, ISC-FICCI, to include this as a critical aspect of this whole conclave, because this is something, this remains invisible even within the sanitation workshops. So thanks for visibilizing this at least. Thank you so much, sir. I think another topic that Ashif ji mentioned was regarding mental health. And that's something that we really need to give a lot of attention. And the last presentation, and I'll invite Dr. Molly Mahajan, founder, director at 3E Worldwide, who along with her students will talk about empowering the shining magicians, a hygienic movement. This is a project undertaken to enhance the mental health of sanitation workers by educating and empowering them through a series of activities and programs. And she'll be presenting some findings from her phase 1, phase 2, and how she's going to take it to phase 3. And she's accompanied with her students Krisha, Yatri, and Brendan. Over to you, Dr. Mahajan.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Meghna. I would request Mr. Mathi and Mr. Asif to just listen to our research work because it resonates with what you just said. So if you can just be with us for next 10 minutes. Thank you so much, Meghna, and pleasure to be here. 3E works in line with the 5 SDGs, which is mental health and well-being, health, education, gender sensitization, economic growth and partnership. Being a mental health professional, always wanted to do intervention for all kinds of individuals. Born and brought up in Ahmedabad, just want to tell a story for 1 minute how I got interested into doing this research. The husband and wife family who serves as a sanitization workers around our community, they're like family. There's a joke around my house that whatever furniture or items you don't find in our house, you'll find in Kanhaiya's house. So that close we are, and I'm sure everybody who are staying in a household where since a long period of time, you have that relationship with the workers themselves. Husband had an alcohol problem, the wife had a tobacco issue. They had 2 boys and 1 girl. Girl also after marriage got into the same work. Both the boys got into the same work. Why I got interested in doing this research was that we tried to, the boys didn't like doing this work, but they tried to go outside and do some other work, they were not accepted. I tried to place him and give him a white collar job in our office. No continuity because he was alcoholic, no punctuality. So maybe it was not inbuilt in them also to go outside and work if the opportunity was given to them, right? So that's what intrigued us, and I thought of taking this forward from May. Yesterday's panel discussion, the interesting topic that was stated that CSR funding from private sector is coming down because of lack of awareness into the underlying major issues. So we have tried to find out at a reality at grassroots level what exists. So we did phase 2 research. Phase 1, learnings from phase 1, we designed the phase 2. We got different kind of set of learnings from phase 2, and then we are proposing now phase 3. We plan to begin it from January onwards. So I will call upon Krisha to state the purpose and the findings for phase 1.
Hello everyone, I'm Krisha Patel, an intern at 3E Worldwide and a student of psychology. As a student of psychology, I got my friends and family talking to me about the mental health issues. So during the pandemic, I was thinking that my social circle, who's fairly well off, have so many various kinds of mental health issues. What about the sanitation workers who don't even get their basic needs fulfilled regarding housing and finance? So when Dr. Molly ma'am proposed this project as a research work for mental health of sanitation workers, I couldn't miss it. Today, I would like to present the purpose of phase 1 of our project. The purpose of this phase was to enhance the awareness of sanitation workers regarding mental health and all 9 dimensions of well-being and note their current state of knowledge. We 9 interns conducted it. Sanitation workers are vital to our society, yet they face marginalization and social prejudice. We were interested in first studying their awareness and then imparting education to them and not just merely write a report. We would like to emphasize that the numbers presented here today are very much real. For example, when we say that 24.2% of them have skin diseases, which is a majority of them, we have actually met sanitation workers who were facing different kinds of skin rashes, which can also be accounted by 84.2% of them preferring the provision of gloves. We conducted this phase across 17 cities across India, which were Ahmedabad, Gandhinagar, Mumbai, Delhi, Bangalore, Kota, Chandigarh, Rajkot, Surat, Balshiv, Manipal, Karulbagh, Rupnagar, Bhavnagar, Panchkula and Alpi. We involved 91 participants and we studied their living condition, the issues they face and the interventions they would like to receive. This was conducted between the end of month May and July of 2022. We first collected, as you can see, we first collected secondary data. Based on that, we formed a questionnaire to collect primary data through Google Forms. We 9 of them went out physically to meet sanitation workers and collect data. We also sent it to our contacts in other cities and gave them instructions regarding how to fill out this questionnaire. Now let's move on to the findings. We'll move on to the physical aspect of the findings. 33.7% of sanitation workers had not gone to a doctor due to unawareness. 24.2% have skin diseases due to the nature of their work. 49.5% did not finish their medical treatments due to lack of finances and neglect towards finishing the importance of finishing medical treatments. And we also found that medicines are more accessible to sanitation workers than vitamins. Now moving on to the results of social and financial, we asked them why they got into the field of this field. The common reason that they said was due to deficits of finance, which was followed closely by generational practices. Because of this, most participants were compelled to get into this line of work. Moving on to the mental aspect of these results, 40.3% of them reported feelings of sadness once a week, which would be due to lack of help in financial and housing area, and also because of their unfinished medical treatments. 70.8% of them experienced mental and physical fatigue frequently on a weekly basis due to exhaustive nature of their work. Out of 34% of them who don't have anyone to talk to around them, 32% agreed to talk to a counselor about the issues they have in their daily lives. The number of addictions among sanitation workers was also found high. 48% of them were addicted to drinking, 50% to smoking, 70% to tobacco, 78% to gambling. This can be correlated to physically draining nature of their job and stresses of coping with their daily lives. Out of all these people who reported addictions, only 16% of them knew about a rehabilitation center, and none of them ever visited one. Moving on to the results of policy, the knowledge of policies among them was very negligible. Only 83% of them didn't even know that manual scavenging is illegal. 76.6% were not granted a loan by government mainly because of illiteracy. Most of them did not have PAN card or property papers, which were important to availing some of the government benefits, and due to them they were forced to take loans from private sectors, which would just increase their financial burdens. 79.8% responded to having more implementation in field of housing and finance and policies. And for intervention aspect, 59.6% participants were not provided with safety equipments for their job.
So what did we learn from phase 1? Most of them had unfinished medical treatment. Majority had poor mental health. Most of them used substance abuse and have not visited rehab center. Insufficient implementation of policies and schemes. Unawareness that manual scavenging is banned or illegal. Never attended a health awareness workshop, and a majority wanted betterment for their children. So to align with Mr. Asif and Mr. Mathi, 59.6% don't even have safety gears, and 39.5% of workers would like a PP kit, which they don't even have. Alcohol consumption, again, it has come up in our research as well, and as the findings say that manual scavenging still exists. They were not aware that it is banned. So on the basis of the learnings of phase 1, we designed phase 2 and took up the research further. Yatri? Sorry, Brendan.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. My name is Brendan Xavier, an intern at 3E Worldwide and a student of psychology. And before starting the explanation of phase 2, I would like to share my experience with you all. It was only in the past year that I really got to know about the workings of sanitation workers. And through this internship, I have a newfound appreciation for the work that the sanitation workers do. This internship got me thinking. There are people who are working towards keeping our societies clean and functional, and for the most part, people won't even notice them until someone points them out. What surprised me in this whole process was that these individuals are not given enough appreciation, and a lot of people aren't even aware of their work, which leads us to the purpose of our second phase. Over time, our purpose has evolved from just one purpose to three purposes. For when we first started, we were concerned with the well-being of the sanitation workers. But after phase 1, we came to realize that we also need to create awareness for the sanitation workers amongst our youth. Hence, the main purpose of this phase was to create awareness among sanitation workers as well as the youth of our country. Another main purpose was to have the youth carry out the project and its activities, as that would help to increase their awareness. This phase was designed by 3 interns, namely Yatri, Krisha and myself, under the guidance of our mentor, which was then carried out by 94 student volunteers of the NSS unit at Charusat University, Anand, Gujarat. This program was intended to be a two-folded project which was designed for increasing the well-being of the sanitation workers and also increasing the awareness about the workers and their work amongst the youth of our country. These student volunteers were given a checklist and a time constraint of 1.5 months where they were expected to adopt a shining magician, build rapport with them, help them to apply for any documents they lacked, for example, an Aadhaar card, a PAN card, etc., take them for a physical checkup, and impart knowledge about the 9 dimensions of well-being. There were trainings arranged for these student volunteers where they were made to fill a pre-test form and were also given information regarding these areas they were supposed to work on. It started with the training of the volunteers on 13 September 2022. A total of 5 training sessions were conducted. Every student volunteer who had applied for this phase required to attend only 1 training session, after which they were immediately supposed to start their work. The time period for this segment of phase 2 was till the 31st of October 2022. The activities that were conducted included performing awareness dramas, providing the volunteers with merchandise to promote the project, online training and query solving sessions, offline address by Dr. Molly Mahajan, and providing the volunteers with a checklist in order for them to have an organized task list. Before going to the findings, we would like to mention that in the starting segments of phase 2, during the offline session, the students displayed a very high level of motivation. And we were convinced because of this that these students would be able to bring about a change through the execution of this project for the overall well-being of the sanitation workers. Moving on to the findings of this phase. The student volunteers collected data from only 13 workers. The collected data was incongruent, but there was an increase in knowledge of the student volunteers after the training sessions. In the next 2 slides, I will give you evidence for point 2 and 3 respectively. Slide change. The following is evidence for the incongruency of data. For example, in the question, "Did you finish your treatment?" 5 responses have said no, but in the follow-up of this question, which required you to answer no, there are 8 responses. If there are 5 no responses, then how can there be 8 reasons to it? Thus, the data is contradictory and incongruent. Next slide, please. The following is evidence for the increase in knowledge through an awareness questionnaire. Based on the pre and post test that was given to the students, we can say that the students have acquired more knowledge about the sanitation workers than they previously had. It was based on the data that we collected during the first phase that we imparted knowledge to the student volunteers. The following are examples of certain misconceptions the student volunteers had regarding the job of sanitation workers, and right below it are the correct answers. For example, in the question where the students were asked which type of policy was most required by the sanitation workers, they responded with the mental health policy at 64.9%, whereas the sanitation workers required more implementation in finance and the housing sector at 70%. Next slide, please. The following is also an example of the same, where first, we have the answer given by the student volunteers, and to the right, we have the data that we collected during the first phase.
So quickly going through the learnings of phase 2, we learned that volunteers doesn't work. They have to be students from social sciences or psychology background to create that awareness, because the data collected was not only less but incongruent. The student volunteers were from science and technology and different backgrounds. So that was an interesting learning insight for us. And the time period for such research should not be more. It should be lesser period of time of 15 days to 1 month vis-a-vis the 2 months that were given to them, right? Yatri?
So based on, I would like to show you the comparison between the learnings of phase 1 and phase 2. As we can see, phase 1 was led by 9 interns, whereas phase 2 was led by 94 volunteers. Secondly, talking about the academic discipline, the phase 1 interns were third year psychology major students, whereas the volunteers belonged to different disciplines, namely BBA, BPharm, BTech and BSc. Third, phase 1 students collected data in 2.5 weeks span, whereas the volunteers took 2 months, and as we saw, phase 1 data is much better than that of phase 2. Fourth, the interns collected a data of 91 workers, and that too across India, whereas phase 2 volunteers could collect only 13 responses from local Gujarat, Anand, with skewed statistics. Therefore, it is clearly visible that this project will be taken seriously and worked upon only when given to appropriate persons with a particular background of a particular discipline, so that they do not mess up basically, and as an internship rather than just an act of social service. Moving ahead with the purpose of phase 3, based on the previous learnings and findings, we have the purpose. There are 3 main purposes. Number 1, making it a nationwide project, and number 2, increasing the mental health awareness of the sanitation workers and the youth as well, regarding the sanitation workers, their lives and the jobs. This time we plan to select students who are pursuing masters in psychology or social science, and also third year psychology students, because these are the students who dive into the specifications of the targeted subject. Based on the conclusions and previous findings, we have designed this phase to be carried out on a pan-India scale, where interns from different universities would be selected to gather the data, do data analysis and impart knowledge of 9 dimensions of well-being. We would also like to urge the universities to add this project as a part of the curriculum. We plan for it to last for 1 month, so that if longer time provided, there are chances that they might get demotivated and do not finish the work, and also their prior commitments might get affected. Working span is of 29 days, including the holidays and training. Training of imparting mental health education will be provided to them, and the duty of the interns would be to spread awareness among the youth by conducting dramas and distributing merchandise. On the 30th day, we plan we want them to submit their work, and on the 31st day a get together has to be organized by them for those workers, and this whole the 31-day program will be carried out by giving them a checklist so that they do not miss upon anything. The first and foremost thing which we plan to do, next slide. No. Yeah, the first and foremost thing we plan to do is appointing representatives per city who will closely monitor the project, will train the interns and also take care that the interns are performing well. The interns will be taught to at least reach 10 workers, and their knowledge will be tested by giving them a pre and post test. Pre-test for testing the knowledge they have about the sanitation workers, their lives and their jobs, and a post-test testing the amount of knowledge they might have gained in the time being. At the end, in the get-together, we expect the interns to conduct activities based on 9 dimensions of well-being, and the leader will conduct mental health awareness workshop. In the next month, the data analysis will be done. The collected video evidences, case reports, case studies would be fine-tuned, and also the loopholes will be checked, so that if something has been missed out or is not done by the interns can do the needful. And this time we also tend to provide the interns with a minimum stipend, the sole reason being keeping their motivation and spirits high, as we saw in the previous phases that they are likely to get demotivated without a proper agenda. So yes, this was the planned phase 3.
Yeah, so thank you so much. We started off with something else in mind, and after phase 2, we ended up somewhere else. So that was our research, phase 1 and phase 2. And thank you so much for listening to us. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mahajan, Krisha, Yatri, and Brendan for presenting this. And I think it corroborates what we've heard earlier of the kind of issues that workers really face, and also for the fact to include this as part of the curriculum of, for students. And I think to a point where we said that you need to have the right volunteers, Garima, as Matisa said, was able to scale up across the state to enumerate workers because of the engagement of Swachh Sathis or the SHGs, women who are from the same communities, and they were able to actually go and identify, and because the question is a very long questionnaire, so it really took patience, and so I think it was very critical. So thank you everyone to be part of this session, and sincere apologies we could not take any Q&A because of the real tight schedule, but I think we can take any questions after this during the breaks. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Meghna and speakers, for helping put in perspective the various challenges and the sanitation workers face and outlining some practical recommendations of how we can help support them. Thank you, Dr. Mahajan and students, for your research and experiences that you've shared with us today. The next session is on plastic waste management, creating the supply chain of plastic waste. To set the context for this, so I request the speakers to please take the stage, and moderator as well. To set the context for this highly complex and varied global challenge, we have the pleasure of introducing Mr. Satya S. Tripathi, Secretary General, Global Alliance for Sustainable Planet and Chancellor KISS, a developed economist, lawyer and change maker with over 40 years of varied experience. Mr. Tripathi is the Chancellor of Kalinga Institute of Social Sciences, the world's largest academic institution dedicated exclusively to indigenous people and cultures. He is also a Senior Distinguished Fellow on Innovative Finance at the World Agroforestry Center. He has served with the UN for more than 2 decades in key positions across the planet, and was most recently the UN Assistant Secretary General, Head of the New York Office at UN Environment, and Secretary of the UN Environment Management Group. May I now request Mr. Tripathi to please take the stage and to help set the context for this issue, globally placing India at the forefront.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me to this very meaningful conversation around sanitation, of course, and we know that plastic plays a huge role in what we do with sanitation. We are a wonderful species actually. We are the only species among the 8 million that exist on the planet that actually defecate, that mess things up for our own kind to pick up. There's no other species that does that. We're the only one, and that should fill us with a lot of pride actually for how miserable we are. And let me stay on the misery part a little bit. So in the last 100 years or so, we have completely decimated what Mother Nature built assiduously over billions of years. And of course, it's very easy to feel remorse for ourselves,
or even better, blame it on others. I am the better one of the species. I get to speak here, and I get to work for the UN, and I get to lead a global organization now that really wants to do things that are extraordinary. But that's not true. That's only part of the story. I have actually played my part. I'm about 60 years old. I have played a significant part in everybody else in treating sanitation workers in an undignified way. Maybe it was culture, maybe that's how I grew up. But so nobody is immune to what is happening around us. But is that what we should identify us as, or is that something that is our, as a species, is that what we should be telling our next generation or the generation after, or is it something that we take cognizance of and do something about it? So I sincerely hope that this audience belongs to that segment of the crowd, that we take cognizance of our failings. No one is perfect. Everybody gets a second chance, and we are here to do something about it. Now, veering to plastic, I see Suraj in the audience, who's quite a champion, and RECIT is a member of the Global Alliance as well, as are 200 other very distinguished organizations across the planet. And among other things, plastic is one of the things that we are supremely focused on. Why? Because of three reasons. The first is that we, and I guarantee you many of in this room do not know this, that 7 out of every 10 breaths we take, actually it comes out of the ocean. The oxygen comes out of the oceans. 7 out of 10 breaths. It doesn't come from the trees. I mean, some part of it does come from the trees, but most of it comes from the oceans. And we have done everything we can since plastic became mainstream. Did you know that we produce a little more than 300 million tons of plastic every year? And that since plastic became mainstream, we have produced 10 billion tons of plastic. That is in our legacy landfills and mostly in our oceans. And that the entire weight of the human biomass on the planet is only 300 million tons, which more or less remains constant because we are biodegradable. And we put an equivalent amount of plastic into the atmosphere every year without fail. So, and then that is the challenge. That's the first thing. The second is that now it has entered every part of our food stream. You can actually find microplastics in the remotest parts of the world, which have been actually far away from human reach as well. But it's the air and the water that gets there, it carries it with it. So, all over the place. And so much so that if you are worried about pesticides being your favorite carcinogens, no, plastic is going to become the favorite carcinogen actually in the time to come. And third, and the worst, is that we actually have tens of millions of people in that ecosystem who have no life. When we talk about people that deal with fecal matter, people that deal with plastic trash do not have any better a life. And nobody even talks about them, because the fecal issue is also ingrained into our caste system. So those of us that feel very enlightened about ourselves, we say, oh, it's a bad arrangement, people should not be at the bottom of the pile and we need to lift them up. And so as the gentleman from Orissa was talking about, sanitation workers being invisible because they don't even figure in the legal conversations around what kind of worker are you? Are you skilled, semi-skilled, unskilled, or highly skilled? These guys don't even figure anywhere. They are invisible in the truest sense. They don't have a life. If you don't believe me, just walk past any trash dump, or it just gets you, if you have any conscience, it should get you the kind of life they live. And so, when we gather around to talk about these things, I often ask the question, where is the leverage? What is it that we can do that can really change things? I sincerely appreciate the research that was presented and these youngsters trying to put the spotlight on what is happening to workers in different segments. Very laudable work. But the planet is at a meltdown point, and I can't say it any more emphatically. Having spent pretty much my lifetime reading the science and understanding the consequences of what is at play, it gives me very little hope. We keep peddling the untruth that Paris Agreement is going to save the world. Paris Agreement actually, if it is implemented in its entirety, is 3.2 degrees of global warming. At which point the insurance industry actually did their own research and say between 3 and 4 degrees of global warming, nothing on the planet can be insured anymore. Because you can't predict anything. You can't predict weather, you can't predict climate, you can't predict outcomes at an agroclimatic zone level or at a macroclimate level. Nothing can be predicted anymore. And we are surely on our way there. Then we have this story about let's do our best to stay at 1.5 degrees Celsius of global warming. We'll actually guaranteed hit that by 2030, not 2100. Do not believe anybody tells you that. Just Google, read the science. It's everywhere. So there is no dream of we staying under 1.5 degrees. At 1.5 degrees, 70% of the coral reefs will disintegrate actually. So that's where we are. So unless we are talking scale, unless we are talking ambition, we are wasting our time and everybody else's. So that's why we recently brought together some very key actors, and ReCity is a part of it actually, to bring $2 billion into Andhra Pradesh. 22,000 people gathered to clean up a beach. They picked up 78 tons of plastic from the Visakhapatnam beach, and it's funny because Visakhapatnam beach is supposed to be a clean beach. It's right in the heart of the city, and there in a stretch of about 28 kilometers you can actually pick up, on a good day when everybody is trying to hide everything and make the sands look very shiny, you still pick up 78 tons of plastic within 3 hours. And we were all there picking up, and so I can tell you that it's a fact. Nobody just cooked up that number. I was there myself. Suraj was there himself. So that's how bad it is. So unless we are thinking scale, unless we are very ambitious, I was talking to some good friends that work on the CSR field. India spends roughly about $3 billion on CSR. Very fragmented, all over the place, great intent, great heart, but no focus. Can we really look at the existential challenges that face India as a country? Because and the rich countries, now they are setting up a climate club, by the way. What is a climate club? Because my country is 1.9 tons per capita of carbon footprint, whereas the net zero is 2.1, right? So I'm not supposed to do anything. But the guys that are at 16 tons per capita footprint or 20 tons per capita footprint, they're setting up a climate club. For what? So that when we get to start, if I have to get to net zero, I have been 16 all my life, right? I get to net zero, you need to play by my rules because I got to net zero before you. Even if you have been underfed, underclothed for generations, that's equity for you, 101. That's happening. Climate Club is happening. It had gone dormant. Now last G7, they started the conversation again. So we have to play by the rules of the people that have actually technically destroyed the planet. So we don't need to do things because an American will live a better life more than the 16 tons per capita they waste every year. We need to do it because we need to look after our people. We need to show respect to our population. We need to care about the toxic air they breathe, the contaminated water they drink, and the chemical saturated landscape from which they draw their sustenance from in terms of agricultural produces. And that is why this gathering is important. That is why this conversation is important. But we have to think scale. We cannot think boutique scale projects, as much as we must respect everybody that puts in some efforts. Because the ocean is an amalgam of trillions of drops of water. The ocean doesn't become the ocean just like that. Those drops are important, but we need to rain on the problem, literally, with ideas, with ambition, with imagination, and resources. And that's why, thank you for inviting me. I'm so glad to be a part of this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tripathi, for your insights. Let me now call on stage our moderator and speakers for the session on plastic waste. Our moderator, Ms. Saloni Goy, is the head of Circular Economy and Plastic Waste Management at UNDP. Our speakers, Ms. Gayatri Devecha, head Good and Green Godrej Industries Limited. We have Mr. Suraj Nankumar, founder and CEO, ReCity. We have Ms. Vilma Rodriguez, founder and CEO, Sahas Zero Waste. And lastly, we have Ms. Momita Chakrabarti, head of Alternative Fuels and Raw Materials for Adani Cement.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the session on supply chain, creating the supply chain for plastic waste. So we all understand that India is generating a lot of plastic waste. We're generating a lot of waste. We are also generating a lot of plastic waste. And our concern going forward is that as we improve lifestyles, as we improve income levels, the per capita plastic waste generation will rise. And the concern, I think, of all the people sitting here at the stage, as well as all of you panelists, all of the delegates who have taken out time and effort to be a part of this conversation, is that are we doing enough, and are we doing it at scale, as Mr. Tripathi just, I think, very appropriately pointed out. Are we going to be doing enough and quickly enough in order to be able to address this big challenge that is staring us in the face? So going by CPCB estimates, I think we've all heard that number, 60% of plastic is getting recycled. I think I'll reserve my comments on that number. And I think we all understand the importance of actually getting the right data, capturing the right data, and capturing the right data using evidence, and how we can use that evidence to enhance action. And now that action could be in the regulatory space, the action could be on ground, that action could be on finance. So there are several areas of action. Having said that, we also need to acknowledge that India is doing a lot of work on plastics. From a regulatory point of view, we've had several, I would say, proactive regulations on plastic. And the mandate has been, or the national commitment for waste management, for sanitation, and for plastics in particular, is coming from the topmost leadership level. So we've had various plastic waste management rules. We've had a ban on single-use plastics. There is the EPR framework. The ministry recently revised that framework. We got a new version in February 22. And we've also extended that mandate to e-waste most recently in November. So a lot is happening on the regulation front. which is not to say that the regulations are adequate, and also which is not, at this point of time, we can't sit comfortably in our chair saying that the regulations have come and now the problem will get solved. I think a lot of groundwork will have to be done, and we'll see, the time will tell how this all pans out. We also know that through the Swachh Bharat mission and now version 2 that is being rolled out, there is increasing commitment at the urban local body level. So commitment as well as financial commitment on the subject of sanitation, including management of waste and dry waste and plastic waste as a subcategory of that. We also understand that there are many private players and civil service society organizations that are actively working in this space. Several of them are represented here on the stage. I'm sure several from these bodies are also sitting amongst the audiences. Even the private sector is now stepping in and doing its bit. So we have representation from can I call this Adani Cement now? Okay, and we have Godrej, of course. So we have a lot of players, and we all understand that this space or action in this space cannot come because of individual or isolated action. This is a complex space which requires a lot of proactive and active participation of various stakeholders. And I think therefore when we look at plastics not just as a limited waste, or not just limit our lens to plastics as waste, becomes very important. We need to see plastics as or the value chain around plastics. And I think in that context, I would really like to thank FICCI and the India Sanitation Coalition for bringing together this panel as well as all the other delegates, Mr. Tripathi of course here, to share his insights from having worked in this space for God, how many years? So really very thank you for this. Naina Lal Kidwai ji for chairing this initiative, for Natasha for reaching out to us, and so starting into this whole conversation, and I would like to just pose a few questions to all of you before I break into getting into conversations with individual panelists, is that we understand this space is being driven both by regulation as well as economics. How can we bring both of these together to ensure that the environment and as well as the social outcomes are not compromised? And I think this is going to be an important part of the puzzle as we go forward. How can we incentivize creation of well-distributed physical infrastructure that needs to underpin collection, transportation, segregation, as well as recycling? Is the current trend adequate, or will we have to do something in addition in order to bend the curve upwards? I really like the point about what we need to do in order to scale up the interventions. So we may have work happening in isolated small pockets. What do we need to do to make it really a movement at scale? And as we formalize the value chain, how can it be ensured that the benefits of it reach the informal waste worker? And how can this transition, or maybe we can use the word evolution, be made just and inclusive? And finally, when we say that we are looking at a value chain, we have multiple stakeholders in that value chain, and it's interesting that sometimes, especially in this value chain, interests can be divergent. So how can we create platforms that will help to align interests and also inform the different stakeholders on how to move forward so that we can get impact at scale? So today we are joined by 4 panelists. I would like to start with, so I'll go by the way the value chain works. So I'll start with one of the producers of plastic packaging. We have Gayatri from Godrej, and so the Godrej Group has an ongoing commitment to build an inclusive, equitable and greener world for future generations. In Mr. Godrej's words, drive sustainability throughout your value chain. So Gayatri, you are amongst the PBOs as defined by the EPR mandate, and that have an obligation under the APR regime to ensure that progressively a greater share of plastics being put into the market as a part of your manufacturing and marketing work is brought back into the recycling setup, if I may use the word, in one form or the other, or disposed of through approved end-of-life options. So while we understand that recycling and end-of-life disposal are preferable to disposal in environment, but we also understand its limitations. And in the hierarchy of waste management, reduction in waste occupies a higher status. So it will be a pleasure to hear from you how Godrej Industries is planning the upstream side interventions for reducing plastic waste, and maybe even design packaging to make it more recyclable. And in a part of our earlier conversation, you had also mentioned a very interesting initiative where Godrej is thinking about, in order to incentivize greater consumer adoption of green products and greener packaging, to consider green discounts as opposed to green premiums. So would you like to elaborate on this intervention, and what will be the drivers of this intervention? Thanks.
Thank you. So today I represent, Godrej Industries Limited and associate companies, which consists of a very large FMCG, being Godrej Consumer Products. As you mentioned, we come under brand owners in the EPR guidelines, and honestly, as a sustainability professional, I think that India's legislation with plastic waste management rules is, frankly, one of the best out there. I think the government has set the intention correctly for private sector and others. And I think companies like ourselves, obviously we comply, but that's not anything to boast about at all. It's, the bare minimum. But I think what brand owners really need to do, and that's what we do at both Godrej Consumer as well as Godrej Industries, is look beyond these rules. What do we need to do in order to build the downstream supply chain as well as in the upstream interventions like you mentioned? So for us, that boils down to three things really. The first is, taking a public-private partnership-led approach to fixing the supply of plastics into the system. Ultimately, if we are to, as brand owners, replace, up to 60%, I think by 2029, of our plastics with post-consumer recycled plastic instead of virgin plastic, that means we need a far greater supply. It means that waste management systems in our country need to function. And we all have a role to play in enabling that. Citizens, households, private sector, CSR, most importantly municipalities, urban local bodies and government. So we invest quite heavily, and Suraj is here from ReCity, which is one of our largest projects in Pondicherry. We invest quite heavily in programs with this private public partnership lens, where we make the entire waste management system and value chain function. So behavioral change at a household level, we are an FMCG, we know how to do this. Behavior change, awareness, community drives, etc., digitizing waste management systems, which is something we've learned from ReCity. Building capacity of waste workers, pushing. We don't believe in investing in infrastructure ourselves. There are enough funds out there for that. And what we do is, where there is infrastructure, we help that infrastructure function like it should. Where there's no infrastructure, we help panchayats, urban local bodies apply for pockets of funds that they can unlock to build infrastructure, and then we make the whole system work. So that's one, but currently I think around 9 municipalities all over the country, and the aim is to do this everywhere. That's one piece of it where, CSR also lends itself very well. The second piece, which is, completely upstream and totally in our control as a business, is this question of, of plastic intensity. So we have year-on-year targets for plastic intensity reduction. I think in the next 3 years, we aim to reduce our plastic intensity by about 25%. Past 2 years, we've already done 14 or so % intensity reduction in our plastic packaging, primary, secondary, the whole thing. And where this comes from is our belief in, and we're not the only companies who believe this, there are many like us, is our belief in looking at our products from the cradle to the grave. And if we are to be more environmentally responsible, then how do we look at that life cycle of a product and reduce its impact, over all of these stages? And this is where the intensity solution came from for us. We looked at, how do we're an FMCG that sells, essential products to consumers at the bottom of the pyramid. How do we improve our environmental footprint and the environmental features, or rather mitigate the environmental impact of our products without passing on a premium to consumers? So, like you mentioned, Saloni, what we aim to do is to provide a green discount. Can we provide products that are better on the planet at a cost that is cheaper for consumers to access? And intensity reduction helps in reducing that cost to consumer, but most importantly, it helps in not putting out the volume of plastic that we are. And really, the final endeavor in this is how do we make more and more of our plastics biodegradable, and not just or how do we eliminate a plastic altogether? We sell powder to liquid and concentrate to liquid formats of soaps. Those could dissolve in water, for instance. So those are the kinds of research and innovation interventions that we typically invest a significant amount of both resources as well as effort into. And I think the last piece where private sector has a role to play is in this, is in the notion of radical transparency along this entire value chain, right? Can we leverage new technologies like blockchain, etc., to understand where are the plastics being generated? Are we offsetting correctly? There's a big role for us to play in working with government effectively on this, and we're looking forward to doing that. Thank you.
Thanks, Gayatri. I think that's you really set the tone and tenor of how upstream interventions need to come in to strengthen this infrastructure, this ecosystem rather. But your point very well taken that this space also is crying for greater transparency and accountability. And I think I'll use that as an opportunity to talk to Suraj. So when we had our discussion, Suraj, ReCity is working in several cities, looking at this whole ecosystem from a circular economy perspective. In fact, you talk about circular cities and you talk about circular packaging, but interestingly, you also talk about waste intelligence. So would you like to talk a little bit about your work at the city level? Because again, I think that we need this kind of models that can deliver impact at the urban city level. But Nainaji, your point very well taken. We also need to look at the rural space, but we'll get there eventually, as I'm guessing. There is some action in that space as well. But also we'd like to hear, and I think that will be a really unique piece out here, about how you're using technology to ensure greater traceability and accountability in this space.
So yeah, thank you for the opportunity to be here, Natasha and Naomi. And I think I'm very grateful to be a part of this panel because I think there is such enormous experience here and the ability to contribute at this panel. So I think, circularity, the opening statement I would like to make is the biggest enemy to circularity is poverty. Is because the challenge is that brand owners or recyclers per se want to recycle, but there is not good quality material available to use. That is the biggest challenge in India. On one side, there is such enormous quantity of waste that is created. On the other side, when brand owners want to take the product into their consumer goods or any kind of application, there is not enough quality of material available. Now, sadly, this situation cannot be solved clearly by technology. Technology at best is an enabler. Technology is a medium, and I'll tell you the need for technology as well. So if you are trying to solve for poverty, and then where does technology fit in? There is no parity in between that. But technology is a medium in which you can communicate to bring money into the sector because it drives for accountability. When any potential government investment or private investment or equity investment or any kind of investment has to be brought to solve systemic challenges, technology can become a method to do that. And the biggest challenge about technology per se is that every 100 kilometers, India is a new country. We speak a new language. We work on a different systemic level. There are different kinds of readiness. So there is no cookie cutter approach to technology. There are so many systems within systems that are operational. So the biggest risk that India has right now is execution risk. We might have the best policies, the best intent, the abundance of material available, a great number of people who are, according to a World Bank study, 2 to 3% of India works in the waste trade. Now, the challenge here is that how do you bring the right kind of financial intervention through whatever instrument possible into the sector? How do you make the money work to play its role? And how do you deliver to the expectation of the industry so that it can become viable in long term and not a grant based or a viability based or a policy based instrument? That is the problem that technology can help in measuring. Is because where is the investment that has to rightly go? Say for example, if you make a waste worker, one of the biggest interventions that we've learnt a lot is because of Godrej. At a city level in Pondicherry, we work with 700 waste workers. Not that we are able to penetrate all fractions, but the biggest thing is that there are sanitary workers, there are contractual workers, and there are informal workers. They have very different levels of social security levels. And the bottom line is poverty. So the delta between the average income of the individual versus the desire to achieve a certain quality of life is what is prohibiting the extraction of material for good quality of recyclable material. So a significant fraction of the materials, that is especially flexible packaging or multi-layered packaging, all these packaging are great in terms of independently recyclable material. But the fact remains that the quality required is not able to be benchmarked. That's one. Second part is that what are the tenets? How do you drive circularity with technology? There are 5, technology at best is a very honest attempt to contribute towards a meaningful process, because the entire ecosystem is not ready now for this entire play, and it's working very hard to work towards that. If we can't deliver quality, if we can't deliver sustained quantity, if we can't deliver this through social inclusion, if we don't have robust infrastructure like UNDP is investing into, if we don't have the basic compliance fulfillment within the cost that is allocated for that, is the entire play that we are using technology for. For us, technology is an internal organizational culture of accountability. It is not a report that you share with a brand owner. And that is the way we need to look at technology, because it is not going to have a lot of answers. It's actually going to pose a lot of questions. Yeah, thank you.
Suraj, thanks. But I would, taking cue from what you just said, and I think this is a conversation that we are having and a question that we are still grappling with. How do we make this kind of physical infrastructure or these facilities sustainable? Basis your and everybody is talking about financial sustainability. If I may talk about specifically one piece of the puzzle, the material recovery facilities. Do we have mechanisms for making these material recovery facilities sustainable, given the regulatory regime, given the presence of the informal space in this sector, given the fact that while we talk about waste should be segregated, but the extent of segregation at source is limited, which severely impacts the quality of waste or the value that the waste is able to get in the value chain. So would you also like to share something on that?
I think more than me, Vilma will be the right person to answer this, but I'll make an attempt, because I think the experience and exposure to this country is far more diverse with Vilma. But I believe that, I think at a material recovery facility, are we looking at the wrong problem? Because if you are looking at recyclable material, say for example a PET bottle or a glass bottle that have recyclable value, India has a robust system, parallel system that is capable of capturing this material. Now what is left out of that is the flexible fraction. Now it is so difficult to distinguish between transparent packets with so many different polymers that it takes a significant amount of cost. But on the other side, what we did a small experiment. We took this material and we tried to work with a certain recycling process. I mean, we work with this amazing company called as UFlex. They have a great recycling facility and they're trying to do a lot of experiments there. We took this material and we worked with a couple of polymer scientists or organizations like MPSAT and all of these people. And so what can it be made into? Interestingly, we found a very interesting parity. The cost of acquisition or segregating this material at a material recovery facility at best is at ballpark of 12 rupees a kg. But when you go to the polymer industry where, for example, cable wires, electricity wires or premium applications like a VIP bag is made out of, it has the probability to absorb this material if a certain level of capability is invested into it. Now the challenge is there is very little investment going into take this polythene ki panni to a VIP bag. So, and it is possible because at the end of the day, plastic, whatever form it is a polymer. And polymers can be worked around for premium applications. The day we crack the application of this littered material into premium quality products, that day MRF will be significantly viable business. And I think when we are only looking at the collection angle of the problem and not looking at the application angle, because unfortunately the system works in silos, there are multiple challenges along the way. But if we invest into right thing, there is a higher probability that almost 70 to 80% of recycled content can be used in premium products and you will not be able to distinguish it at all. And Mr. Tripathi will say this because when he works with Parle, they use fishing nets for Gucci glasses. It is possible to do that if the right heads work towards the right application. But again, you have to also understand there are limitations. You cannot bring this material into food grade packaging. The source is, you don't know if it's a mercury packet or if it is carrying fish. So there is limitation in terms of application. But I think with respect to flexibles, there are a lot of incentives coming at the collection level, which is very, very required. But on the same side, we need to invest into upstream applications, which will help in making this system viable. And I am very confident that in the next couple of years, 2 3 years, there will be a very strong momentum that will, like any other recyclable material like PET, there will be upward motility to combat the differential of price, and that will be solved within the next 2 3 years because there's a lot of work happening on that, not at scale, but there is enough. Yeah.
I think, Suraj, that's a very valid point, and I think that's a lot of hope out there. And there could not be any disagreement on this, that if we have better end products to work with and technologies that can churn out these end products in a viable way, then there will be a market pull for the categories of plastic that as of now we consider non-recyclable. But having said that, I think this will have to also be complemented by a collection and sorting infrastructure and bring in efficiencies there as well, so that the quality and the quantity of material that is reaching such recycling options or facilities is predictable as well as assured, and in sufficient quantity. Point very well taken, Suraj. So now I'll request Vilma. Suraj asked me to pass the baton to you, and Sahas is doing a lot of work in this area and in multiple cities and out there on the ground setting up infrastructures. So would you like to talk about your work and how do you think, and I think you're at the forefront of this EPR implementation. I think it will be really good for all of us to hear about how you're seeing this, this new regime pan out. It's still the start, but how do you see it panning out, and how do you see it actually not just helping build a recycling infrastructure, but you see any future of this regime supporting and building the upstreams, the infrastructure required for all the upstream activities as well? Yeah, over to you, Vilma. Thanks.
Thanks everyone for this opportunity for us to share, the work on the ground that happens on a day-to-day basis. So Sahas started out as a not-for-profit 20 years ago, but then after 10 years also started the second entity which is Sahas Private Limited or Sahas Zero Waste, and today I am part of Sahas Zero Waste. The social enterprise, because for us it's very much planet and people before profits. So that's how we kind of make that distinction in terms of, as a private limited, where is our priority. And when you look at the fact that there are so many regulations, and those regulations are, the challenge is around implementing these regulations. So I'd just like, because, I'd like to bring to this forum the solutions around what is there and how the solutions are getting driven. So when you look at our municipal solid waste, and out of that only 8% is plastic. And today, plastic unfortunately is getting the biggest attention, rightly so, but it has to be integrated into the rest of the problem, because we can't look at it in isolation. Municipal solid waste coming from, whether it is the rural or the urban, contains plastic, and you can't hit on that plastic right away if you don't have the solution for all kinds of dry waste. So when we look at our material recovery facilities, and today we have material recovery facilities coming, every city is being mandated to have X number of material recovery facilities, and also our panchayats. Now, these material recovery facilities need infrastructure which is appropriate to the quantity of waste that is coming into the facility. So if a village panchayat, or I would say a smaller town, generates, say, 20 tons or 10 tons of waste per day, you can't have a material recovery facility which is like 500 square feet, less than a square meter, 100 square meters of space, and say, look, you take all of this waste, and here we have given you the infrastructure. So that is our number one problem, because today you see the number of, and I can speak from Karnataka and South India, there are n number of DPRs, the detailed project reports, and each of them are saying have a material recovery facility without even having done a proper audit to see what is the kinds, in terms of quantities of waste, that we are going to be managing. And then of course you have, if you're building a material recovery facility for say 10 tons, you need to have efficiency built in, and you can bring in the technology aspect first for receiving the material, moving the material, then you can have your material recovery conveyor systems, your bays, because here you are going to be actually in this space of 10 tons per day material recovery facility, you are going to be looking at about 30 different types of waste streams. So 30 different types of materials, which is really resources going to different recyclers. So imagine, even if you have a semi-automated system like what we run, you will still need that 30 staff which need to be there and paid minimum wages. So again, although you may have government putting in the capex for that material recovery facility, then we hear from everybody, we've given you capex, now you manage the opex, you sell the waste to the recyclers, and we know that even plastic, if you're looking at plastic, about 10% of plastic is your rigids, which is HDPE, which is PET, but the large fraction of plastic is low grade. So when CPCB says 60% of plastic is being recycled, most of the plastic is actually going to cement kilns for co-processing, for energy recovery, which in a circular system cannot be defined as a recycling. Yeah? So we need to therefore understand that even from the economics point of view, this plastic, which is a very small fraction, brings you that 30 rupees or 40 rupees a kg sale price to a recycler. The large fraction of plastic is actually coming at a negative value. When you give it to a cement kiln, they are not giving you any money. You are bearing the cost of logistics, you are bearing the cost of picking out all that plastic from all the rest of the MSW waste, and then you are actually paying now cement kilns for that co-processing of the waste. So where is the economics meeting the ecology? I think that is the point that has to be discussed, because if we want ecology to thrive and to work, then we have to meet that economics, and that economics will come from all of us as consumers. When you talk of EPR today, I think it's great to see the way EPR for the last 10 years has panned out, but at the same time, when you see brands working on EPR, there is the big focus today on volumes, because that is what CPCB is asking for. They want the documentation around the volumes, but they're not looking at it as the opportunity to change. So here we are, 95% of our workforce is informal, and nobody is looking at the minimum wages around it, and not just minimum wages, the living wages around it. So that's our expectation now in a material recovery facility, in the waste that is coming to the material recovery facility from the kabadiwalas, from the scrap dealers. Can there be that thread where we will also have social inclusion in a waste picker colony before we, of course, move waste pickers out of these waste picker colonies and have them all work either as entrepreneurs or in material recovery facilities. So we definitely need to have social inclusion that is coming at a big cost. We work, for instance, with IKEA, who has taken it not as their CSR project, but as their own sustainability project to drive social inclusion. And we are seeing the kind of costs involved, because it is considerable, but it is not unaffordable. It is completely affordable, because all of us, if we would pay that 1 rupee or 50 paisa or even 20 paisa for our water bottle or for our chips packets, that would meet the cost of the entire expenditure. And look at the impact that it will have on both social and environmental. So I'm completely positive, and I believe that this is possible, and that's why I'm happy to, for the first time, also meet Suraj here, because we've been talking a lot about how to make our systems work on the ground, and I think all of us are now experienced, professional, and we can make it happen. And just one quick point about professional. Today, we still believe that our material recovery facilities can run just with ground staff, field staff, waste pickers, all of that. You do need professionals. You do need highly qualified people who can manage the accountability, traceability, the IoT, blockchain, all of that. So those are the new kind of jobs that we could, and we really would like to compete with the IT sector to pull talent into the sector, which is much required. So you can create so much of jobs, and that's why we are kind of disappointed to see Maharashtra give up so easily and say SUP ban revoked, which happened last week, saying that livelihoods is a threat. You can actually, through circular economy, create far more jobs than what we are currently looking at, and jobs at all levels, not only for informal sector and waste pickers. Thank you.
Thank you, Vilma. It was not only educative, but also passionate. So, and I think the space you're working in, if one is to accomplish anything there, it'll have to come with a lot of passion. And I think that also helps us to understand that when we talk about the cost of recycling plastic, right now we just talk about the cost of material management. And the point I think Vilma was trying to bring into this conversation is that don't we need to add the cost of social inclusion in this cost of recycling plastic? And that cost cannot be borne by an individual entity. Right now that cost is perhaps being borne by disproportionately by the disempowered communities, by the informal waste workers. But how can we ensure that other players, other stakeholders, and other beneficiaries of a market or of the lifestyles that we all want to live, how are they going to bear the cost of bringing social impact or social inclusion for the informal sector? I'm not sure the market can do it or do it quickly enough and at scale. So we'll have to see how that bit of the puzzle or that piece of the puzzle needs to be nudged and pushed. So But now I'd like to take the conversation to the end user or end of life user of the plastic value chain. And now I'll request Momita, who's representing Dalmia Cement. Sorry.
Adani, it's fine, ma'am. We are part of the same industry.
Adani Cement, I'm sorry. That was a real faux pas. So, we understand that ACC is, and now Adani Cement is, has multiple cement establishments. Even UNDP has had multiple conversations, and we think that this linkage between certainly at least the institutionalized waste management facilities, a linkage between them or urban local body supported waste management infrastructure and the cement units for management or utilization of the non-recyclable categories of plastic. Having said that, we understand that there are some obvious challenges there. A, the quality of plastic that is reaching the cement units for co-processing. It goes as RDF, but really what is the calorific value and the content of the RDF. The other thing is that who bears the cost of transportation, because cement units are located in certain pockets, and when we did that mapping at our level, we found that the minimum distance that a truck would have to travel would be about 500 kilometers. Now that's a prohibitive transportation obligation. So having said that, the silver lining out here is that I believe that co-processing technology has come of age, and cement units are now increasingly willing to adopt that technology so that they can receive the waste and process it at their plants. So Momita, would you like to talk about your journey, and when you say that you have an obligation for meeting, for receiving this waste for co-processing as a part of your EPR obligations as well, but also as a part of a contributor to this, to the solution, do you think the capacities have been met? And if they're not, then what is your vision for meeting the unmet capacity, co-processing capacity in your units?
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the question. So I think if I talk, and I will here representing, I think, the second largest conglomerate of the cement industry. So and most of us, and when I say most of us, I mean, let's say the four major players, we have actually now understood how to manage large proportions of this, I would say, non-recyclable or combustible fraction of the waste coming to us. How we do it is we have facilities inbuilt in all our plants where we are able to process this waste along with waste coming from other sources, because co-processing involves waste coming from industrial sources as well as agricultural sources. So we mix them, blend them, and at the end of the day we try to minimize the heterogeneity of this waste, so that the variability still exists, but it exists within an acceptable bandwidth, and we are able to sustainably also produce our end product, which is of course the cement. And in this journey, I think we started off about in 2005 or 6, in which our earlier group Wholesome, that's when they entered, we learned the technology from them. And from there to now, I think the industry average is about 8 to 10%, where our traditional fuel requirement, because cement is an energy intensive process, it requires fuel. So we are able to replace 8 to 10% of our fuel requirement with such kinds of material. Now, in this entire journey, the key factor has been, and you very rightly said this point, that what is the calorific value of this material that comes to the cement plant at the end of the day. Now it depends and it varies widely. It can be even as low as 1100 kcal, which if put into a cement process or any ignition temperature or any process which requires certain amount of heat, would not combust by itself, which basically means we buy biomasses to enrich the waste to ultimately produce this material. But there are also places where we are receiving this material where we see a reasonable value of about 2000 to 2500 kcal also coming to us. So there is this degree of variability ranging from and it all depends upon how ultimately the behavioral pattern of the society is there in terms of the segregation, the collection, etc., etc. So the capacity of the cement industry as such, I think, is still there. The appetite is still there of the industry to absorb this kind of material. Together as an industry, we are looking forward to increase this replacement ratio to about 25% industry level, which means we will have a capacity of absorbing about 50 to 60 million tons of waste. And in order to do that, what needs to be done in-house, also financially we are able to, I would say, absorb within our own P&Ls, because we know that, okay, if you are able to process a waste of certain characteristics and bring this value, we will replace traditional fuel, our carbon footprint will come down, we will have some cost leadership situation. But the challenge that comes to us is the accessibility of the waste. And I think here I would just second to what Suraj says, waste is abundantly available. The question is that is not on the market. Logistically, these facilities also, if they come up, they are at distances which are away from the cement clusters. So we need to look into the regulatory parlance, I would say, in two ways. One is setting up these cities closer, more in the tier 1 and in the tier 2 cities, closer to the cement clusters, because it's always in a cluster approach. So if you even set up a larger waste management or let's say waste processing facility in, I'm just taking example, let's say in Karnataka, in Gulbarga, then you have ours, Vasadatta, Dalmia, everyone who can be, catered from there. Or even Nagpur, so we again have the similar set of ecosystem there. So these we also as an industry are representing in various of the regulatory forums, be it MOA or MOUD, where we are trying to bring this, because ultimately the both has to marry. This logistic cost has to be absorbed in a way that it makes economical sense and the scalability comes in. So today what happens in most cases, depending upon what is the end user or the end calorific value of the material, in some cases we bear the cost, in some cases it is at a 50% level, but sometimes the municipality has to understand that the waste has to be processed, and the processor, whoever comes in the processing side, needs to somehow I would say budget out that value within their proposal, which today is actually missing. And therefore, this is one of the weakest link that we see in terms of our scalability towards this journey. So if the collection and the segregation part of the value chain is strengthened, then I think the entire ecosystem will work in a much more effective way. Yeah.
Thanks, Bhumita. So just before I come back to you with my second question, I know Mr. Tripathi has to leave. He's delayed his departure by a few 10 minutes. Just so, Mr. Tripathi, based on the conversation we've had out here so far, would you like to share some leaving thoughts on how the space can be energized and what we need to focus on going forward?
Thank you, Saloni. I think great ideas and very inspiring, to say the least, because the kind of effort that goes into catalyzing an ecosystem to deliver on such a complex problem, it is only people that work in that space who realize how monumental that effort is for everyone. When you start and when you get to understand your own appreciation of what the challenges are, initially you start with a lot of passion, you really want to make a difference, and that is no different from whether it's a company, whether it's an activist, Suraj or Vilma, or Godrej, which has a great tradition of sustainability but still has to grapple with it. It's not because they would like to, I've spoken to Mr. Godrej myself a few times, but because that's the industry, that's how things work. If you are in that space, you're doing these things. So I think 5 takeaways for me is that looking at these diverse sets of interventions and their challenges, we really need to think design. We don't. We work in silos. We need to have respect for other people's both challenges and accomplishments, and then learn from each other. So that cross-learning, cross-fertilization, all lending itself to thinking design. I mean, why would you put in place a 500 square foot or a 1,000 square foot material recovery facility for millions of tons of waste that is going to be processed there? If you are running an industry, You'll be laughed off and fired actually if you presented that to your board, that this is my idea. But in government this happens. Not because the government is any incompetent or inefficient, it all works in silos. And it all works by budget. Oh, this is my allocation this year, so let me put up a few MRFs. And as if that is going to solve the problem. So we have to get out of that mindset. That's the first thing. Second is to build virtuous partnerships. And I'll share one example. Suraj is right here, so he'll pay me out. When we started catalyzing this partnership, this $2 billion investment that we're talking about in Andhra Pradesh, very ambitious. The idea is to get Andhra Pradesh plastic pollution free by 27, 55 million people. And it's not me saying, it's a lot of credible people saying. My role is just be the sutradhar, as we call it, I'm just a catalyst. I play no other role. We don't receive a fee, we don't make any money, we have no other role. We're just a catalyst, and we're so proud of that particular role. So we brought together Parley for the Ocean's founder, Cyril Guch. And I want to recognize Ishan, because he made a first attempt a few years ago. Never happened. And not because he's a creator, he's a designer, he thinks abstract. He's done incredible things in recovering plastic, giving it a definition, calls it ocean plastic, has a global patent on it, and has 15 iconic brand partnerships already built. Louis Vuitton, Dior, Comme des Garçons, Anheuser-Busch InBev, Adidas. The Adidas partnership alone is worth $1.5 billion sales every year now. So extraordinary accomplishments. But he's never done this himself. He's an ideas man. He brings together people and catalyze. So to bring him to India first, and thank you, Saloni, for curating that wonderful conversation more than a year ago, which was kindly hosted by my good friend Dr. Rajiv Kumar, the then Vice Chairman of Niti Aayog, who hosted the National Dialogue, and the Honorable Environment Minister sat through the 3 hours of the conversation. So NSE hosted a nice gathering of CEOs in their atrium. Vikram was very helpful, and so we brought him here for him to understand what is it in Tata Trusts. They hosted a little gathering, so philanthropy and everybody else, and then finally it took us a year to curate that whole thing. Finally launched in August, and then of course we're still trying to build that partnership, because $2 billion is easier said than done. Somebody will have to invest money, and that equity has to be at the heart of that conversation. So what we are doing there is, it will be run by 20,000 eco warriors. That's the baseline. And the eco warriors will at least be paid 16,000 rupees each. Minimum. That's the minimum wage. And of course, ReCity is going to be a big partner. But when you are trying to curate these partnerships, initially the conversation between Cyril and Suraj was, I don't like the guy. Not because Suraj is any less a champion, but it's not made in here, So how do you create that neural bridge, not a physical bridge? I brought them together, they had a great conversation, many actually. And then there's a neural bridge that you have to build, because other than that, your partnership building skills are useless. Because until Cyril and Suraj decide to work together, because Suraj brings great value at this end. Cyril doesn't see that. Not because, he's ignorant or anything, he's a great guy. But they have to see value in each other. And then the coupling happens. And then, so that's what we have to do with, and why Parley works? Let me give you the mathematics. They sell ocean plastic at 5 times the cost of virgin plastic. Because they have created a brand that is anchored around human rights, sustainability, respect for the trash picker, they call them eco warriors, the whole thing. And because of that, these big brands, for whom plastic is a minuscule, imagine if Hermes is sending you a beautiful scarf for $2,000, I'm not wearing one by the way, whatever plastic is there is only $2. So it doesn't bother Hermes if $2 becomes $10 cost. They're still making their $2,000. And then once that happens, then and so when Suraj and I were first talking, and I shared with him that little nugget, He said, no way. That was your expression. He says, it's not possible that you can sell it at 5 times. I said, yes, this guy does that. And so how do we build these partnerships, and until they understand each other so well, their strengths, not the weaknesses, we all have weaknesses, the strengths, that it then becomes a virtuous loop, like the circular economy. That's the second. And the third thing is that you need to find money. Everybody here has talked about that. We need to find big money. And that's what we do at the Global Alliance. We find money. We've done it before in many cases, in Indonesia, in India with sustainable agriculture, in Andhra Pradesh, making the Andhra Pradesh Natural Farming Program the world's largest regenerative agriculture program. And again, there our role is of a tiny role, catalyst. We brought 50 organizations to work with the government of Andhra Pradesh. It is that goodwill that then gets translated. Yesterday I spent the whole day with the Chief Secretary and everybody who matters in that state. Because when we show up, they know that, okay, here are credible people, they mean business. Because you can't be wasting other people's time. And fourth is that understanding the ground realities of your operating environment. Don't bring great ideas into something where it is not going to, and then if you are from the industry, history is replete with facts of how there were great inventions that went bust because you hadn't thought of the very basics. So that's even more important in this particular space. And lastly, we must avoid what we can, intercept what we can't, and redesign the whole system. Plastic was not good 60 years ago, it is not good today. It needs to go. The sooner, the better. And most importantly, for us, the humans. So that's what, so that's the AIR strategy we propagate as well. Avoid, intercept, and redesign, not recycle. Recycling is actually giving it a lease of life. But it's, of course, ocean plastic is recycled plastic. Why? Because you need to do something in the meanwhile. You can't have a very nice dream of what it should be and then not do anything in the meanwhile. That's crazy. So you need to do things at the same time, spend a considerable bit of your time imagining a different future. And I'll close with this saying, we when plastic came, we kept, oh wow, what a wonderful material, you can do this with this and that. And you know what? Nature has been at it for billions of years. You know what is the greatest packaging material? You don't even need to go look in the plants and anything else. Look at your own skin. Thinnest packaging material. It holds together your bones, your flesh, your blood, your immunity, your everything, heals itself. You know who invented it? Mother Nature, not humans. We're trying to clone, can we find something that also does the same thing that Mother Nature does it for us? So that's how tiny we are in the overall system. So the moment we start respecting Mother Nature, we will stop thinking of us as some brilliant creatures, apex species and all, and we'll get off that nonsensical high horse, and then we'll start looking for inspiration and imagination all around us, which exists in nature. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So just as we close this panel, very briefly I'll request all panelists maybe a couple of sentences on, and I think because this panel should conclude with some suggestions that ISC would like to carry forward as they work and advocate strengthening this ecosystem. So starting with Momita, your last words on where you think, what in your sense could be complementary solutions, or what kind of support your space requires so that you can be more effective in working in this on plastics?
Sure. I think, ma'am, this platform, ISC itself and the panel itself is to me a good example where we can collaborate. And I think in the morning itself we were discussing that if it's a possibility that what we just mentioned, that if we are an end user, if he can, if Suraj can help us to do an assessment of a particular area or a city, and then we know, okay, this is the assessment, this percentage goes into the recycling. So together we then can, and of course with support from Sahas, we will have, of course, other brand users like Godrej or any other MNCs also to support in, and we can also pitch in, where this entire ecosystem, if you are able to carve out and then approach a municipality, create a model, then I think that can be rolled out to the other multiple cities, because to even as end users today also we are saying, okay, we will do it, but at the end of the day, we are a part of this ecosystem, and then let's build it up. So I think it would be a good idea to take this forward to a kind of a model approach, where around a cement plant we try to do and develop a kind of an approach like this, so that we know, okay, whatever percentage goes out for recycling, beyond that we are deriving and in that case, of course, the processor needs to also be a part of this whole journey, and we having worked in this space, know a couple of processors who do a good job than the others, so we can also partner them, develop this model, and then see its scalability subsequently. I think that is where I would like to take this forward from this session.
So I think partnerships and a cluster approach.
Yes.
And perhaps even build it further, maybe a hub and spoke approach.
Yes, absolutely.
Possible.
Yes.
Suraj, would you like to share your thoughts?
So, I'll just give you a little bit of background. I'm an architect and urban planner, and the reason I work in the waste sector is because I believe cities truly have the power to improve the quality of life of all of us. So when we plan cities, we don't plan for 3 years, if that is the mandate of CSR. We don't plan it for 10 years because that is the potential projection that you have for 10 years. You plan a city for 100 years. So nobody in India, there are very few generous or focused organizations like Godrej who have a commitment to a city for a very long time. And especially there are, like if you look at Godrej, if you look at JSW, if you look at Tata's, they have specific focuses in certain areas. But never does any company have the money to do everything. The problem is that big. And the problem, and waste is not something that you generate one day and the next day it doesn't come. It comes every day, and it's going to come for the next 100 years. So I think a one-time solution is not enough. The role that Indian Sanitation Coalition or FICCI can play is to kind of partner with cities and to develop an ecosystem for change. Because if you look at any P&L statement, there has to be cash flow injection to ensure that it stays positive, right? And I think these financially, structurally, planning wise, the urban local bodies require a lot of hand-holding. The important is to develop that kind of ecosystem around a city to truly solve a problem 100%, because it's not that the urban local body doesn't want to solve it. But while they're solving waste management, they're catching cows, they're cleaning gutters, they're fixing electric wires, and there are thousands of priorities that they have also. They're running a city. If we as public, private, civilian population participate in that, I think we can truly create a very strong structural model of how Municipality Act kind of is looked at and how we deliver services in this country. Yeah, that's my point.
Yeah. Thanks, Suraj. I think that's a very valid point. This is not any single agency or individual's problem to solve. Having said that, it also requires a different kind of skill set or capability to bring together the necessary stakeholders. And I think that FICCI indeed has can play a significant role. So that would be a great takeaway from this conversation. So, Vilma, would you like to add something here?
Yeah, and for me, I think the reduce has to play a big role in all of this, because convenience has been something that has brought us to this point. So today when we talk of reduce plastic, we straight away start looking at, say, biodegradable plastic as our alternative. Is that really going to solve the problem? Because we know the kinds of problems you have with biodegradable plastic. First of all, it's not 100% biodegradable. Then where are we going to compost it? We are not able to compost our own food waste. So where is this plastic going to be composted? We know the problems of microplastic. And when we are talking of also reduce and the fact that consumption is going to increase in our rural areas. So why can't we look at business models when a food aggregator tomorrow is going to go to a village? Will he bring the same amount of plastic, or do we have containers which will already be nicely piloted like we have in Bangalore, Infinity Box, etc., where these pilots are taking place? Those good practices comes into our villages. Like you have a cloud kitchen, you can have a cleaning kitchen, and there will be so many more kind of jobs created. So reduce has to be part, it's not going to be easy, but it will give us more responsibility. It's not going to be convenient, but it's going to give us the air and the water that we deserve.
So that's a really interesting thing. When we talk about behavior change around plastics or waste, we invariably limit it to segregation. I think, Vilma, what you're trying to bring into it is also sustainable consumption. And I think that has to be, it's interesting that it's coming at this juncture when we are all now excited about this concept of life, which the PM enunciated at COP26. So an important element of life is really going to be about more sustainable consumptions. And I think India at this point of time is actually very well positioned to do it. We don't have to blindly follow the Western economies. We go all the way up the curve and then start thinking about how we'll descend. Even in the case of climate change, we're talking about countries like ours. Why don't we think about tunneling the curve? Really think about transformative solutions where we don't really have to rise all the way up and then start the descent. Can we be innovative and smart and find levers that will help us to tunnel that curve? Yeah, very valuable point. Thanks, Vilma. And we're coming a full circle. Gayatri, what would you like to add out here as your final take?
Yeah, I think really important for platforms like ISC to take this up, given the immense success they've had in sanitation, specifically with toilets and fecal sludge management. So I think this is really something a platform. This is an area which requires a platform such as this to look at bringing that transparency in. We operate in a data hole. We don't really know where the plastic is being generated all across the country, who can process what, where can what go. And I think there's a really very large enabling role for data and platforms like this to play in bringing that data together. That's one piece of it. And the second thing, it's I don't think we talk about this enough necessarily, but we are all as individual citizens responsible for this as much as companies, governments, municipalities, etc. are. How do we get, is it possible for ISC to do some policy advocacy that makes the role of the citizen a little bit more, strengthens that role and makes citizens a bit more accountable, because none of us are. We all use the same plastics that we condemn, right? So is there, what is the, is there a role for a platform like this to play in improving citizenship on this matter?
Again, I think we're really truly come a full circle out here. Data, this is an area that is crying for attention. Not an easy bit of the puzzle to solve, but any future action will have to be data driven. And so what kind of data collection mechanisms can be engendered and how they can be made robust across such a vast and such a varied landscape is a challenge. Perhaps the EPR, the CPCB attempt at bringing on board the various players in the EPR framework on board will be one such step forward. But my sense is that can only be one step forward. A lot of things will have to plug into this to make this space more robust, for want of any better word. So I think that's also an area that requires attention, and I also feel that is an area which cannot be addressed by few players or players working in isolation. This will also require a lot of collaboration and bringing together minds, technologies, as well as stakeholders. So with these words, and with a big shout out to FICCI as well as the Indian Sanitation Coalition for bringing us all together to talk about a subject that is not only professionally important to us, but I think somewhere close to all our hearts. So thanks a lot.
Is it on? Thank you, Saloni ji and the panel for that very enlightening session. We will now break for lunch and reconvene back here at 2:30 p.m. For our we've told her we are running a little bit late. 2:15? All right. We will now reconvene back here at 2:15. And for our next session, which is on developing India's rural sanitation infrastructure, for which the keynote speaker is none other than Vinny Mahajan herself. See you all after lunch. For our next session titled The Sustainable Model for Developing India's Rural Sanitation Infrastructure with Participation from the Private Sector, may I please invite Ms. Vinnie Mahajan, Secretary, Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation, Ministry of Jal Shakti, to deliver the keynote address on the recently launched Lighthouse project. I'll go again. Our next session titled Sustainable Model for Developing India's Rural Sanitation Infrastructure with Participation from the Private Sector, may I please invite Ms. Vinnie Mahajan, Secretary, Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation, Ministry of Jal Shakti, to kindly deliver the keynote address on the recently launched Lighthouse project. Thank you, ma'am.
On? Yeah, on now, I think. Yeah. Good afternoon again. Pleasure being here again in FICCI, again at the invite from Naina Lalji and her team. I must begin with acknowledging with gratitude the tremendous work done by the India Sanitation Coalition under the leadership, of course, of Naina Lalji and her team here. When we met last, this was a very nascent idea. Of course, we knew that corporates had played a huge role through the ISC for SBM Phase 1, and we knew the deep engagement in the ODF story at that time. But SBM 2 is a little more complex creature, needs a little more attention to detail, needs a little more planning, more efforts in implementation, and especially more thoughts around sustainability. And so we were at that point kind of concerned that there needs to be a much greater effort at having the Gram Panchayats, who are eventually to do this under the leadership of the state governments and the district administrations, a better understanding on what needs to be done and how it can be done. And the birth of the Lighthouse initiative as an effort to put in place such projects, make such GPs visible around the country, that would actually epitomize how to go about this effort. And I'm so pleased that ISC, as a result of very strong, consistent efforts by Natasha and others, has been able to pull together so many of you who are working on ground. And you know, the whole story around SBM Phase 2 is so much around sustainability of the efforts that were made under SBMG Phase 1. So the households must continue, all households must continue to have access to toilets through individual latrines if possible, but through community complexes if necessary, and those community complexes must continue to be used. But we are going beyond that now. So it's not just a toilet. And I believe that there has been some sharing around that. The toilets in the rural areas in India, we believe, should ideally be twin pit toilets so that they allow for in situ management of the fecal waste. And we know for a fact that a large number of toilets are not in fact twin pit. There were a lot of single pits that got made before this awareness about the better suitability of twin pits could translate into action on ground. We also know that there's been a lot of septic tanks done, but the septic tanks have gaps, especially the absence of soak pits, which can be very, very threatening to the groundwater. And so even as we speak, there is a massive effort going on across the country to firstly identify which toilets are single pit that can be converted into twin pits, and which toilets are based on septic tanks that need improvement, perhaps through addition of a soak pit or an air vent. I'm so pleased that the states and UT administrations are playing such a powerful role in this. By now, out of our 600,000 villages, 97% plus have already done the baseline. We have a whopping 4.5 crore number of toilets already emerged that need retrofitting and improvement. And I do hope that our LHI partners will look at their own villages also through this prism as well, see what has been the outcome. I'm sure your villages would be part of that 97%, but if they're part of the 3%, let's get the baseline done quickly. Let's identify for each household what kind of toilet, what improvement is needed, and get that done in a time-bound manner. And we know, again, that the funds for all these efforts, not just for retrofitting but other things as well, is through convergence mode, convergence between the largely Manrega, but also 15th Finance Commission funds. And of course, there are many other panchayats have their own funds, or there may be State Finance Commission funds. Some places have district mineral funds, etc., available to them, and the SBMG funds themselves as appropriate. So let's look at the fecal sludge issues, because that's what we started from. That's what the whole ODF campaign started from. So let's close that loop out and make sure that we've flicked that problem. Then, of course, we need to move on to grey water management. And again, as you know, with the rapid spread of JJM, Jal Jeevan Mission, leading to a lot of more water, more potable water flowing into the household, there is also more grey water that comes out. In rural areas, up to 80% of the water that's supplied is actually becomes wastewater. And so how do we make sure that wastewater is not wasted, and especially doesn't stand around and lead to breeding of mosquitoes and more vector-borne diseases, for example? So can we get individual household pits in, individual household soak pits wherever possible, if not possible, community soak pits, or other more elaborate means of addressing grey water issues, especially in peri-urban, densely populated villages. And then the whole solid waste management story. So organic waste, can we start seeing, we know our cow dung, etc., has always been used in our rural areas, either for cooking or for use as manure. Cooking, hopefully less and less. Hopefully all our women are now using LPG. So can we start making sure that instead of being directly used as manure, the gobar is collected along with other agri residue, and we extract both biogas and biomanure from it. And that would be a very powerful way of augmenting our fuel, which you know is almost entirely imported, but also of reducing the greenhouse gas with its obvious impact on climate change. So can we use organic waste more appropriately wherever possible, especially where there are a large number of animals? And we've called that Gobar Dhan, but Gobar is an acronym, and it stands for both agri, bio residue. And finally, plastics. So as we were walking in here, Nanaji was talking about how we need to address the plastics question in rural areas. And plastic waste management is an integral part of SBMG Phase 2, because we recognize that plastics are increasingly making their way into rural areas as well. And while on the one hand, we are encouraging panchayats, and indeed it's wonderful the number of panchayats that have actually passed resolutions against single-use plastics. So that's a way of spreading awareness around the issue, and by building in buy-in around reducing, eliminating, if possible, single-use plastics. But we also need to make sure that whatever plastics are there are actually properly segregated, sorted out, and put into the value chain. This is circular economy elements, all of these, but this one particularly we need to get it right, because otherwise we've started seeing every village there would be a mound of trash. It's not bad as the city mounds, but they're still there in the villages as well. So can we ensure, and the good news is that even in villages, there is now recognition and segregation at source is happening. So the big challenge around segregation at source that we are seeing even in urban areas, it is getting recognized, it is being starting to get addressed in rural areas in many parts of the country? Can we step that up in our LHI villages? Can we make sure that there are arrangements for segregation at the household level, door-to-door collection of the segregated waste at whatever is the appropriate interval? It could be weekly, it could be daily, alternate day, depending on quantum generated. And can we then make sure that there are some collection sheds in the village as suitable, and then perhaps plastic waste management unit at the block level, which is what our guidelines suggest, so that whatever shredding, baling, etc. is required happens there, because we know plastic is voluminous, and one of the big challenges is transporting large volumes of plastic. So therefore, baling and shredding, using in rural road construction locally as possible, as much as possible, sending to cement plants, but basically putting it into the kabadiwala chain. We already have a robust chain for dealing with these elements, so can we do that? And that's the kind of action we want to see on ground. So once again, so pleased that so many corporates have responded to the call, have, I believe, by now helped in getting the project reports ready, in getting the GPDPs, sort of getting it into part of the Gram Panchayat development plan. Funding, so two requests. One, please do make sure that you review and bring in the most cost-effective solutions, because we are not dealing with, a Delhi or a Mumbai which should have the very best regardless of cost perhaps. We are dealing with 600,000 villages, and we want to see this happening in each village, and we want whatever we are doing in the LHI districts to be scalable, replicable. Therefore, let's do cost-effective solutions. If a household level soak pit is cheaper, easier, and will be handled better, will be managed better going forward, likely to work better because it's the household asset, let's do that, rather than having an elaborate waste stabilization pond, which our engineers love, which are great things, but only if they are necessary. So can we do cost-effective solutions? And also there are new technologies. So I hope you've reviewed. We have a system by which there's a committee led by the principal scientific advisor. The Department of Drinking Water participates. We jointly look at new innovative technologies, including vermiculture kind of solutions, other fecal sludge solutions for organic waste management, plastic waste management, and so on. Please do review those as well. See if they are appropriate for your villages, and if so, help people understand and take those forward. So can we then make sure that we have cost-effective, realistic, but quality interventions that are proposed? We will need to cut our cloth according to the size. We will need to see what are the resources available to that village through various means. We will need to convince the village leadership to prioritize sanitation, because there are often resources, but the village may want to just do CC flooring. We know that happens. So how do we explain to them the importance of sanitation on their health, on poverty also, because health, adverse effect on health is so strongly linked with lapse into poverty. So create a demand within the village community through an improved understanding of the consequences of good sanitation, and then also see the phasing in. Maybe everything cannot be done this year. We were very ambitious. We wanted, let's make this a model village. But if you, when you review and make your plans, you find that perhaps everything cannot be done this year, well then let's step back and take a look and see that we will do this year. And next year again there will be Finance Commission funds, and next year again there will be Manrega sources, and next year again SBMG funds and all of those. So what do we want to suggest done next year? But to the extent possible, given that so much effort, energy, attention is being given today, let's try and get it prioritized, and let us get it done today if we can. However, there's no magic bullet, and certainly it's not as though the solution lies with any one agency. So if you send this to me saying, hey, we made a plan, it costs 50 lakhs, but this village only has 20 lakhs, I would probably
send it right back to you and say, well, do something about it then. So you will need to talk to the local administration, the districts, the states, figure out how to do it, and if necessary, like I said, phase it over the next year or maybe even 2 years when we know there is going to be committed 15th Finance Commission funding at the very least, which is clear, known in advance, quantum can be predetermined. So with that, again, longish kind of thing, but it's so nice that we actually have 75, and in India's 75th year of independence, it's so appropriate that ISC is working on 75 lighthouse initiative projects. I hope the corporates get a huge sense of satisfaction out of the work they're doing, and I hope that the states and UT administrations are also equally charged and supporting you, and whatever we do will end up transforming not just these 75, but a much larger part of the countryside. Thank you so much.
See the presentations. Sure. Thank you, ma'am, for your support and guidance as always. In the next few minutes, we will hear from 5 corporates, ITC, Ambuja Cement Foundation, HCL, JSW, and NIRA, about their individual experiences in implementing the Lighthouses initiative. For one of these states, we are happy to welcome the State Mission Director, who will also share his own experiences in implementing the initiative in his state. First up, may I invite all the presenters to please take their seats on the panel. Welcome. Thank you. First up, we invite Mr. Manjunath Lakshmikantan, Regional Manager, South, ITC Limited, to present for Andhra Pradesh. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Collaborations in general and public-private partnerships in specific has been felt to be a solution providing option for many of the social, environment, and economic challenges. I will be presenting about ITC working along with Swachhanda Corporation in Andhra Pradesh in actually making this change in the rural sanitation space. Next. How do I move? Yeah. Since last 2 decades, ITC has been involved in making this sanitation improvement in the rural areas by following certain key tenets. One is the collaborations and partnership at all levels. It may be from Gram Panchayat to state level. Partnership drives scale and impact. So that is one of the key tenet in our program. The next is make the people desire for the change that you aspire for. That you build through the behavior change program. Once the desire is there, then through the people institutions, they will lead the change that is required in the village. And once they realize there is a change required, they will also contribute for the whole program and promote approaches and technologies that are decentralized, which are less carbon emitting, low cost, so that from the contributions which the community make, the setup that has been made can be managed and taken care. We have focused on major 5 components in rural sanitation. The first one is the toilets. Nearly through collaborations, we have done 39,000 household toilets. And in villages wherever there has not been land for the landless people, we have constructed community toilets, and these community toilets are managed by the users themselves through the contributions made by them every month.
And the next component within the village we have focused is on school wash. So here we have done nearly 2,800 toilet blocks across the country with focus on gender, gender separate toilets in schools and hand washing stations. And the last one is on the solid waste management. Nearly 60 lakhs household is what we have covered across the country through collaborations with Jilla Panchayat and ULBs with a high focus on reduce the waste to landfill. The other subcategory within the solid waste management is the green temple. Currently what is happening is even the temple waste and the offerings that is made in the temple is going to the municipal waste. So what we have done and demonstrated is to handle this waste at the source through a circular economy model so that this need not go outside the temple premises. Yeah. So once, since we were doing this work, moving up to the lighthouse was a natural progression for us. We have collaborated for nearly 36 lighthouses across the country in nearly 10 states. So while the strategy for the ODF has been there as part of the overall program, our effort will be to build capabilities of the Gram Panchayats, find a decentralized solution that are easy to manage, low cost, and be a catalyst in this lighthouse program so that once they are established, the template is created and it can be replicated rapidly in the other areas in future. So I will be explaining the how we have worked in this lighthouses, taking an example of Jangalpalli, which is Gram Panchayat in Andhra Pradesh in Palnadu Mandal, Palnadu district, which has nearly 410 households. So we have focused again on the 5 components. The first 4 is something which we have already completed in collaboration with the government from last many years. So once the lighthouse discussion started, we have started working with these villages. So at the first stage we have started the PRA exercises and triggering exercise along with the community so that they realize first what is the liquid waste, what is grey waste and what is the current situation in the village, and we have made them look into these issues from their perspective. And once they have understood the challenges at the village level, the Gram Panchayat bringing in the resolution that they will work for it has naturally happened. And then the discussions along with the various other stakeholders, especially the SDMs. ISC had facilitated this discussion with state mission directors, and we have interacted with many other light departments. And over a period of last few months, the DPR has been finalized, taking into all those principles that we have just explained. Now DPRs have been completed and they are in the various stages of implementation, but we have started the training program and capacity building program on LWM, which is one of the components that is left. And then the implementation has also started now because some of the works are already approved in the GPDP. So those works has been started, the balance are something that need to happen. Now coming specifically to the wash aspect in this village, we have done the situation analysis, behavior change communication and this and the people institution strengthening. At the school level it will be child cabinet and SDMCs, at Anganwadis it will be mother committees, and in tank users group it will be tank users group strengthening. So those are the soft component which we have done and we have demonstrated through our own resources in certain cases, especially the hand wash stations in these villages, and impact assessment, because after the implementation how is it being used and what is it against FAO or government benchmarks. So those impact assessment reports is what we have brought onto the table. The government has invested all the major resources that is required for SWM and even now the LWM, and Andhra Pradesh they also have a specific Nadu Nedu scheme which specifically addresses the requirement of schools. So they have majorly invested on this program, and the overall implementation and monitoring lies with the government whole system in these villages. So the toilets regarding 94% of the households are covered with toilets. Balance there is a gap of 6%, which is mainly because of the subdivision in households that happen over a period of time, and usage is nearly 99%. 100% Anganwadi and schools have been covered, in the sense infrastructure is taken care, and then the operational maintenance has been is being taken care by the community. And in Andhra Pradesh, government also gives a certain amount for operational maintenance maintenance, but over and above that, the institutions which we have been promoted, parents are also contributing for the operational maintenance of these schools. And here we have also taken up water body restoration as one of the key area, because these are all drier belts, rain-fed areas whose rainfall is less than 600 mm. So, which water is not there, sanitation doesn't work. So, we have taken the restoration of really large 4 tanks of those villages and then farm ponds, which meet the, which enhance the groundwater recharge and meet the water requirement for agriculture and other domestic uses. Now, coming to the coming to the solid waste management, by this time we had a formal collaboration with the district Jilla Panchayat of Guntur for promoting this decentralized solid waste management. So we have given the training on decentralized solid waste management to the government officials, to the Panchayat representatives, elected representatives, and also the green ambassadors, who are all actually the waste collectors in those area. And it is not just about doing a training, then we have established hubs in those places using the principles what we have preached, so that people can really see what has been the change, and they can also experience those things whenever they visit. So this hub and spoke concept is something which we have demonstrated there. So this is one of the hub, so it has a higher benchmarks on the principles that we have promoted, and exposure of spoke villages nearby to these areas have already started, so that we are building a base where in the future, if you have to convert other lighthouses, there is already a foundation built in these areas. And impact assessment report, as I told you, what is the segregation amount? These are all either project based impact reports or third party impact reports. Majorly we rely on third party impact reports that is being taken care, and these are the value additions which we have brought in onto the table in the decentralized solid waste management. And as I told, infrastructure is invested by the government system, and then the implementation, it is the staff of the government who has taken care of the entire implementation process and the monitoring. And even on the plastic waste, in the morning panel also on plastic, it came fundamentally, if you facilitate the source segregation, then only all other things will work, will make a financially viable model. So the segregation is something which we have pushed a lot, and here the whole plastic whatever is collected is being sent to recyclers and into the kabadiwala value chain. And we have introduced low cost machines like baler. Actually these balers are wooden balers which are used in our agriculture system. Since we are also a product, involved in agriculture, so we bring in all those smaller elements that can actually make the difference that is required in these units. So it is not just about implementing the infrastructure, what is the outcome? So the project has gone to that stage of, so we can clearly say now there is source segregation of 91%, home composting, because wet waste we want to ensure that it is handled at the source. There is less movement of the waste that happens within the village. So 28% households are doing home composting. And for financial sustainability, the user fee payment is the important component. You may be earning some part through compost, some part through dry waste sale, but the user fee is an important component. So if you have to ensure that the first part of behavior change, the PRA, making them realize the importance of these things is very critical. So here we have 30 rupees per, 1 rupee per day is the concept which I have started. Yeah, the whole work is done by the women self-help group in the whole system. Yeah, yes. So 51% of the households is paying for this user charge, and if you look at the landfills, at the baseline it was 91%, in the sense there was no system. Now really less than 15% waste is going into the landfill, and all the waste is getting collected or processed or managed at the source. So in the whole setup, the focus has been about making the community realize it is my waste and my responsibility to handle. It is not like I am paying the tax or the panchayat has to do. This is a frequent question that comes whenever you enter, but over a period of time, the behavior change program and your strategy should actually make that change. So now this wash and the solid waste is taken care in this village. Now we are into the phase of liquid waste management. So as I explained, we have done those PRAs, the household surveys, and also focus group discussions, so that all different segments of the villages are made aware of these issues, and inputs are also taken from them. And based on that, the gap analysis and the DPR has been prepared. Yeah. Okay. So retrofitting is the one component that has, DDWS has also been promoting, and we are also, strongly emphasizing on it. But there is a huge gap of 98% gap in retrofitting. Majorly, single pit is what has been taken across many states we have looked into. That is one we would like to do under this program. The next is access to toilet. As I told, there is certain, because of subdivision in the family that is there, and government in Andhra Pradesh has a scheme for it, a housing program. So which within that, toilet is also a component. So that is being addressed. On liquid waste management, the decentralized way, the individual soak pit, community soak pit is something which we are emphasizing. Some units are already there on the ground, but they are probably not maintained. So after many years, the seepage reduces. So awareness on those, maintenance charge, and also establishing the new one under the LHI is what is being planned. Drainage systems and the balance gap in institutions wherever liquid waste management is not there, that is something which we are promoting. So in this whole thing, the safety of the workers, SHGs are involved. So we have a separate module wherein we train the workers on what are all the safety related issues, what are all the equipments they need to use, and these are all provided by the Gram Panchayat. It's only the awareness and training which is being done by the project, and we also link them to all the government schemes on social security that are there. So this hub in this particular case, this will outreach to nearly another 6 spoke villages is what we are simultaneously building under this program.
So this, just if you can just go back, this budget that you're talking about, this is the budget which is provided by the Gram Panchayat, or this is the budget that is provided by the corporate?
No, Gram Panchayat. Yeah, all the infrastructure comes from the government schemes only. It's only the software component which we are majorly focusing on. And on the fecal sludge management, twin pit is one of the main strategy for it. But wherever already twin pit is there and this usage of fecal matter as a manure is a component which we have tried, because we have a collaboration with Niti Aayog also under the Aspiration District program, and we have piloted these things there. So wherever they have closed after 6 months, since we work with the agriculture, so farmer and this manure gels very well together. We have done 1700 already in different states in Maharashtra and Rajasthan. That experience is what we would like to bring in this lighthouse villages. So it's a low cost method, and it is rich in NPK. Currently all the fertilizers are imported, and Niti Aayog has a paper on it how this has to be used in the agriculture field. So that is something which we will emphasize a lot in the lighthouse program. Additionally, if there are any FSTP plants that are nearby, we would like to build awareness on it and link the this fecal sludge for processing. And we are still scouting for technologies that are low cost, which can be implemented at a rural stage. The constructed wetland we have seen, but it still requires a lot of maintenance. But we have discussed with many of the speakers since yesterday. This has also been a forum where we have exchanged ideas. We have got few innovators who have certain technology. So that discussion is on. We will try to bring in that also over a period of time. Yeah. So finally, what we believe is there are different capabilities of the different organizations. Yeah. Different organizations. So government has the reach, we have the domain knowledge, the project management skills. Finally, with this partnership, we believe innovative models and large scale amplification can happen. To give a glimpse of how we have actually done, we would like to play this video. Yeah, please, video.
As we look into a future of endless possibilities, there are people who are struggling to have their very basic needs met. Access to toilets, open defecation-free villages, and solid and liquid wastewater management. These were the issues Gram Panchayats in rural Andhra Pradesh faced. Based on a pilot model implemented by the ITC in convergence with the government in a few villages like Nandigama, has been evolved into a sustainable model for developing rural sanitation along with SWM. As a result, the government has come forward for amplification of this model. The project aims at building capacities of Panchayat officials elected representatives and volunteers on SWM through cascade methodology, enabling the panchayats to take up community-owned decentralized solid waste management at a village level.
నేను తడి చెత్త పొడి చెత్త వేరు చేసి వేస్తున్నాను. అలాగే మా పక్కింటి వాళ్ళు మా కాలనీ వాళ్ళు కూడా అందరూ వేరు చేసి వేస్తున్నారు. దానివల్ల మా ఆరోగ్యాలు బాగున్నాయి, మా గ్రామం పరిశుభ్రంగా ఉంది.
Jilla Parishad has signed MOU with ITC Mission Sunharakar to build the capacity in Grama Panchayati cadre and implementation of solid waste management in decentralized manner in 780 Gram Panchayatis in Guntur district.
As part of Lighthouse initiatives, they are working 6 Grama Panchayats in Palnadu and Gunturu districts. ITC has been facilitated DPR preparation at the Grama Panchayat level. We have formed WASH committees and facilitated all the Grama Panchayat to pass the resolution and incorporate their action plans into that GPDP.
అట్లాగే ద్రవ వ్యర్థ పదార్థాలకు సంబంధించి ఇండివిజువల్ సోక్ పిట్స్ అంటే వ్యక్తిగతమైనటువంటి ఇంకుడు గుంటలు, సామూహిక సామాజిక ఇంకుడు గుంటలను నిర్మించడం అనేటటువంటిది. వీటితో పాటు అరుగుదొడ్లకు సంబంధించినటువంటి సింగిల్ పిట్, డబుల్ పిట్ ఉన్నటువంటి వాటిని గుర్తించి అభివృద్ధి చేయాలనేటువంటిది ప్రధానమైనటువంటి ఉద్దేశం.
మా గ్రామంలో గ్రామ సభ ఏర్పాటు చేసుకొని మార్చి 2023 సంవత్సరం నాటికి ప్రణాళిక సిద్ధం చేయడం జరిగింది. మా గ్రామాన్ని జాతీయ స్థాయిలో ఆదర్శ గ్రామంగా తీర్చిదిద్దుటకు కృషి చేస్తున్నాము.
So Government of Andhra Pradesh is extending this support by providing infrastructure and taking the help of ITC to build better sanitation conditions in the villages by improving both solid and liquid waste management as well as the fecal sludge management.
The future, collaborations and partnerships have historically proven to yield great results. When capabilities and creativity are combined with a common cause and intention, the result is always one of progress, hope and betterment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Manjunath, for that presentation and the video. Next, we invite Mr. Brajesh Tomar, DGM Ambuja Cement, to present for Rajasthan.
Yummy. So first I would like to thank India Sanitation Coalition for bringing us together under this Lighthouse initiative, and also give this opportunity to share our progress in Lighthouse initiative in Rajasthan. Basically this presentation I am doing on behalf of our partners also, Directorate, Swachh Bharat Mission Directorate, Rajasthan government, and Tata Trust and Ambuja. So we are two partners in Lighthouse there, corporate partners, Tata Trust and Ambuja and Directorate. So this presentation is cumulatively we prepared, and I am presenting on behalf of three. So basically I am from Ambuja Cement Foundation, and Ambuja Cement Foundation, basically you may be aware, we are working from 1993 on different issues in community like water, health, agriculture, skill development, and sanitation, women empowerment. So our company, the philosophy which Gandhiji in 1931 said in FICCI house, so we are follow that actually our company. Based on that we are working from last 30 years. So Lighthouse, in Lighthouse basically in Rajasthan we have 15 villages of 3 districts. So first is Siroi, which is Tata Trust, and Nagaur and Pali is Ambuja Cement Foundation. So out of 15 villages, total villages in Rajasthan under Lighthouse initiative, 9 villages DPR is already prepared, and 6 villages DPR is approved, and remaining 3 DPR is in process. And the current status of the villages, or except one village is in model, all villages are in aspiring and ODF plus. All the selected villages are ODF plus. Maximum villages solid waste collection is already going on. So this is the status actually.
So, progress so far after finalizing the Lighthouse Initiative Partnership. So, basically, as we signed this first finalized KV partners, then Mrs. Gunjan Singh, IS Assistant Secretary, Drinking Water Department from Delhi, she visited our both Gram Panchayat in Ravariavas. And then we did, after that meeting, State Swachh Bharat Mission Directorate did the meeting with both partners and make a strategy how we go further, but support is required. And then their directorate has written letter to the state officers and the block officers for their support to the corporate partners. And then corporate partners started the meeting with Gram Panchayats and the district level, and now the work is going on actually in maximum panchayat. So this is the basically what we decided in the meeting collectively in Jaipur. So basically first we listed out the challenges, what are the challenges we are facing in the field. So the challenges are, you can see the villages are dirty and Swachh Bharat Mission guideline to panchayats, even communities or panchayats are not very much aware about all the components and the provisions of finance. And then planning, implementation, so that's the abilities not panchayat have, so they need the support. And then community mobilization also need. Many panchayats, they are doing solid waste collection, but many peoples in the village are not cooperating. So they need support from external agencies to sensitize the community so that all participate and cooperate with the collection system, whatever going on in the community. And then also in earlier session also discussed the technology actually for. So the cost effective technologies for recycling of the plastic or recycling of the organic waste, that is also required at village level, and monitoring. So the one time we can do the one time awareness in the villages, but to sustain the behavioral change in the community, we need a constant monitoring. So that the strategies we decided, ultimately the overall, I am not going step by step, but overall the strategy we will decided we will sensitize the community, the women's, the men's, the institutions like SHG groups in the village, religious leaders. So we involve all and sensitize with them by through series of meetings and rallies in the villages and involve them in monitoring so that the behavior can be sustained in the villages. So the detail are given in DPRs. So we major components we written here. So we in the DPRs, from DPRs, the individual dustbin. So we feel community dustbins, and then Swachh Bharat Prahari, safety equipment for them, tricycle, and then community compost, and then resource center to segregate the solid wastes, and then soak pits, community soak pit. Wherever not possible, the soak pit individually, then we connect the houses through sewage drainage and connect with the community soak pit, and then drainage channels, and then incineration. So these are our components, maximum DPR in the villages. And typically out of 15 villages, maximum are more than 2,000 population. So we estimated the typical, just for example, these are the cost required for all 3 villages. Some villages are already doing this, these components. So there are 4 or 5 components: solid waste management, storage, and then transportation, treatment, and grey water management. So total 20 lakhs rupees is we have estimated, which have provision in Swachh Bharat Mission Guideline 2. So we have given the sources of fund. So this is the part of the DPR basically. So this is a 3-year sustainability. So we need at least first 3 years to support how the panchayat will manage or sustain the such clean villages. So these totally we required 6 lakhs rupees for first 3 years. So which will come, actually we have plan also, which will come from the by charging from the households, from the shops in the villages, marriage functions. There are number of marriages happened in the schools, and they creating a lot of this waste. So they will also pay, and people are happy to pay basically. In some villages already they are paying even 30 to 80 rupees. They are paying for the this charges for solid waste collection. So this is overall recovery. So 2 lakh rupees is saving actually totally at the end of 3 years. So that's why we think this will sustain. So these are the steps we decided to do in the villages. We have already started. We are working in the villages on community mobilization with the panchayat, form the committee, and then clean drive, door-to-door connection. How to involve we are involving the SHG members for this campaign, and we involving the school team, school youths, childrens, and also the youths in the there is many villages having youth clubs, so we involving them also. So this is one of the example. This is one village in Nagaur district, that is Nana. This is located near to our plant, Ambuja Cement plants. So in this village, 2 years before, the Ambuja Cement has installed the STP, because this is a big village, 5,000 population. So STP is installed by the Ambuja Cement Foundation, by Ambuja Cement, but the management operation by the panchayat. Now we hand over this to panchayat. Now panchayat is managing and charging. They are taking money from the people for this operation. And now village is clean. ODF, solid waste connection is going on. So now the STP treated water, earlier we have company has taken for construction purpose, but now the farmers are using for irrigation. Similarly, these are some photographs of current work which is going on the panchayats. Like first one, the Yamarpura Panchayat, the community toilets, and the second one is the resource center, which collection center is going on by panchayat in one village, and the sewage drainage construction is also going on in the villages, which is the part of this DPR which is approved. And these are the other initiatives for awareness on like plastic use. We are involving the drawing competition in schools and the rallies, and then also the personal hygiene of young girls on the villages. So these all are the part of activity which we are doing since long, and still we are doing in the villages. This is the meetings we are involved. All the villages having SHG. There are 10 to 15, 20 SHG. So we are planning to involve the SHG. In some villages, SHG are already leading actually. So these are also the IEC material which we have painted in the walls in school, panchayats, Anganwadi, everywhere. For similarly, this in Nagaur. Similar activities Tata Test is also doing in their villages. They have already conducted the triggering in the villages, and in one panchayat they have decided the fine also on shops. There are number of shops in that village, so they fine a shopkeeper is responsible. There is no plastic nearby the shop actually. So this type of interventions we are taking. This is the awareness on personal hygiene. So they are promoted one SHG to sell this sanitary pads in the village, which is also they are part of their program actually. So this is one initiative taken by state government, Swachh Bharat Mission Directorate. They have selected 26 places like temple, fort, जहाँ पर लोग बहुत ज़्यादा जाते आते हैं, तो they have selected, और साथ में उन्होंने they have selected ग्राम पंचायत also. Wherever this place is located, they have taken that gram panchayat and that place. So they are creating as a model. Earlier presentation ITC has also shared that there is a flowers, lot of फूल आते हैं वहाँ पे, प्लास्टिक भी आती है प्रसाद में, तो वो सबको वहाँ पे उसी की जगह पे प्रोसेस करने के लिए. So they have selected 26 places in Rajasthan, and they are many places they have already started the work, and other villages other places they are planning to start it immediately. This is the initiative of government of Swachh Bharat Mission Directorate. So thank you.
Thank you, Brajesh. We now invite Mr. Alok Verma, Project Director, HCL Foundation, to present for State Uttar Pradesh.
Thank you and good afternoon to everybody. Special thanks to India Sanitation Council for inviting HCL Foundation to present the work that they are doing and that we are doing in Uttar Pradesh. So I would request if the video can be played in the beginning.
पीने के साफ पानी की उपलब्धता और स्वच्छ शौच सुविधाएं ग्रामीण भारत के लिए गंभीर मुद्दे रहे हैं। देश के लगभग 40% बच्चों का मानसिक और शारीरिक रूप से पूर्ण विकास ना हो पाने का एक बड़ा कारण रहा है स्वच्छता संबंधित मूलभूत संरचना की कमी। राष्ट्रीय परिवार स्वास्थ्य सर्वेक्षण 4 ने पाया था कि ग्रामीण उत्तर प्रदेश के, जो कि देश का सबसे ज्यादा आबादी वाला राज्य है, केवल 23.5% घरों में ही बेहतर स्वच्छता सुविधाएं मौजूद थीं। प्रदेश में हरदोई जिले के ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में तो ये आंकड़ा और कम होकर 18.5% ही था। साल 2015 में देश की अग्रणी आईटी कंपनी HCL टेक की CSR शाखा HCL फाउंडेशन ने हरदोई जिले में HCL समुदाय परियोजना की नींव रखी। एकीकृत ग्रामीण विकास पर केंद्रित इस परियोजना में स्वच्छता और पीने के साफ पानी की उपलब्धता को महत्वपूर्ण समझा गया। शुरुआती आकलन में यह पाया गया कि गांव की अधिकतर आबादी खुले में शौच कर रही थी, जिसके लिए हर ग्राम पंचायत में समुदाय संचालित संपूर्ण स्वच्छता कार्यक्रम चलाया गया। महीनों तक HCLF टीम ने अनेकों माध्यम से लोगों को स्वच्छता के बारे में जागरूक और शौचालय बनाने एवं इस्तेमाल करने के लिए प्रेरित किया। देखते ही देखते गांव वासियों ने न सिर्फ अपनी सोच बदली, बल्कि अपने गांव को खुले में शौच मुक्त बनाया। अगला कदम था घरों में पीने के साफ पानी को उपलब्ध कराना। पानी की गुणवत्ता जांच कर पाया गया हैंडपंप का पानी पीने योग्य नहीं था और बीमारियों का कारण बन रहा था। इसके लिए गांव में ग्रामीण पेयजल एवं स्वच्छता समिति का गठन किया गया और गांव वासियों की इस संस्था की देखरेख में ओवरहेड पानी टंकी और पाइपलाइनों का निर्माण सुनिश्चित कर घर घर पीने का साफ पानी पहुंचाया गया। इन संरचनाओं का स्वामित्व, संचालन और इनकी देखरेख की जिम्मेदारी इन्हीं समितियों की है, जिसके लिए गांव का हर घर इन्हें मासिक शुल्क भी देता है। लोगों को धीरे धीरे स्वच्छ जीवन शैली की ओर कदम बढ़ाते देख HCL समुदाय ने 2020-21 में स्वच्छ गांव की तैयारी अब हमारी बारी नामक मुहिम से अपने स्वच्छता कार्यक्रम के अगले चरण को प्रारंभ किया। उद्देश्य था गांव को प्रत्यक्ष रूप से साफ बनाना। इसके अंतर्गत ठोस अपशिष्ट के निपटान के लिए स्रोत के स्तर पर वियोजन और घर घर से कूड़े को एकत्रित करने की व्यवस्था स्थापित की गई है। गांव के स्तर पर गीले कूड़े को जैविक खाद में बदलने और सूखे कूड़े को रिसाइकलिंग के लिए भेजने का प्रावधान किया गया है। साथ ही रसोई घर, धुलाई आदि की धोवन का निस्पंदन कर साफ पानी को गांव में मौजूद पानी के प्राकृतिक स्रोतों में भेजने का प्रावधान किया गया है। इनका जीर्णोद्धार कर न केवल भूजल में बढ़ोतरी बल्कि बेहतर वातावरण भी सुनिश्चित किया जा रहा है। स्वच्छ भारत की शुरुआत स्वच्छ गांव से ही होती है और अपने हर कदम के साथ हमारे गांव ये साबित कर रहे हैं कि स्वच्छ भारत का सपना हकीकत बनने की ओर अग्रसर है।
So that was a glimpse of what kind of activities we have been doing in HCL Foundation. Basically, picture speaks 1,000 words, so that's why I started with a video. Presentation, can you? So I'll be very brief in terms of presenting and after the video what we are doing. So we started basically integrated rural development program in Uttar Pradesh called Samudai. So one of the key parameters of integrated rural development, of course, is sanitation and water infrastructure. So Basis that we began with the initiatives of open defecation free villages, which you saw, and learning from those open defecation free village success that we achieved, we then moved on to complete clean village program. So under this clean village program, we have multiple dimensions, as is the Gramin Swachh Bharat Mission 2.0 explains very lucidly and sets the aims for. So similarly, we have solid waste management, liquid waste management, water, open defecation free plus village, and complete management of the waste that is coming out and the liquid waste that is coming out. So in nutshell, that is our initiative, Clean Village program, and that is where we have associated with the Lighthouse initiative, because both our program and the Lighthouse initiative are entirely parallel, and that is where when India Sanitation Council approached us, and we were very happy to be part of this Lighthouse initiative of to bring about this change. So currently under this water and sanitation program, Clean Village program and Lighthouse initiative, learning from our experience of ODF Plus, where we engaged with the community, where we engaged with the stakeholders, the government, and we engaged with different community stakeholders like panchayats, schools, and brought about change in attitudes and in thought process. We basically did everything that is being talked about. Very similar strategy, nothing very new about it, same triggering approach, same mobilization of the community, and very similar to that formation of Nigrani Samiti, etc. But the key difference that we were able to bring about was the intense engagement with the community that we were able to bring about. And that was possible because we were working in an integrated manner in multiple sectors. We were working in livelihoods, we were working in agriculture, we were working in education, so that all, and we were working in health. So all that we could bring about, the entire community we could bring about together, and then very intensively work with the different stakeholders of the community, be it the citizens of the panchayat, be it the local self-government, and that gave us a very successful model of bringing about open defecation-free villages. So we were successful in bringing about 81 gram panchayats completely open defecation-free, and now of course almost all the gram panchayats have attained that status. And encouraged with that, we started working under the model of Swachh Gramin Bharat 2.0. So that is where most of the components again are very synergistic with our approaches, and we worked around that, be it the solid waste management, be it other things in terms of liquid waste management. But the key factor that, as you have seen in the video, has been our integrated approach. So when we are going into a village, we are not talking merely about solid waste management, or we are not talking merely about liquid waste management. We are talking about a complete holistic approach, where we are focusing upon solid waste management in its all dimensions, whether it is a biodegradable waste, whether it is non-biodegradable and plastic waste, how to manage that, whether it is soak pits, whether it is vermicompost pits, the complete model of solid waste management, and together with the provision of drinking water supply. So on one side we are talking about cleanliness through solid waste management, on the other side we are talking about drinking water supply. So we set up around 30 water schemes in different villages which are part of this initiative, and all of these are completely managed by the community, owned by the community, and operated by the community itself. And with drinking water, as Secretary Ma'am was saying, there comes the challenge of liquid waste management. So third part of our component was Yeah, so liquid waste management. So here again, on one side we were focusing upon solid waste, supply of drinking water, and on the third side the drainage network and the complete system of creating the drains, and then taking the grey water through the filtration process, and then opening them into pond in the village. So complete 360-degree approach we have adopted in our initiative under this program, so that complete model village can be brought about in terms of water, sanitation, hygiene. So that's our approach. So in terms of lighthouse initiative, as I was telling about, this model we are implementing in more than 30 gram panchayat, 2 of which are Akbarpur Talu and Purva, where all this activity, most of these activities we have already done, and to support over and above that, we are engaging with the government. We have prepared the DPRs, we are identifying different, like the baseline was done about the toilets, whether twin pit, single pit, or soak pit, or that those process have already been completed, and we are in the process of engaging with the district authorities to finalize the budget for that conversion and other aspects, plus other secondary level and tertiary level treatment of waste that is being collected, particularly solid waste. So for setting that up, the resource recovery center and waste aggregation center. So those are the things that we have included in our DPR for these 2 villages to take it to a next level of clean village conceptualization and bring about a complete 360-degree model of lighthouse initiative. So these are some of the snapshots of the process that we have taken over the time, engaging with the community, preparing PRA maps, social mapping, resource mapping, triggering, Gaurav Yatras for community mobilization, different types of IEC tools ranging from how to manage solid waste at the household level, how to create and manage twin pit toilets, how to manage your liquid waste. So different kind of IEC tools and different kind of scenarios, like what to do in institutional setup like schools or small hospitals, what to do in household. So these all IC tools were developed during this process and which we are implementing. So basically this it brings me to the end of whatever little initiative we have taken so far, and hopefully we will be able to showcase a complete model of this entire sanitation approach under the Swachh Bharat Mission 2.0, and through this lighthouse initiative we will in coming days by March 23 we will be able to complete all our obligations and truly present a very robust model. Thank you.
Thank you, Alojji. We have Ms. Rupa next, who will present for JSW Foundation for the state of Karnataka.
Hello everyone, I'm Rupa from the JSW Foundation. A lot is being said since yesterday about waste management. Such technical people, I've been hearing so many things. And you know, since I've been growing up, I have a few people who may be a little senior to me. But since we were growing up, I never thought that waste was going to be such an issue, that we needed such a think tank to think about. You know, such a simple problem having such difficult solutions, such complex problems. So, like you know, we are partnering with ISC in the state of Karnataka and Maharashtra for LHI initiatives. I'm just going to quickly tell you all what we've been doing in Karnataka, because we are heavily invested in the state in Vijayanagar. We know, as you know, it is our largest plant. A lot was being said since yesterday about how we need to have technology, innovations, how we need to have the community involved, you know, in getting this problem resolved. I think we've been doing all this and a little more in Karnataka, so hopefully the LHI is an initiative. A lot I think all of us are doing on the solid waste problem. Liquid waste is something that we haven't touched as much as should be done, but going forward this is what the kind of initiative that it is bringing about. So in Karnataka, you need what we do is we are looking at an integrated waste management solution in Karnataka. Like we say, our vision, basically I'm saying zero dumping to goes to the landfills. That is the vision. Now in order to do that, you know, there are so many things. We say that we can probably, I think that font is very small, sorry. We look at having improved sanitation practices for everyone and to ensure a cleaner, safer neighborhood as one goes about. To do this, we're working with the community, like everyone says, unless you work with the community, it's not going to work out because that's what they want. They are the ones who are the beneficiaries. Innovative solutions that JSW has brought in and integrating technology with whatever solutions that we are looking at. Now, this process flow seems a little complicated, but to give you a gist of what we are doing is basically collection. That, I mean, everyone knows unless we segregate and collect, we are not going to be able to achieve whatever we do. So, collection, segregation at source. The wet and dry, of course, are segregated. Wet bait goes for composting. Biggest problem is the dry waste that one collects. Of course, in India, I think we are one of the examples in the world when we said that we've been recycling for the longest. The newspapers used to get recycled, plastic, paper, glass, everything. I think the issue is now when such complex varieties of plastics have been introduced for packaging material, that's when all the problems have are arising. What we are doing currently is collection from 21 villages around our plants. The waste that is not gone for, after the community using it for sellable waste, we bring it in the material recycling facility. There again, innovation and technology that we are bringing about, we are supporting 2 startups. You know, we decided, we asked our CSR head there to define the problem, and they said the problem is the solid waste, the plastic waste which does not get sold, and the wet waste. So for these 2 problems, we invited different startups, and we are supporting 2 startups in this space. So one startup, I think we heard him yesterday, who are going to use the non-recyclable plastic to make paver blocks, and the other startup is in the biodegradable waste, where they are going to work on the waste that gets collected for making animal feed and bird feed. So this again, I thought everything that we heard yesterday has already gone into the waste program that JSW is implementing. This is some of the highlights of the Vijayanagar plant. We are collecting about from 16,000 households. The amount of waste that we have collected is over 21,000 tons, etc., etc. Important one, another aspect there, I very specifically mentioned, we've collected about 3 lakh MLPs, the multi-layered plastics, as everyone knows, which are the most tough to segregate also and to treat also. There's not much that can be done. I'll come ahead as I go ahead. I'll let you all know what we are doing with the MLP that we collected. Technology and innovation, as we say. Initially, when we were collecting the waste, the non-recyclable plastics were being collected and sent to the ACC Wadi plant. Again, today somebody mentioned, you look at the amount of carbon footprints that you generate when you're transporting this waste. It's about 500 kilometers from our plant. So what was then decided is, why not use it within the JSW plant itself? Our R&D team has been able to retrofit our electric arc furnace in such a way that this non-recyclable plastic is going in our own electric arc furnace. Of course, the kilns, cement kilns, everybody knows they use the plastic, but this is being used for the first time in a steel plant. Can we run the film? Okay.
The Indian steel industry in recent decades has shown phenomenal growth. JSW Steel Limited is one of the fastest growing steel plants in India and has adopted the best practices and technologies available to mitigate the adverse environmental impact. With the increasing use of plastics, its sustainable reuse and recycling has become a serious environmental challenge. The Research and Development Wing at JSW has been working on developing many technologies for sustainable recycling of various steel plant wastes. Their in-house pilot-scale trials confirmed the sustainability of using plastics in electric arc furnace as a partial replacement of coke fines. In this process, the plastics generated at various departments in steel plants are collected and shifted to the shredder plant, where all the mixed waste plastic is shredded to less than 5 mm in size. In 2 steps of shredding process, these shredded plastic is collected in jumbo bags and shifted to steel making shop for injection into electric arc furnace, a new technology to recycle plastics. JSW Steel strives relentlessly in developing innovative techniques in environmental protection and recycling methods in order to implement sustainable and eco-friendly systems, a team effort in protecting the earth for future generations. JSW, better every day.
Yeah, so that was about the plastic that goes into our electric arc furnace. This, like I mentioned, the 3 lakh multi-layered plastic pieces that were collected, an innovative project along with the community is that we have started a center where these MLPs are being reprocessed and upcycled into making lovely bags that you see here. We are currently working with 52 women from a vulnerable background. We have bought them, had to sit with the community, these women, to tell them that there are alternative livelihoods available and what can be done for them, right from training. So the MLPs collected, they need to be cleaned and made into fibers. We have small looms which do not require electricity, simple basic looms. A fabric is woven out of the MLPs and these kind of products. Somebody was talking about Louis Vuitton and Hermes and all the bigger brands that are there. Again, the problem there would be the amount of carbon footprint that you generate when you are going to transport the collected material somewhere. This is in situ, then and there. That's where we collect the MLPs and we create these bags. These bags have a huge market currently, and it has generated income for these women. They're already earning about 12 to 15,000 per month. So which I think is a huge upliftment apart from the income that we are generating and what we are doing with the waste. There's a small film for this. No, did I?
The Indian steel industry in recent decades has shown phenomenal growth.
Yeah, so that brings me, that was what we are doing with the MLPs. Now that brings me next to the liquid waste. Like all of us know, a lot of the corporates are working in the solid waste management space, but liquid waste, few of us. And this is one of the projects that we undertook in Vijayanagar when it comes to domestic wastewater. About 100 households, the waste was collected, and we have created decentralized water treatment units, simple, basic reed beds, which are like a no-brainer. It's a bioremediation issue, hardly any O&M that is needed. The wastewater that is coming out, the treated wastewater, the farmers there are very, very happy to use them in their agricultural production, because second crop, they are now able to take a second crop. Vijayanagar, as we know, 500 mm of average rainfall. So they are more than happy to get this treated wastewater. The produce that they are coming out of this chili, cotton, and animal feed, excellent results that we've got. These are some of the glimpses, pictures. I think a lot of us are working in this space, so these are common pictures that one might say. I would like to conclude by saying that let's vow to save our future from going to the dumps. I think there's a lot that can be done with all the ways that we generate. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rupa, for that. I now invite Mr. Deepak Arora, President, Public Affairs, Naira Energy Limited, to present on a sustainable model for developing India's rural sanitation infrastructure. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Niyami. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and it's really a pleasure to be here. And when I say this, I remember a Chinese proverb. You have to pardon me for the gender insensitivity because this proverb is probably 1000 years old. But the proverb is that before an able man, there were able men. And what I realized in the last 2 days is there are far too many able men before me. So, in that sense, a big thank you to all of you. As you rightly said, that probably everything that could have been thought of is done and dusted. So, there is hardly anything to say for the last speaker. So, that's my challenge. But let me try and reflect on some thoughts on that I have and not necessarily focus entirely on the presentation per se. So, Gujarat, we are in the coastal region, and coastal region in Gujarat is dry, parched, single crop, not necessarily poor, but there are other geographical challenges which are there. And I think what we realized very early in our intervention that if we have to really rally the community and win their trust, there is one single common thread which was flowing all across, and that was water. Now, be it drinking water, be it water for sanitation, be it water for agriculture, that was the common thread. And the conversations would just begin and end over there. Some of the very ugly statements also which we had to hear, that I have to go to a nearby town if I don't have to defecate in the open. So, these were kind of eye-opening statements which you heard. So, one realized that if you really had to move in that direction, then water was really the common thread. And the second thing that we also realized very early was that not every partner has equal amount of strength in doing everything. So, you sometimes need multiple partners into one single initiative, and then the challenge really starts for you as a corporate, because synchronizing among partners is probably the single biggest managerial challenge, because their timelines, their aspirations, their desire for visibility, all those clash. And sometimes as a business house, you also want your own visibility into this. So, it's like cutting everything into sharp nails pieces and then trying to put the picture back. So, with these realizations, I think we jumped into the fray and said that okay, let's try and do it. And there are too many illuminating people who will guide us in our journey. As everybody said, clear reinforcement that yes, plastic waste management, solid waste management, liquid waste management, water, health, hygiene, these are all interrelated issues. And when I was speaking about our partners, so if I look at the plastic waste and the solid waste management part, UNDP and Finnish Society, our partners, you heard Saloni a short while ago. When you look at the water part of it, we have BIF, again a very old NGO, and ACT, which is a very well known water resource management organization in Gujarat, and probably one of the finest ones, because they really come up with very radical ideas sometimes, and we realized after some time that yes, they were making sense, and more sense than what we were talking about. And then for health and hygiene, HelpAge was one partner, and UNICEF being the other one. So, it was a package that we really had to put into place rather than just one single partner. And I said, my colleague Avinash is here, so this challenge really is on his shoulders to synchronize the timelines and aspirations of different partners. So, it is more to share our perspective than to really talk about accomplishments. We are working in Dwarka and Jamnagar districts. Our footprint is spread across the two districts, 670 villages, 2 urban to semi-urban areas. Our focus is largely confined to 15 villages, and when it comes to sanitation, also the two cities of Devbhumi Dwarka and Jamnagar city. And both cities present a very different complexity. Jamnagar is a comparatively much richer city, and with more money you also have more resistance, and Khambhalia is comparatively lesser endowed, so lesser resistance. That's also been a learning for us. In terms of water, as I was saying, that water is the common denominator for us, and that is something that we really sustained for the last 5-6 years that we've been doing. So there are almost 800 physical structures that have been created, renovated. These include surface water recharge, groundwater recharge, and other mechanisms which were possible in that area. And summary of this will all come in one map of what I am saying, which I will show you to you later. So we identified that if you really have to make everything good and feel happy, then 33 MCM is the shortfall of water which is there. And unless you, on the day when we had done this survey, it was 24, and by the time we thought that we will be able to end, it would have increased to 33, because cattle, livestock, water consumption, aspirations, everything would be increasing. So you really have to plan for 33 MCM of water shortfall over a period of 10, 12, 15 years as and when you are able to accomplish. So after of that, we are little above halfway. Again, there was no, as I said, the Gujarat has a very peculiar beauty, and everybody understands money very quickly, more than other parts of the country. So when you talk in terms of what you will get or what you will save, even when you are, let's say, putting your garbage outside your house, and that, look, you fell sick for 2 days, 500 rupees gone. So it's easily understood than anything else. So in that sense, I really salute their business acumen. Nobody wants a job. If they want a job, they don't really want to work, but that's besides the point. So 4,000 hectares of irrigation from practically zero, micro irrigation to 673 hectares from practically zero, where the potential of this is about 12,000 hectares is the overall potential that we are talking about in the area where we are. So key challenges, as I mentioned, merely 7% irrigation, groundwater deficit 44 MCM, not 33, I stand corrected over here. Substantially water deficient, high salinity in the coastal area, and that is again something that you will see in the map. TDS is above 10,000, so water is not really fit for drinking everywhere. You would ideally desire 300, 400 TDS if you really have to consume that water, and fortunately now we have 2 dams in that area, and there is Narmada water supply available periodically, if not on an everyday basis. Productivity crops was low because soil health per se was poor, and if you really want people to spend on sanitation, build toilets, maintain them, clean them, money is important, as important as probably the desire, at least for Gujarat. Low productivity, yes, important issue. So I will. So as everybody else, we also thought that we will do a marvelous job, and we will be the best pioneers, the first ones to get the LHI certifications and the bright boys in the room. But we are where we are, like everybody else, in our journey, continuing to move forward. So from a components and outcome perspective, waste management, yes, was really on top of our mind. Water recharge structures, probably number 1 priority for us. Wash education, sanitation, infrastructure, like everybody has mentioned, and advanced agriculture. So again, agriculture and water are interrelated for us, and what are we really trying to do over here? First, again, if I have to really enhance the incomes, I have to go from 0 crop to 1 crop to single crop, from to double crop, or maybe in some areas now even 3 crops. So there had to be a journey that we had to traverse in this case. So preventing contamination, which is your liquid waste part of it, again everybody understands money quite well. So if they fall sick, then you tell them that you have spoiled the water which is underground. So I will do some recharge for you, but then you also have to ensure that you don't put your liquid waste into the borewell that has been created for your drinking water purpose. Again, understood quite well. Money matters quite well. So salinity reduction, again leading to improvement of crops productivity and then henceforth incomes. Toilets, hand washing stations, everybody spoke about. Source segregation, not so much a struggle in Khambalia. We've been able to achieve more than 70% source segregation. Jamnagar, little bit of a struggle, percentage is lesser. Villages, it still remains a challenge for us to get source segregation, because Gujarat again has a very nice way of disposing of food, extra food. So cows are as important as humans. So you will typically put all the food outside your house to attract the cows, because you want their blessings. And that's how the wet waste disposal is really a much bigger challenge for us than anything else. Solid waste understood, liquid waste understood, food waste, there is still a lot of struggle, and I am sure that our struggle will continue. Better soil and water quality I spoke about. So our thought really was that let's not look at water and sanitation in isolation as everybody else. Integrated water resource management and demonstrating good practices, money sounds. Preventing groundwater contamination I spoke about. Education and awareness. IEC, again different partners came in at different stages, brought in different strengths, and it is that integration which in my view probably allowed us to maximize despite having challenges in managing timelines. But I think getting their best resources in place and best thinkers in place for one project and one goal, that was really good for us. At least it was good for us and also good for the community. We looked at large scale water recharge structures, and if I can very safely say that at least in Gujarat there is nobody who's done 18 MCM, and even larger companies which are in the private sector, which are water consuming companies, have not really touched this kind of a scale. More because we've really been very consistently focused on water recharging. Multi-cropping, again everybody is a common thing, disease and pest control. Sanitation infrastructure as conditional to improved quality of life. As I said, if you fall sick, for me it's an opportunity. If suddenly Gujarat has lumpy skin disease, for me it's an opportunity, not a nice one, but then it's an opportunity for you to talk about certain things which otherwise sometimes people really want to avoid a conversation on. So in that sense, credit goes to a lot to the team that is on ground. I am only making a presentation. So some numbers over here, more than 50,000 households is the outreach. There are 22 bulk waste generators onboarded, so it is not just the villages. 579 schools, you have 526 Safai Sathis engaged, and there were 500 hand washing stations that were installed during the COVID period, just end of COVID, as everything was opening up, because that was in terms of timing, that was probably the right timing to do it. In terms of output, there is almost 4,000 people have downloaded the Swachhta app. 70% source segregation, as I was speaking about, in Khambalia. 100% coverage of waste disposal system in Devbhumi Dwarka. Reverse vending machines achieved. These are all repetitive figures, and I will only, the figure which has not been mentioned earlier is in the outcomes. Dry waste collection has been close to almost 1500 metric tons. 27 vulnerable points have been cleaned. Behavioral change, again, goes without saying, is an integral part. Community ownership, important from every dimension. Some images, I will not go into details because these are all familiar images to all of you. This is our numbers on the hand washing stations as we were ending. There are 100% households with toilets and piped water connections in the 15 villages where we are. They have all been declared ODF, and this is the slide that I was talking about. So if you see the left slide, that is where we were post monsoon, pre-monsoon in 2018 and post monsoon where we were. So the red areas on the top are closer to the sea, and the red areas, dark red areas on the south are away from the sea, but yet salinity is very high. So from that to get into a blue, these 789 structures have really done us a blessing. In terms of scale and replicability, most the villages are now open defecation free, and there is 100% toilet coverage in all the target villages. There is water pipeline connectivity, an enhanced toilet and hand wash infrastructure user which is there, which we now see. There is almost 60 to 70% water saving because of the new irrigation techniques. So it's not just consumption and availability for consumption, but it is also the consciousness dimension of it which we were and our partners were focusing on. Yeah, so most of the numbers I have already spoken about, other than there is about an 18 crores of additional income that has been created for the beneficiaries in this interim period, and we continue to work on this till the time we reach your satisfaction, satisfaction of our stakeholders and satisfaction of our shareholders. Thank you very much.
Before we close this panel, I'd just like to say a very, very big thank you to all the corporates here. These are the very brave souls who have actually picked up the challenge that Secretary Mahajan put out to them a year ago and have come forward to take on the 75 GP challenge. I know that we are going to deliver by 31st of March 2023. So I'll hold you to that promise, I'll hold myself to that promise as well. But also for the others in the room, for those who have not yet committed to this initiative, do remember 600,000 villages. That's really what India wants to actually accomplish for SLWM. So we really have to come forward. From January onwards, we'll begin the outreach exercise again to corporates, and we're going to do this state-wise this time. So please look in your, into your P&Ls and make sure that wherever possible, you do espouse the cause of the Lighthouse Project. Thank you again.
Photo. Mama. Yes. Both. Thank you, speakers and partners. We now move to the next and the final session for the evening, which is the final round of a policy hackathon run for young scholars across Delhi. Without revealing much, I will now hand over to Ms. Bhavya Mehta from Center of Civil Society to introduce this session to you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. A good public policy is shaped through a healthy dialogue among the stakeholders of the policy. Center for Civil Society and India Sanitation Coalition are proud to present to you a policy hackathon for students on strategies for an urban Swachh Bharat. Founded in August 1997, on the 50th anniversary of India's independence, Center for Civil Society, also fondly known as CCS, is a leading public policy think tank ranked 5th in India, 83rd in the world by the TT CSP 2021 report. CCS champions individual choice and institutional accountability by shaping India's public policy using evidence-based research, outreach programs, and policy training. CCS's areas of work include education, livelihoods, governance, environment, agriculture, and science and technology policy. For this policy hackathon, we invited students and young scholars to submit their policy pitches in teams of 2, and the top 5 teams qualified to this final round of the policy hackathon. They are here to present their perspectives and represent the perspectives of the various stakeholder groups of the WASH policy ecosystem together and discuss strategies at a common platform through the format of a mock policy roundtable. We also have 2 brilliant judges for the evening. Ms. Sandhya Haribal is the Senior Project Manager at CDD India. She has worked across infrastructure sectors including water and sanitation, housing, and overall urban development over the past 21 years. At CDD, she has been engaged with various state governments and corporates in planning, implementation, and building capacities of various stakeholders on water and sanitation issues, including decentralized sanitation systems, sludge management, grey water management, etc. We also have Mr. Atin Biswas, Program Director, Center for Science and Environment, who has 27 years of learnings in governance, wash, and waste management. He started his career working with NGOs before joining the government of West Bengal to work on rural governance reforms. Later, he joined the World Bank, Water Global Practice in South Asia to work on water, waste governance, institution building, and systems development. He has worked with many states and various union territories within the urban and rural governance. He also brings sector experience of working with countries in South Asia and the African region. Mr. Atin's work is mostly inclined to strengthening institutions for improved governance and greater sustainability. He is currently working with the Center for Science and Environment as a program director dealing with research, advocacy, and capacity building towards sustainable solid waste management practices in India and the Global South. I would now like to invite the 5 teams for this evening who will be representing 5 stakeholder groups. Please join us on the stage. Ashish Chaudhary and Sakshi Gilhotra will be representing the urban local bodies. Ashiv Dwivedi will be representing the policy makers. Aswati Surendran and Geetika will be representing the civil society. Anmol Ratan Singh and Sehet Singh will be representing the academia or the researchers. And lastly, Akash Kumar and Anshuman Hazarika are representing the private sector. I'd like to request the teams to please join us on the stage. The prompt for this policy hackathon discussion for today is strategies for an urban Swachh Bharat. What kind of strategies are needed to solve urban India's solid waste problems? Does the Swachh Bharat Mission 2.0 pave the way, the best way forward, or do we have to rethink our policies? While the participants are getting seated, I'll quickly announce the rules of the competition. This discussion will go on for about 1 hour. First, each team will be given 1.5 minutes to make their introductory remarks. We shall then move on to discussing the specific policy opinions and recommendations, as well as counter-arguments of each team in the form of an organic, free-flowing discussion. Towards the end, each team will get some time to make concluding remarks. Teams are allowed to bring forth new arguments, make suggestions, discuss ideas, question each other's ideas, and comment on ideas proposed by other teams. I now invite the urban local bodies to make their opening remarks. You have 1.5 minutes.
Hello. Am I audible to all? Okay, all right. First of all, thank you everyone for providing us with this platform. Okay, all right, thank you. So how the thing I started for this discussion is, so I started with identifying the problem. What is the problem? So my interest as if for effective management of solid waste started from anecdotal evidence. I would like to start with that. So what the thing was, as I was getting my house renovated, there was almost 10 tons of waste generated. So it was a major overhaul that was I was about to do. So what I did was I called up my local urban local body. I actually reside in Gurgaon. Site was in Gurgaon. So I called up that toll-free number. Lady picked up the phone and she guided me with the process and said, "Ki you need to report to a office and get a slip from there, and then somebody might call you." So the thing was, I thought this might be a process which might be obnoxious for me as a waste generator. So what I did was I saw the alternative. The alternative was I had to pay some little fees for every ton that was picked up from that site. So as a consumer, as a waste generator, what I did was I went for that option rather than going to that urban local body office, getting into line, waiting for 10-15 minutes, getting that slip, and then getting that waste disposed of from that particular site. So actually okay, all right, I'll take that into account. So I have some more points to make. We'll make it in the discussion, and finally we'll conclude. So I think we might be able to come up with some, certain anecdotal evidences, which I think somebody, all of us might be interested in hearing.
So sorry. Next up is the policymakers.
Yeah, we need to press it. Yeah. Yeah, I hope I'm audible. Yeah, okay, so I think beginning with researching about and taking perspective of policymakers, that is Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, let's bring down to what Swachh Bharat Mission as our mandate looks like. It's basically drafting good policies, looking forward for our mandate, thinking about a framework which is inclusive, which works for the long time, which has in fact worked for 6 years, and hopefully which would work for the next 5 years for the mandate period. As policymakers, as an introduction statement, what I would just need to say is that the statement, the mission which we have drafted and has been look forward to make an inclusive policy, taking into consideration all of the stakeholders, all of the neglected stakeholders which hitherto have been neglected from the sanitation and solid waste management space, and it's look forward for a digital India, an India which is moving at a rapid pace. So essentially, our idea of making and looking forward for this discussion is basically to evolve with the rapid surroundings, and yeah, looking forward for a fruitful discussion. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. We next up have the civil society.
Good evening to all. We are here to represent the civil society as we tackle the urban India solid waste problems. Issues related to solid waste management are global, intergenerational, and a threat multiplier. They are not merely environmental but are connected to fundamental social, economic, and geopolitical issues. The Swachh Bharat Mission 2.0 is a breakthrough but requires a prudent approach. Let's explore some various policy strategies and the vital role of civil society in bolstering them. Civil society can encourage end-to-end segregation and make stages of waste management more formal, as it can ensure inclusion, safety, skilling, and security of tenure and wages for the sanitation workers. And involving all stakeholders can be done by the civil society, as better compliance can be done through social engineering and decentralization. Civil society can improve knowledge sharing, as environmental consciousness can be instilled, and a sense of ownership has to be created for the waste generated. Feedback mechanism and grievance redressal can also be a good way to make people realize that we are part of the problem as well as the solution.
Thank you, civil society. We now have the academia.
Good evening, everyone. Today, India faces a dual challenge of fast-paced urbanization coupled with the urban solid waste management challenge, which is visible through the heaps and leaves of the garbage and the unsegregated solid waste. As of Jan 2022, according to the Sanitation survey, the present level of solid waste management and solid waste that's currently in the country will multiply 4 times to 456,000 million tons by 2031. Ladies and gentlemen, today India's solid waste management has 3 main focal points. First, to ensure 100% effective collection of the solid waste. Second, ensuring segregation, recycling of solid waste and building a circular economy. And lastly, a more citizen-led, decentralized model while addressing the 3 challenges faced by the urban local bodies, that is, funds, function and functionaries. To undo the mounting waste or the mounting legacy waste, and the governance model in the country needs to be reformed and reframed to promote a public-private led partnership. Also, there is a need to build an organized ecosystem for waste collectors. The poor inventory of data needs to be tapped in order to ensure the immediate requirement of data in a seamless manner, and ensuring that what gets measured gets corrected.
So as someone representing academia, research faculty, our immediate function and purpose while engaging in this policy formulation and discussion forum is to carry a serious reflection and determination of knowledge management and knowledge transfer. And basically we will at best process policy mapping, designing and benchmarking of the urban solid waste management issue, while simultaneously we'll break down its complexity because we come from the academic background. We'll make it simpler and explore the possible unintended consequences with it. Thank you.
Thank you, academia. Lastly, we have the private sector.
Greetings, everyone. Rome wasn't built in a day, and the private sector does acknowledge that the central government is making efforts in launching programs like the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. However, the State of Environment report of 2015 shows us that even the top leading cities that are in the Swachh Bharat Survekshan are processing or managing even 50% of their waste. The ULBs are managing the landfills with unscientific methods and with little expertise. Given with the addition that India is going to become one of the world's leading population, the dumping and landfilling is not going to be a sustainable solution. We need to look forward, because if we continue with the present model of landfills, it is possibly a biggest health hazard that we have in the present ecosystem, and with this we cannot continue any further.
According to estimates, the private sector has handled social waste disposal in Indian cities more efficiently. Currently, the private sector's participation is CSR related, and even if it participates in waste management, it cannot find any feasible means to sustain itself commercially. ULB interference, meager government incentives and the lack of a free and competitive market are obstacles for the sector. We think that sustainable use and profitable management can turn solid waste into valuable assets. If given the right conditions, the private sector may create value-based competitive markets and maintain an effective solid waste management model. Since the industry has succeeded in countries like Dar es Salaam, the US and in some cities of India, it can outperform ULBs. We believe any plan can only be formulated and implemented with every stakeholder's input. We are delighted to analyze each policy idea as a meaningful contribution with the problem-solving approach. Thank you.
Thank you, private sector. The floor is now open for a free-flowing discussion. Go ahead, teams.
Beginning with our role as academia, I need to draw the attention of the House towards the importance of our first stage of the waste. The first stage of the waste is the production stage. We see that in India currently there is no production segregation happening. In 1991, the German government has passed a packaging law which requires the manufacturers to take care of the recycling or the disposal of any manufacturing material that they sell. So currently what the country lacks is that there is no segregating indicator packaging happening in the country, and if that happens, and if that develops over a period of time, that will help in easy segregation of the solid waste and help ensure the seamless management of the solid waste.
So sticking true to the circular economy roots, we have kind of initiated by focusing on production. So is there any input from the policymakers or the urban local bodies?
Thank you for this. So the thing is, if we take examples or we take evidences from the foreign world, so the thing is, generation of solid waste is also dependent upon the economy. So the thing is, if we recall, why do the sachets, the shampoos and all these oil packaging sachets, why did they become famous? They did become famous, reason being that the affordability of those materials is very much in India. So that if we look at the evidence that if we move to peri-urban or informal settlements, what do we see? The product that we see in local daily needs shops, I mean the packaging that we found over there, we will find the minimal or the most cheapest packaging if we look at the urban, in the informal settlements. So it's dependent upon the economy also. If you look at the foreign world, there are packages of these daily need items which are like 4 kg or 5 kg in the volume. But here in India, we'll find a 500 ml or a 1 liter package. So it also is dependent upon our economy and what per capita or what we people, anybody can afford. So it is also dependent upon that too.
I just want to draw your attention back to the whole process or system on the basis of which Swachh Bharat mission or Swachh Bharat system has been based upon. So if you look upon the system, it's basically a very structured process in which the whole system is basically based on the idea that you need to have decentralized mode of collection, a decentralized mode of segregation. This is because when you go forward in this process, that is when you collect the material and segregate it, you have different processes for different types of wastes. So for non-biodegradable, for waste, for dry waste, you have differentiation in terms of waste to energy plants for those which can't be recycled. For recyclable products, you have recyclable plants. And so you have a differentiation process which begins at the process when you need a segregated system. The problem which has hitherto faced India and actually is the problem is because most of the waste is not segregated at the household level. It's basically that you get most of the waste, put it into the dump site, and then at that level it's near to impossible to segregate to qualitatively segregate it and use it for their various purposes. So I think the major problem, and I think the thrust of the government and thrust of this mission actually has been to put forward for a decentralized system, because it's practically impossible to do that at the later stages of segregation system. Yeah.
Just an input. What our initial idea was while pitching this idea was to bring the focus to the production packaging, so that it becomes easy. You have mentioned about the need for a segregated system, especially at the household level. So rather than educating people and pumping in money to educate, making aware the people, we can start with the production process, with the packaging itself, and we can initiate by labeling those products, the product that is inside the packaging or the packaging itself, by labeling them with segregator indicators. So it becomes easy for the consumer, for the layman, and they understand, because indicators are things that people easily understand, people easily get acquaintance with. So this is our initial idea, that we at the very production stage, at the packaging stage, we make a pitch to make the packaging and the product and label it with a segregator indicator. What's your idea?
Can I put some point with this? So the thing is, since I'm representing urban local body, so we are talking about that we should label the products in a certain way that they automatically get segregated. If not automatically, I mean by the conscience of the people. So from an urban local body perspective, you think of one thing that please understand the process. So what is the process? So urban local body is not a generator. Civil society, I mean we individuals are the generator. So as a generator or as the source at the source of generation, what is the responsibility? The responsibility is to effectively and efficiently dispose that waste. But I mean it is a little scientific or it is a little argumentative. So the responsibility should be keep whatever waste that I am generating, it should be the disposal should be 100% minus the waste that could have been reduced and could have been used in the household. So please take the discussion forward from I mean this making policy in this framework.
I mean, it's still not sure where urban local bodies is going, because the primary mandate for solving all of this issue lies at the urban level. So the most potential level, and I think the majority of problem which is happening at the segregation level is because urban local bodies are not fulfilling their duties. I think that's major problem. We have policies being made at the central level, and you have effective policies. Academia comes in and pitches in and talks about scientific policies. Urban local bodies are not pitching in to fulfill their mandate. So I think there is something which is grossly getting wronged. Second point, responding to academia, I think what they're suggesting in terms of labeling, in terms of saying this has to be segregated in that way, I think that's already present. So when you talk about RIC indicators already talk about the reusability of plastics. So you have that triangle in which there is a number, and I think there already exists all of these indicators to suggest that some plastics such as PET can be recycled or not. But the problem is that majority of the plastic still doesn't get recycled, even if they can't be. First, because they are not if I narrow down specifically to plastics, most of the plastics is not recycled because it's not viable at the first hand. So I think private sector can come in and pitch that how they can make it more recyclable or actually sort of create a market out of it. But I think the issue to say that we don't have identifiers or we don't have awareness related to this, I am not sure that it's that big an issue. I think again re-emphasizing on the point of segregation, I think majority of problem of segregation lies at the fact that majority of collection of waste happens by the informal kudewalas, what we say. So basically they are not technically integrated into the municipal corporation system. Municipal corporation system is extremely underfunded, and in that space you basically have those kudewalas operating in inhumane conditions without any proper equipment, without any proper training. So how do you expect them to segregate and expect them to scientifically segregate if they are not fully integrated into the municipal channel? That's my input.
I believe we can talk about the product labeling and all of those things, but then I guess it comes to the point that we have to manage. I guess Swachh Bharat Abhiyan at least does the work of collection of the waste, but when we talk about the management, even the management has been very poor. When the policymakers come up and say that it is the underfunded ULBs, I do not really see then why did the policymakers did not make a mechanism to fund them properly when they could come up with the solid management rules in 2016 itself, and still we see that there are landfills and landfills when in their policy they talk about incinerators and waste to energy plants, but we see merely in 5 to 6 cities they've been operating at underperforming rates. The ULBs do talk about segregation, but even if it is segregated, what is the assurance that they can make a profit out of it or they will be managing it properly? Rather than blaming the citizenry of this country, you have the responsibility because you are serving them in a welfare state. So I guess we have to take this discussion forward as to how betterly manage it rather than coming with making people aware. People already know what is the thing. The thing is that they have paid taxes and you should make more sense of it.
Adding to what he said, as per the NGT order in 2015, the states were asked to direct and adopt an approach, a cluster approach for waste management, which hasn't been taken forwarded, and this is my question to policymakers then, that how do you see this?
Okay, so first
if the academia was to give an input, so basically responding to the point raised by the member representing the policy sector, so we need to realize this fact that what the segregating indicator basically intends to do is that it wants to symbolize this resource segregation, because according to the standing committee report dated 2020 20 and 21, the urban local bodies 20 to 30% of the budget goes into transportation and poor segregation, as a result of which we aren't able to effectively harness the waste to energy economy. We aren't able to effectively harness the potential of the circular economy. Further, moving on, we need to realize that the urban local bodies are facing, as I mentioned in my opening remark, that they have three main challenges, that is funds, functions and functionaries. First being the funds. So the policymakers also made a program that's labeled as Swachh Bharat Mission 2.0, a wonderful program indeed. But what about the mission allocation? The mission allocation was as low as 50% of the allocated fund, according to the revised estimates for 2020-21. Similarly, as against the 7,365 crores, the released amount was a merely low amount of 3,200 crores. So we see that until and unless we don't provide the requisite funding to the urban local bodies, how can we ensure that they can take up the function? We need to ensure that there is seamless segregation of the waste by empowering the decentralization of the model and not by centralizing the powers.
I believe just before this debate started, this policy hackathon, we had the presentation by the corporates. We understand that the corporates have done an immense job when we talk about the solid waste management or the sanitary in that sense, but that has been severely limited to CSR. Now we have to understand that why the public sector does not really do anything much here and just limits to CSR, because we need to understand that corporates are running for a business, and if they do not see an incentive, they do not really pitch in. The CSR has been mandated by government policy and therefore they do so. We need to understand if the problem, as pointed out by academia, we do understand that funding is a problem. That's why we need to have plans which can be done on a PPP model, as is to say, where the private and the public comes forward. We need to understand that the ULBs have already failed, and the way forward can only be there when these corporates are given a economic incentive to process and generate, let's say electricity, let's say iron mining or something else, or else all the participation that you are going to see from the private sector is going to be severely limited to CSR, and that CSR cannot do much of it. Talking about the funding, there is already the Swachh Bharat Kosh, there is already the Swachh Bharat Tech, so we can manage for the funding if we come up with a policy where we can incorporate both. So the policy makers and the ULB seriously need to consider how a partnership can be making a way forward in this approach.
Very rightly said. I think that this issue of funding is very obvious. So I think that as an urban local body perspective, fund should not be a problem. There is, urban local body directorate sitting somewhere, so they are looking. The thing is making it sustainable. So urban local, when I received the email we gave the write up for the first round, when I got the email that I'll be doing the perspective for the urban local body, I was very happy. Reason being that urban local body is the only stakeholder out of all these, if I'm not wrong, is having an act which is a kind of a foundation, yes, and which is also provides an edge over other stakeholders. So the thing is, there are certain things that according to the 12th schedule that has been mandated to the urban local bodies, which restricts it also. So making, funding available is an obvious task to, strengthen the urban local bodies. So the thing is, let us take this funding issue as making it in a more sustainable manner, so that they can revive on their own. If we expect that some urban local body is going to come up with, a landfill and a waste to energy plant over there with their own money, so this is, very cumbersome task to do for an urban local body.
Thank you,
ULBs. Should not be the problem.
One last point.
Surely you can make your point, but I'd like to invite the civil society to please contribute. So under the Swachh Bharat Mission 2.0, we need to focus on creating a zero waste community rather than a garbage free community. So that draws my attention to the role that has been played by private sector. So we live in a society, we live in a country where capitalism is followed, although we claim to be ourselves socialist. We have enshrined in our constitution that we are a socialist country, but we strive on capitalism. So the private sector has reinforced the idea of possessive individualism. So I just want to ask that the private sector, which thrives on consumerism and profit making, how can it contribute to can encourage the people to lead a minimalistic lifestyle, or can make the economy more feasible and sustainable rather than exploitative of the environment?
But I like adding to the, like responding to the point raised by the CSOs. So basically I believe that it is by a public-private partnership that we can move forward. Otherwise we'll be going back to the theory of not in my backyard. So until and unless you don't incentivize the private sector, then how can we ensure that the public and private sector are ensuring a collaborative approach? Because we have come to a conclusion that the urban local bodies don't have requisite funds, right? Yes, agree, the state also needs to shed its burden. But of course, as the Prime Minister also said, that Swachhta is a Jan Andolan, right? It cannot be solely the responsibility of state. So what I wish to put forward is that we need to ensure that a public-private model is put into force, and it ensures the participation of everyone, rather than ensuring that the burden is put on the state itself.
I would like to agree to what has been put forward by academia, that we need to strive for a public partner model, because we need to understand that in this country there are already landfills that are operating. The problem is that the management of these landfills do not happen. If we go by statistic, let's say Delhi as a city produces 12,000 tons of waste. From it we can convert it into around 120 megawatts per day. So that's a huge financial incentives these corporates can have, but these corporates cannot work on their own, because a cost of making one of such plants would cost around, let's say, 150 crores, and then again regulations have to be done, because you cannot let the private sector go on its way. So we need to understand that the government has already provided for a policy framework in terms of solid waste management rules 2016, but even after that in Delhi till now we have only 3 waste to energy plants which are not working up to their optimal level. If we convert all the garbage of the solid waste management in this country, we can purely say that at least 20 to 25% of India's electricity needs can be made, and then we can also have a society which is more cleaner, because these private companies have an incentive to process this waste. We need to understand what is the psychological problem with the ULBs. Their whole task is to bring the garbage to the landfill sites and then to leave it, to have it stagnated. The process starts really in the landfills when you take the garbage again, put it into the plants, make thermal run plants by it, and then produce electricity. Who will do it? The ULBs won't do it, because their task is to bring it to the landfills, not to process it further. It is on the corporates who will do partnership with the government, because they want to make money from the electricity, from the metal mining or stuff like that. When they do it, we will see a reduction in the landfill capacity, and then new garbage can come in. We are, as India, already going with a maximum population, and we cannot advocate for a minimalistic life or something of that sort. We have to be realistic in this 21st century situation. There will be waste from the industries, from the land households, and we need to process it, and that should be the policy objective of this discussion, I believe.
And corporates, can I think that corporates can invest and help developing the skills of individuals, the personals which are indulged in the activity. Replying to civil society, what they said, let's take the example of Tanzania. In Dar es Salaam in 1992, only 4% of the total solid waste collected was processed, which is a very pathetic condition. And in 1994, the private sector was introduced in the country, and by 2002, it crossed the limit of 20%. And this is what private sector can achieve if it gets free hand in the market. And so we advocate that there should be a free value driven market for garbage collection and its management, so that the real the good consequences can be arrived at.
Thank you, private sector. Also a request to all the teams, please keep your remarks short and crisp and avoid repeating what's already been said.
Like adding to academia, if you can hold on for a second, because there are a lot of allegations being put on to the policymakers, so allow policymakers to respond to some of them. Right.
Sure thing.
Okay, so first of all, there has been a lot of saying about funding problem, right? Before you make, I think all of these arguments are at best assertions without any substantiations. So in order to prove that if you want certain fundings or you lack funding, you need to give a model that how these fundings are insufficient. Let me give you some facts. The Swachh Bharat Mission 2020, the current 2.0 version, hold on, the total outlay of this Swachh Bharat Mission is 1.41 lakh crore, which is 2.5 times more than the previous version. So you are increasing the financial outlay by 2x, 2.5x. So that doesn't mean that funding is less. Second, if you talk about specifically for Swachh Bharat, for solid waste management, it's close to 39,000 crore. 39,000 crore is not again a less number. Out of the total 1,40,000 outlay, 36,000 is being contributed by the central government. Now, if you talk about the funding structure and something which you're talking about, you cannot expect central government, which is again, first of all, it's not its mandate. Second, expect central government to simply outlay its funding. It has an elaborate system of funding according to the needs and requirements of the cities, and therefore you have different requirements for the cities. So for union territories, you have a 100:0 ratio. For other cities, you have variable ratios such as 70:100, 70:30, depending on the population size. But the idea is, in order to pick up the funding, you need to have what is basically called as city solid waste action plans, CSWAP. So basically, if you expect the ministry to provide you the funds, you need to provide a detailed outline that how exactly are you basically detailed outline map, how exactly are you segregating, what are the landfill sites, what are the treatment plant regions you have identified, and without that, and on the basis of that only, the funding goes in installment periods. So there is a basic installment period of 2 to 3 times. My question to urban local bodies again is, if funding is something which is very important, why exactly urban local bodies are not providing with these CSWAP plans? Why don't we get an initiative from the urban local bodies if they're really looking forward for funds? And I think this brings to this question of whole accountability, that really it's not about funding, it's about how accountable is the system, who is managing the system. Yeah.
On to that, I guess if funding is the issue, I do not really understand why did the policymakers have to come up something with Swachh Bharat cess, which we had to pay in our bills, which was 0.5%, and again, forcing the corporates to, make their CSR in the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan if funding was never an issue for the policymakers. We clearly understand the funding is the issue. I hope it's for the best.
Who said funding is not an issue? I said there is a mechanism for establishment of funding. I am saying that funding is not an issue. What I'm basically saying is that there is an intransparency in access of funds, which is to say that the funds are not utilized properly. I'm not saying that you cannot just quote a number and say that this much amount of money would work. You need to evaluate it properly. So we are not saying that funding is not an issue. Of course, it's our hard-earned money.
I would really like to listen to the views of the urban local bodies on this.
Thank you. So, like I said, that questions are meant to be directed in this direction. See, the slope is in this direction. आप कुछ भी बात करोगे, questions are meant to be pointed in this direction. Why I said funding is not an issue, there is a reason for it. Yes, there is an accountability issue, but the thing is, I mean, as an individual, as not looking at the stakeholder perspective, as an individual, what an urban local body expects from the individuals is, see, I like 5 minutes ago just briefed about what is the process. Please understand everybody understands the process, but please try to examine the process. So the thing is, at an individual level, at source generation, the solid waste can be reduced, it can be recycled also, and it can be reused also. But when the waste has been disposed of, when it has been given off to the urban local bodies, stakeholders, so now the thing is, urban local body cannot do the reduction of that waste. Only the thing is, it can do is either recycle or reuse it. So the hierarchy becomes, it's like the first priority being to recycle, then the priority is to reuse it, and then the priority is reduce it. I mean, reduction is negligible. I can understand that you are very much into, strengthening of the urban local bodies. Yes, funds कहाँ कम नहीं पड़ते, किस project के लिए कम नहीं पड़ते. But definitely, if we look at the ground level situation, funds definitely कम पड़ते हैं. I am not denying the fact that funds कम नहीं पड़ेंगे, but there is, I'm saying is, there is a directorate, there is government that obviously they are mandated and they are restricted by certain things to do, and that is what I'm saying. Urban local bodies also restricted by
I have
by
a
the
simple
constitution.
question. Can I ask?
Please.
If you lack manpower, I've read somewhere,
Yes,
50%
the
of...
manpower is.
let me complete my question.
Obviously.
Let me complete
There
my
are-
question.
I'll take 10 seconds. What the thing is, a month back, it happens very frequently in Delhi, but it is an yearly event. What happens in Gurgaon is that all these workers went on strike. I was in a vegetable market. I saw all that biodegradable waste, fuming smells. So the thing is, yes, there is a problem with the manpower, but the thing is, there should not be a permanent manpower that,
Can I
and
ask
it is
a
not
question?
a process that is real time.
ULBs, team ULBs, please keep your arguments short. Also, just a request, try not to cut off each other and be a little bit respectful and nice.
All right. My question is simple to ULB. If 50%, as some figure says, 50% of your manpower goes for this process and majority of funding goes for this process, why are you so hesitant for integrating for informal workers into this space? Informal workers, informal kude walas are protesting day in, day out. Swachh Bharat Mission document lays out simply that their rights should be included. Why are municipal corporations so hesitant to at least give them contracts? At least. So you don't have to employ them, you can at least give them contracts. So why is municipal corporations so hesitant on that regard? My question.
I would like to add to what urban local bodies said. Policymakers are saying that budgetary allocation is taking place, but where is this money going? Money is being invested in, most of the Economic Times reported that 94 crore is being invested in ads in 1 year. So where is this money going? It's money is being underutilized and money is not being invested in in improving the infrastructure for the sanitation workers. So tackling the actual problem rather than and these metrics which are created that we have allocated funds in various fields, but we haven't allocated funds for the actual problem to for long term solutions. So the root cause is still unaddressed.
If I may, the policymakers have been saying that the urban local bodies aren't ready to incorporate the sanitation workers, give them contracts, give them funds, and like etc. 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 I may be wrong. I am not quoted the argument right, but I got that. So basically, the policymakers have the legislative powers. Then why did the policymakers depose before the Standing Committee on Urban Development was in 2021 that sanitation is a state subject and setting up compost banks is a further downstream infrastructure arrangement of composting facilities, which is solely the function of the urban local bodies? Can't you bring in an amendment wherein sanitation can be moved to the concurrent list? My question is directed to the policymaker. Can't you bring an amendment to ensure that the sanitation is ruled under the concurrent list?
I think the reason a constitution makers adopted such a calculated approach is because sanitation in itself is an issue which is intrinsic to the state level. So I think I think just for the implementation of just one process of centralization, I think what you suggest amounts to more of centralization, which no other country in a federal system wants. On the other hand, I think sanitation being a decentralized approach makes it more accessible and makes it more better off in terms of having a feedback loop.
That's what I'm saying, that you should have a concurrent list for that.
So basically, what exactly is our mandate then? Our mandate in that respect is recommendatory, and to support the local bodies in capacity building, which is to say that the local bodies are capable enough to inculcate and basically inculcate enough their approaches, provide technical advisory, provide technical support in order to make their decision making much more efficient. Also remember that something in between these two levels also come as the state government. So the majority of action plan also should have to be directed at the state government, and the major role of central government is basically advisory and recommendatory at the level of policy making and what policies should be there. So I think putting sanitation just at the central level, making this panacea of all problems, one sort solution won't work.
With all due respect,
and in addition to what civil society said, that municipalities are required to incur recurrent operating expenses on labor and machinery at the landfill, which comes about rupees 300 per ton of the waste, and expenditure on transportation is nearly around 800 to 900 rupees per ton, according to Tufail Ahmed, who has been managing landfills in Delhi for almost 3 decades now. And according to an assessment made by the Center for Science and Environment, every ton of waste is disposed of at a landfill which would cost the MCD around rupees 14,500, a sum which is highly unsustainable. And so we believe that funding is not an issue, the allocation of funding is an issue, and therefore there should be multiple private enterprises that should be allowed to compete in zones, not through pricing but solely through the quality of services they offer. And the data suggests that municipal bodies have not shown much performances expected. However, this this policy of bringing private sector into the competition would enhance the mindset of the people also, and bring some positive changes in the economy.
That, I would like to say that when we talk about this sector, which is very informal, the policymakers do talk about the rag pickers, but we need to understand how do we then formalize it. We need to understand that in the Indian context there is also let's just say a social context to these rag pickers, from which communities they are coming to. When we say them that from rag we are going to make something which is of value worth, which is terms in money. The dirt that you collect is not really dirt, has the economic value. Electricity is being produced, houses are being lighted out. We send a message in the civil society that we are doing much more. Those sanitation workers are doing much more. Only we can resolve such issues when we have mass participation in it. These things only happen when we create channels for them, and we understand that the ULBs have not been able to formalize this sector. So if we go ahead with the PPP model, we not only formalize but we also make a social change, which in a circular economy then helps us to achieve our aims of making solid management waste better sustainable model.
Thank you, private sector. Just a short announcement for all teams. You have 8 more minutes for the free-flowing discussion. After that, you will get 2 minutes with a question to make your closing remarks. So you'll be given a question and you will have to address it in your closing remarks. For now, you have 8 minutes to continue the free-flowing discussion.
Responding to the issue raised by the policymaker that our constitution makers were wise enough to ensure that we have a decentralized approach, and that's why they included sanitation in the state list. I would like to jog the memory of the policymakers that, sir, we had the 42nd Amendment. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar himself said that until and unless the Constitution was adopted to the needs of the time, it would be a dead document. That's why Constitution is a living document. Forest was moved into the concurrent list from the state list. So why can't sanitation be moved to the concurrent list?
Can I comment on this? Okay, so the thing is, since the things are already in the state list, some the things are, I'll like to address one shortcoming on the policy level, which is, the National Building Code do not mandates what to do with the solid waste. So very source of waste generation, the apex document is not mandating what to do with the solid waste. I made actually an opening remark where I said that I had a 20 ton of solid waste and I didn't know how to segregate it. Yes, there was no any kind of a toolkit or any kind of a recommendation for me to how to do that. So the thing is, at a policy level, it is not possible, being a constitutional body, for then urban local body to make changes, amendments to the National Building Code.
I believe if that's the case, I guess it will be very highly contradictory, because in the Swachh Bharat Survekshan, we itself have Bhopal and Indore as models of ULBs who have created wonders by making sure that the citizens segregate. So I do not really understand why this stakeholder in ULB says it's not possible for them in a policy framework to make it do. If they want to do it, they can make it do, but we understand there's a lot of manpower required, but this is something which is possible in a data sense.
With all due respect, I feel that we have spiraled back into the status quo of the situation, and what we as academia would like to present is we are still spiraling in that narrative where we have a triangle, where at top we have our priority is set at disposal. We are only considering disposal. We are considering fundings about disposal and all. But we need to invert that triangle, and we need to focus on prevention first. Prevention, reuse, recycling, recovery, and then disposal. Our narrative is all, I would say, inverted, in a sense that we are focusing on disposal and funding, and we are spiraling back into that status quo situation. So we as academia, as researchers, have some innovative ideas, and for specific sectors, for civil society, for the urban local bodies, and for the private sector, which we would like to pitch in. Before that, if anyone has any comments on that.
I believe it is correct that when we are only talking about this, we are talking about from the disposal angle, but we need to talk more on the management angle, and therefore I guess we need to create policies which enable us to manage it in a better way, which has to have economic incentive. I do get your point that the spiraling back does not really help us, but we need to first look into the data that what the ULBs or the policymakers have done it. If this is a sector which needs private partnership like the airport industry or any other industry, why not? India is progressing, and I guess there is no question why this sector cannot be managed by the corporates in that sense.
Adding to that, I believe that both the private sector also owes a sense of responsibility. We have the right to repair movement that started in 2010 and 2011. We need to realize that right to repair is a new and innovative idea that can drastically reduce the amount of e-waste that we are generating. We have a tendency to replace, but why not we can change the mindset to reform and repair. I guess on that part, the policymakers can also bring in a legislation to ensure that the right to repair is institutionalized, and for that fact, the European Union in 2021 had passed a law wherein the manufacturers provide supplier parts of the products to professional training men for 10 years. So this also solves the problem of patency that is often raised by the private sector, and also ensures that we are reducing the amount of e-waste that we are generating on a yearly basis and on per capita basis.
Attached to this, we have another idea, sort of, and which is directed to the urban local bodies. What is your thinking, what is your idea on minimum waste localities, on the concept of minimum waste localities? So we have two things. One is the right to repair, and the second is for urban local bodies on minimum waste localities. And after that, we'll pitch in two more ideas, one for civil society and the other for private sector.
There are some benchmark, landmark policies in other countries which focus on the minimal waste localities, such as green exchange, wherein the poor people can collect the waste and hand it over to the local grocery shops or the vegetable shops, and in return of that 5 kg or 4 kg of waste, they can get 1 kg or 2 kgs of vegetables. So these by this we can work on both of these things, on the economy, and we already are suffering as India. In India we have a lot of people who do not have food to eat, and they are living on the roads. Also, if we can have some policy in here by which the people who can get the food by depositing the waste or submitting the waste to the local grocery shop, and in such manner we can get that segregated in the local shops as well. Also, I would like to add to this that the role of all stakeholders is not just interlinked but also concurrent.
Can I respond to this? Okay, so a major question was basically rights-based approach, which European Union has done. First of all, European Union, from the very beginning, European politics, European policy making has been very law-focused. And one of the reasons it has worked so far is because these OECD countries operate at a very high capacity level. These have a high state capacity. Indians, there's just a saying, rights does not work if you don't have someone to enforce for it. I think a much better approach which the Indian government has been doing is to incentivize people. And I think incentivization at the root is important for the way ahead. So even if you talk about questions such as penalizing people of not segregating, this can't work, because if you talk about people, every household generates waste, yeah. Even slum holders generate waste. How do you expect them to penalize them and expect them to pay and expect that they would mend their behavior, or out of their conscience, out of their rights, they would sacrifice their constraint and work for it? I think much more important is to incentivize all of these people to actually actively engage in that prospect. So, as I already said, incentivize the informal workers by paying them higher remuneration, by integrating them into the system so that they can earn more. Incentivize the private sector, because there are multiple altitudes in integrating them into the transformation sector, by like waste to energy plant sector, because they have their technology. So I think a more better approach is incentivization, which can only come in when you actively recognize the incentives on all of those stakeholders. And I think putting up just rights is no guarantee that it would work.
Thank you, policymakers. The 8 minutes for all of the teams are up. Now, I'll be telling you a question, and your closing remark should be the response. All right? So you'll have 1 minute.
Duration?
Sorry?
The duration?
Yeah, so you'll have 2 minutes to respond, and after listening to the question, you'll have 1 minute to discuss among yourself about what that response is going to be like. The question is, what is it that one other stakeholder group sitting here on the table has done right? And that's a minute. The first team that I invite to represent their closing remarks is the private sector.
Greetings once again. It was a very fruitful discussion, and we think as the private sector, as we have been discussing, that it is the PPP model or the integration with the corporates that's going to help. I believe we need to thank the policy makers, because back in 2016 itself, they came up with the solid waste management rules. This rules was the foundation due to which Delhi could have 3 waste to energy plants, Bhopal could have reclaiming of the landfills. So we need to thank them. But we need to understand that from this they could only actualize or tap in the potential of creating 120 megawatts in Delhi and in Bhopal. But with this PPP model, if let's say the best practice in any democracy is cooperative federalism. If something can be done in a particular city by the help of the frameworks or the regulations that have been formed, I guess we have the potential to replicate it, because that we take it as a model. We guess the corporates have a much bigger role than only providing for the CSR, because they would really be incentivized to, you know, tap into an untapped market where it also talks about energy generation, metal mining, and from the ash that is even, you know, coming out of these incinerators, what you can make is construction material. So there is an untapped market which the corporates are ready to take in. The policy makers have already made the policy. From the data, we already know that the UBLs have failed miserably in managing it. And from the civil society perspective, we can say that the, you know, the societal norm that some communities are related to these activities, that, you know, the waste is something which is disgusting, that it has no value, that needs to change. I guess if we make a policy, it is not only about the statistic data, but also the notional psychological framework that comes with it, right? So in all those perspective, I guess if the PPP model has worked in other states, in other countries, from that empirical data, we need to move forward, and we thank the private sector policymakers once again for the Solid Waste Management Rules 2016, which first paved the way, and in 2022, we are operating in 5 countries.
Private sector. Thank you so much. Next up, policymakers.
Just to begin, how much time do I have to speak?
You have 2 minutes.
All right, all right. I think one of the biggest changes which we have seen in this space has been sort of a mainstreamization of the knowledge of the research related to sanitation, related to solid waste management. So obviously it's accredited to academia, because what they've basically done is sort of mainstream this discourse which was hitherto being dominated by academicians, one academician debating with one another. The very fact that it has become accessible to people means that the discourse, that there is an active opportunity for the mainstream, the affected stakeholders to actively contribute for it. Nowadays, for academicians, advocacy is as serious as a business as doing on-ground research. And I think some of the think tanks like CSE have been sort of less of an academia and more of their publications like down to earth. So this is my personal account to say that academia is one of those sectors which have increased the public participation in it, because at the end of the day, it's a public policy problem. The solution has to be at the public level, and in order to do that, in order to have that, bring that mobilization, you want that information to be simple, you want that information to be basic, and you want that to be mainstream. So I think kudos to the academia to making that possible.
All right, so you still have 40 seconds if you want to say anything.
I think I'm done. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, policymakers. Next up, we have the civil society.
I would also like to thank academia, because they have, made people to think from the vantage point of the least advantaged sections of the society, as it was also espoused by Mahatma Gandhi ji in his concept of Antyodaya, that we should think about the last man. And they have come up with different incentives through which different sectors could cooperate with each other to bring a positive change in the society. And because of that, because of the proper utilization of the public opinion and the work that has been done by them in the field, some progress is being made in the right direction. So I would like to thank them.
That's all. Thank you. Next up, we have the academia. It's a surprise.
Yeah, so I would like to bring attention to urban slums, something we weren't able to typically focus on in this panel. So whom I would like to appreciate is the civil society, the NGOs, specifically because household waste collection is something that is that often does not extend to the low income groups, to slum areas. So we have a case study from the Pune Municipal Corporation in collaboration with NGOs. So there, the civil society, the NGOs have played an important role in spreading the awareness, in making people aware about we have a model here for slum areas. So the NGOs in collaboration with the municipal corporation have made people aware of the possible marketable products and the building products that can emerge out of the waste that is there in slum areas. So our basic congratulatory remark is to the civil societies for making, specifically in Pune, for making the slum areas kind of a slum development centers by engaging the slum people, slum residents, and making them learn some models like learn to earn model, and making them aware about the possible, I would say, usage of organic waste in itself.
And also, like while academia and the researchers are building on existing knowledge, we are reading books, we are issuing publications. But I believe that it is because of the efficiency of the civil society organizations, the NGOs, that we are actually able to reach to the three pillars of our society, that is Samaj, Sarkar, Bazaar. So the Samaj, that is a very critical component of any policy, that has been taken along by the civil society organization, and they have ensured that it is a Jan Andolan, it is not something exclusive, because sanitation, any health challenge is something that involves everyone. So NGOs have been able to do a good job till now, and I believe that the sustained support of the CSOs will probably ensure that we achieve a sanitation.
Thank you, academia. Thank you. Lastly, we have the urban local bodies.
Thank you. So when this question was narrated, so actually what me and my team member wrote was that the role of academia has been the most prominent one. But when we heard from the public-private partnership people, so we concluded that the main role would be from the policymakers. So it actually it comes to the diaspora that every stakeholder would like to be a valedictorian in their sense. But the thing is, this spillover effect of knowledge that we are sitting over here and discussing this has been inculcated by the policymakers only. So the discussion is that the reason that we are sitting here is and discussing this is mainly because of policymakers. And secondary, I would like to give this point to, in my opinion, is that academia has also strengthened this place for discussion. Actually, the thing is, every stakeholder will point out this fact that urban local bodies have failed miserably, and they are making urban local bodies accountable for the hard-earned money, the taxes that they have been that has been levied on people. Where do they go? Yes, it is true in many manners, but the thing is, every discussion will only strengthen the flag bearer of this problem of solid waste management and Swachh Bharat Mission 2.0.
Thank you, ULBs. That was indeed a wonderful discussion. Can we have a round of applause for everybody? I would now like to request everybody to go back to their seats where they were sitting in the audience, and this time will be utilized by our judges to do the scoring and come up with who the best speaker and who the best team today was.
Namaskar. In 1947, Indians ushered in political freedom with the promise of a new free India where democratic values took roots, the opening up of the economy, the next level of freedom, and shackling large businesses from the license quota Raj, making them prosperous. However, the informal sectors and poor communities have not benefited much from the 1991 LPG, liberalization, privatization, globalization movement. The Center for Civil Society, or CCS as it is fondly known as, was set up in August 1997 on the 50th anniversary of India's independence to take on this unfinished task. CCS is committed to strengthening individual choice and institutional accountability through the principles of adherence to rule of law, enforcement of property rights, and upholding in spirit what our Constitution stands for. The team at CCS is passionate about realizing the dream of a prosperous India, where each citizen can realize her or his full potential and thrive. With support from patrons around the globe, CCS is among top 5 think tanks in India and 83rd in the world among all think tanks, a testimony to the value of the work that CCS does through evidence-based policy research, interventions to create proof of concept, and policy training initiatives to communicate its ideas and principles.
I hope that gave you a little bit of an insight on what the work of Center for Civil Society is. And I'd definitely like to thank India Sanitation Coalition and FICCI for providing Center for Civil Society this platform to showcase the talent of these youngsters who have so many innovative ideas about how urban India's solid waste management can be done efficiently. We'll now take a short break so that the judges can collate the scores, and we'll come back to you with the results soon.
Thought, in the interest of time management, that I would use this opportunity to thank all of you who've survived the last 2 days. I see that we have had the crowds filter out, but I do know that given the opportunity that we have of sharing most, if not all, our proceedings on YouTube, that that which is missed by those that have had to go away, there will be a chance to catch up at leisure or to review again what you have enjoyed seeing and want to recapture. For us, this remains our banner event and will be an annual one. I do think we will continue to explore doing this in hybrid mode going forward. It gives a chance for many people around the country to engage, which is not always easy to get everyone into the room. But on the other hand, we've had lots of appreciation from people who were very happy to meet up face to face. So we don't want to lose the opportunity of going back into a physical gathering and physical mode. So thank you very much for all of you who have participated. A big thank you, and I know that some of you on YouTube will be watching this, so it is important for me to reiterate the thank you to our sponsors, most of whom come back every year, and I'm glad to see that we can have a couple of new ones that come in as well. So right up there, Reckitt Benckiser, who has been our sponsor pretty much from the outset, HSBC India, again, very much there with us from the outset. Hindustan Unilever, also there with us from the very beginning. And others like Nayara, who joined us later in our journey. And the new ones like JSW and indeed Godrej. Mahindras have been with us in the past as well. Ernst & Young, who have worked with us as knowledge partners, have now even come in as sponsors. And for us, the sponsorship is not just about this event. It is what gives us the ability and the funding to continue the work we do as a secretariat. For many of us in the not-for-profit sector, the India Sanitation Coalition is a not-for-profit. We have the good fortune of FICCI supporting us with the infrastructure. But we stand independent within FICCI and do our own fundraising, and therefore the not spoken for funding, a lot of money that we raise goes directly into projects. But the funding we require, which is a real issue for NGOs around the country, is the funding we need to run our secretariats. And that money that comes without any strings is what becomes critical for us. And it is these sponsors, with not just the money they give us for this conclave, but the work we do with them, which enables us to take our work forward. We have had huge support in the past from the Gates Foundation, and indeed, as I mentioned, ongoing with FICCI, which houses us here and enables us to focus on the work we do and not worry about the administration and expenses of administration, which is provided to us by FICCI. So with this, and of course, a big thank you to our collaboration with the ministry. You can see their signage up there. They have been our partners right through our conclaves every year. We did have the ministry very well represented, as you know, and Nandita Mishra, who is the new additional secretary, DDWS, was with us till a second ago. Her team, who is still here, supporting us, and indeed the minister, who had every intention of coming. We received messages from him till as recently as noon today to say he was still trying to come. But Minister Shekhawatji has been with us from the outset. I have no doubt that we have his support. He has got pulled away these last 2 days, but he had every intention to come. And of course, Minister Hardeep Singh Puri, who again has been a big supporter of ours from the outset and whose messages were there with us when we opened the conclave yesterday. So again, thank you to all of you who have supported us, the speakers, the amazing partnerships that have been provided by all of you. And last but not least, our team. Natasha, who gets all the credit for having taken this forward. Our CEO, I described her as a live wire, and she's still there, you know, awake, active, running up to me to ask for thoughts, suggestions. She doesn't sleep. And it's wonderful to have her as our CEO. She has been my colleague in the past at HSBC, and I'm delighted to see how many of the erstwhile bankers, some of whom worked with me, joined us in our sanitation journey. I have to also include in that description Lakshmi, who's now with CCS, yeah, who has been a past CEO of ours here at the India Sanitation Coalition, and we have benefited from her work and vision here. And thank you for orchestrating the youth event. I think hearing the voices of youth is always interesting and important, and I've had a few people who left saying we want to hear who won. So if the judges are ready, not quite, yeah. They need a little help. Okay. So while that is happening, a thank you to, again, my team at ISC. I really would like you to stand up so everyone can identify you. Up, up. Megha. Yeah. Where are the others? We're still missing some in action. Yeah. But thank you, all of you. Thank you for a very successful 2 days, which was managed without a hitch or glitch. Thank you. So with that, we shall await the judges, who are having a tough time deciding, quite obviously.
Since both of us were given the task, so we kind of had a big consultation.
ISC exam is so hard to pass.
Who conceived this whole debate?
Are they ready? My very respected ex-colleague.
I mean, you gave me a lot of food for thought today. Thank you so much for conceiving this.
It's a great idea. Yeah, even I thought so.
Brilliant. I mean, this can also be utilized as a.
Are you ready?
Ready?
Yes, very good.
So we have the results in, but before we announce the results, I'd like to invite our two judges to just share some comments about and feedback of how the performance of these youngsters was. Yes.
Please come. Did I turn it off? Achha, I'm supposed to stand here? Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, thanks. Okay. Thank you, everyone, and thank you, ISC-FICCI, for inviting me to this wonderful, wonderful event. And congratulations to my colleague who actually conceived this whole idea of debate. I had a lot of takeaways, and the students who were kind of playing different roles as stakeholders. I mean, kudos to you guys, right? I will just start this discussion with a very funny note. So there was a policy maker and then there was a ULB representative. Had this been a real life scenario, either of you would have been fired by now. Right? But that was real fun. I wish this is how it goes in the actual government when an interaction is happening between an ULB and the policy makers. Actually, I have taken 5-page, I have completed 5th page while I was taking notes. So I was basically kind of doing a running commentary to record as much as possible. I did not expect you guys to kind of, make a lot of sense to address the challenges around solid waste management. But a lot of you actually did make a lot of sense in the issues that you flagged in the debate that you, I have a simple suggestion to all of you, and then I'm going to make an offer because I also represent a civil society. So this whole panel discussion was supposed to be a collective force where we have a challenge. So let's say the challenge is to successfully implement the Swachh Bharat Mission 2.0, right? So I found a sense of competition, like everyone was trying to take on the other stakeholder. Actually, this is not how it is supposed to work, or this is not how it works. Definitely the policymakers or the government creates that space for all the stakeholders to come together and support a mission. So it's a mission, right? Solid waste management, I'm not going to talk about that, though that's my domain, that's what I do in India, Global South. So am I supposed to announce the winners, or let Sandhya ji do that honor? So I'll just I'll just conclude with a couple of my observation or couple of very significant note. I think it was academia team, correct me if I'm wrong, you mentioned that what gets measured gets corrected. Was it the academia? I mean, can you just confirm whether it was from you, right? Okay. You probably don't know the statement that you ended up making over here, right? So Vinny ma'am was here, and basically we are working on a big mission, so I'm not going to talk about it right now. So it is also a big leap forward towards circular economy from the current form of solid waste management that we are having to deal with. This is where the problem is, because we don't measure where we are, right? And when we talk about circular economy, because most of the discussion revolved around that, the offshoot of solid waste management is 1.6 billion ton of, I beg your pardon, 1300 million tons of legacy waste, right? You guys mentioned the total union budget allocation for SBM2, which is roughly about 1.4 lakh crore. If we go by the number of the legacy waste that we will have to remediate, I mean, that's pretty much part of the mission. I mean, you spoke about the city solid waste action plan. So every city is now supposed to, so there are two different mandates. Let us understand SBM is a flagship program. So there was a lot of constitutional debate. You know, we never had a constitutional crisis between states and government of India that who should have, you know, a greater role or a greater stake in sanitation or waste management or water. We never had a constitutional crisis like that in independent India, as far as I know, right? So even if it is a state subject, Government of India's role is absolutely that of an advisory, as long as you are not asking for money from Government of India to do fulfill your mandate. For example, if I am a state, I don't need Government of India's SBM money. I don't have to hear Government of India's advisory or policy or whatever. The rules are, however, different. Solid waste management rule is a legislation, it's an act. It's derived from the EP Act. Everything that basically concerning environment is a product of the EP Act. That is the mother act. Because when we talk about environment, we talk about water, soil and air. So whatever we do, we need to protect these things. That is the message underneath, okay? So we never had a constitutional crisis in a federal structure in India. So SBM is a flagship program which has provisioned additional central assistance to provide additional funding to the state government or union territories. So that funding protocol is pretty clearly, you know, detailed out in the policy and in the guideline itself. So if I don't need that money, I don't have to hear what the Government of India has to say about it. That is how it is placed. And a lot of states, I mean, you know, there is a political equation also. So if Government of India and the state government is ruled by different political parties, then that crisis is a lot more evident and a lot more visible. But we need to create a system to measure where we are and where we want to be to bring the change. So that is basically the takeaway you have given me. And this whole methodology of having this debate is something that I learned today, and kudos to ma'am over there or the whole team who have made it possible. I am going to adopt this methodology in our program that we do. We do a lot of global program, a lot of national program, where this kind of conversation should happen to facilitate a dialogue among all the stakeholders to have more clarity on where we are and where we are headed. Thank you so much.
Thank you to the organizers and the entire team, and of course to the participants. It was an amazing debate. It's sort of good and bad to be the second speaker because most of the points are taken over by the first speaker. But I do echo in a lot of things that Mr. Atan just mentioned now. One thing, of course, I would love to see is that you all covered a lot on the solid waste part of it. But had you all covered something else, a little more on the liquid waste, it would have been real fun, given that that's our focus area, and also that it's a very relevant subject today when we speak of sanitation.
Of course, the kind of points that you all brought out, the fresh perspectives, good ideas. I would also, agree that these kind of events, if we organize more of them and have, fresher perspectives, it really helps us, because we are sometimes so siloed into our way of working and with our challenges and deadlines and programs that we tend to miss out thinking out of the box, and these are excellent ideas that we can get through such fresh perspectives. So great, congratulations to all of you, and thanks to all the organizers for organizing such an interesting session. I will leave the honors of announcing the winners to Naomi and Bhavna. Thank you.
Just a minute. Before Naomi takes over, I would like to invite everyone that participated in the debate for any training event that you want to participate with CSE. So you have an option of going for an online training event, as many training event as you want to be a part of. Or you can also be a part of our on-site training event. We have a fantastic training campus. It's an environmental training institute, just a couple of hours from Delhi. So logistics is our problem, not yours. And we will also offer you a subscription of Down to Earth for next 12 months. So I'll collect your details, so I'll ask my office to loop you in. And if you are really interested to learn more about solid waste management in the current ecosystem and how to institute a better system towards circular economy, please do reach out to us. We will help you with whatever we know. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
That was a very gracious officer. Thank you. On behalf of our students. Do you want to announce it?
Now for the results. We first announce the best team. Any guesses?
We can't hear you.
The award for the best team goes to Akash Kumar and Anshuman Hazarika for the private sector.
Private sector was very smart. They protected their interests very well. I mean, this is exactly why. So they twisted in a way so that they make their presence felt. At the same time, they also kept their avenues open to engage with the government to get more contracts.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. Thank you. Congratulations. Now for the best speaker. Any guesses? Any other guesses? And the best speaker goes to Ashiv Dwivedi, the policy maker. Congratulations, Ashiv. Thank you so much, judges. Thank you, audience. Over to Naomi.
Thanks, ma'am. Thank you, Bhavya. Thank you, Lakshmi, ma'am, for organizing this for us. Thank you, everyone. You have been a wonderful audience, and we also have tea service now for you outside. A humble request, please do check our social media handles. We have captured all the action, photos, and posts for the day, for the 2 days. Do like, share, and forward. Thank you so much. Good evening.